Chun Erdwa was deeply immersed in a sweet slumber, his body curled up like a tranquil kitten resting on a soft bed. Suddenly, the serene night sky was rent asunder by a deafening clap of thunder, the reverberations seeming to rouse the entire world from its slumber. In a flash, this thunderbolt struck the sleeping Chun Erdwa directly. A surge of electricity coursed through his body, jolting him awake from his dreams. He felt a tingling sensation all over, his hair standing on end, and found himself engulfed in a state of bewilderment. Before he could gather his thoughts, a crisp and enigmatic voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, Master! You have acquired the power of space." This proclamation resonated like a mighty bell within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. With wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, three large question marks seemed to float above his head. The power of space. What on earth is that? Where can it be found? What can it be used for? A multitude of questions surged through his mind, leaving him both perplexed and exhilarated. Driven by curiosity, Chun Erdwa began to experiment with a wondrous method described in novels to touch objects, hoping to store them away. Cautiously, he extended his right hand and gently touched a vibrant red apple resting on the table, only to be disappointed as the apple remained utterly still, showing no sign of response. Undeterred, he suddenly had an idea and chanted, "Open sesame." Yet, the surroundings remained silent, and the apple remained steadfast in its place, showing no indication of being drawn into some mystical space. Just as Chun Erdwa was about to dismiss the voice he had heard as a mere figment of his imagination, an inadvertent motion brought forth an unexpected change. His left hand inadvertently brushed against the apple once more, and in an instant, the apple that had been so firmly placed on the table vanished into thin air. This sudden turn of events left Chun Erdwa agape, his eyes wide as he struggled to recall the details of what had just transpired. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be that the very moment his hand touched the apple, he had wished to preserve it, thus resulting in this astonishing occurrence? To validate this hypothesis, Chun Erdwa resolved to conduct further experiments. He surveyed his surroundings, finally settling his gaze on a pencil and a book nearby. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, silently wishing to preserve them as he reached out to touch the objects. As he had hoped, the pencil and book vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Elated, Chun Erdwa was struck by a whimsical thought: if this extraordinary ability was not limited to inanimate objects, could it also apply to living beings? With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he slowly extended his finger and gently touched the docile cat lying beside him. However, nothing happened. The cat remained peacefully curled up, seemingly unaware of the special experiment its owner had just conducted. Undeterred by this setback, Chun Erdwa's enthusiasm only grew as he continued to explore various objects. After a series of trials and errors, he gradually discerned a pattern: his newfound ability could only affect lifeless entities, while living creatures like the cat were immune to its influence. Despite this revelation, Chun Erdwa was filled with indescribable excitement and joy. He could hardly believe that such immense fortune had suddenly befallen him. From this moment onward, he would no longer fret over how to safeguard valuable possessions or worry about food spoiling. With this thought, Chun Erdwa's heart soared, and his face radiated an uncontainable smile of joy. Chun Erdwa was deeply immersed in a sweet slumber, his body curled up like a tranquil kitten resting upon a soft bed. Suddenly, the serene night sky was shattered by a thunderclap that echoed through the air, its deafening sound seemingly intent on awakening the entire world. In an instant, that very thunder struck Chun Erdwa, who was peacefully asleep. A surge of electricity coursed through his body, jolting him awake. He felt a tingling numbness enveloping him, his hair standing on end, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. However, before he could regain his composure, a crisp and mysterious voice resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the power of space." This voice reverberated like a grand bell, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chun Erdwa and Appos' eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief, as three gigantic question marks seemingly floated above his head. The power of space? What could that possibly be? Where was it? What could it be used for? A torrent of questions surged through his mind, filling him with both confusion and excitement. Driven by curiosity, He began to experiment with the fantastical methods described in novels to interact with objects, hoping to encapsulate them within this newfound power. Tentatively, he extended his right hand to touch a bright red apple resting on the table. However, to his disappointment, the apple remained utterly unmoved, as if indifferent to his efforts. Undeterred, Chen Erdwa had a sudden inspiration and chanted, "Open sesame." Yet, the surroundings remained silent, and the apple steadfastly remained in its place, showing no signs of being drawn into a mysterious realm. Just as he was about to dismiss the voice he had heard as merely a figment of his imagination, an accidental touch brought about an unexpected transformation. His left hand inadvertently brushed against the apple, and in an instant, the apple that had been so placidly placed on the table vanished into thin air. This sudden turn of events left Chen Erdwa gape, his eyes wide as he struggled to recall the details of what had just transpired. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could it be that the moment his hand made contact with the apple, the thought of wanting to preserve it had triggered this extraordinary outcome? To verify this suspicion, Chen Erdwa resolved to conduct further experiments. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally settling upon a pencil and a book nearby. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, silently wishing to preserve them, and reached out to touch these objects. True to his hopes, the pencil and book disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Erdwa suddenly wondered whether this miraculous ability extended beyond mere objects. Could it perhaps also apply to living beings? With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he delicately extended his finger to gently touch the little cat nestled beside him. However, nothing occurred. The cat remained peacefully sprawled, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar experiment he had just attempted. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Chen Erdwa found himself invigorated, eagerly continuing to explore various objects. After numerous trials and explorations, he gradually discerned a pattern. This wondrous ability he possessed seemed to only affect inanimate objects, proving ineffective against living beings like his little cat. Nevertheless, this significant revelation filled Chen Erdwa with exhilaration and joy. He could scarcely believe that such immense fortune had fallen into his lap. From that moment onward, he would no longer need to worry about safeguarding valuable possessions or the spoilage of food. With this thought, Chen Erdwa and Oppos, as heart soared, and an irresistible smile of elation illuminated his face. Chapter 2. A frantic accumulation of resources. On the following morning, Chen Erdwa, as per his usual routine, set off for class. His heart brimming with insatiable curiosity, transformed into a greedy collector. As he traversed the path, his gaze swept across his surroundings like a radar, eager to seize anything that caught his eye and incorporate it into his personal trove. The stones scattered along the road appeared to him as precious gems, which he eagerly pocketed. Sticks resembled rare staves, swiftly gathered. The fruits hanging from nearby trees looked enticing like candies, each plucked with care. And the fallen water at the roadside sparkled like radiant pearls, collected without a drop wasted. Chen Erdwa hurried to school, his mind still preoccupied with the enigmatic space that had mysteriously manifested that morning. Upon his arrival, he could hardly contain his excitement and immediately delved into the wonders of that magical realm. Indeed, the space was filled with a plethora of delightful surprises. A mountain of delectable food piled high, exuding an irresistible aroma, an array of beverages neatly arranged, seemingly awaiting their turn to be savored, and most strikingly, the gleaming weapons lay silently, emanating an aura of authority. Curiously, despite the abundance of items, they occupied surprisingly little space. Chen Erdwa pondered the true extent of this realm's capacity. Could it be infinite, effortlessly accommodating such a multitude of treasures? Another thought struck him. Would the items stored within deteriorate over time? Would the exquisite foods and precious weapons lose their original value with the passage of time? Seated like a statue, Chen Erdwa replayed all conceivable queries in his mind, treating each as a precious gem to be caressed and examined. For instance, would the use of this spatial ability be akin to a caged bird, constrained by insurmountable limits? Was the shelf life of the items as fleeting and fragile as morning dew? Could living entities be preserved within, akin to a frozen world where everything remains in stasis? As he sat, waves of contemplation surged through him, intertwining these questions into a tangled mass of thoughts, leaving him uncertain of where to seek answers. Just as he was lost in reverie, the school bell rang softly. Yet, he remained absorbed in his musings about the power of the space, oblivious to the shifting atmosphere around him. It wasn't tea until the teacher strode into the classroom with purpose that he jolted back to reality. Alas, he had been so engrossed in thought that he had completely missed the ringing of the bell. At that moment, the teacher, frowning and surveying the room, raised her voice to inquire, "Who is on duty today?" Look at this mess. However, Chin Erdwa remained entirely absorbed in his reflections, as if the world around him had faded into insignificance. Noticing the lack of response, the teacher escalated her tone, but Chin remained unresponsive. Thus, the teacher called out repeatedly, her voice growing increasingly loud, while the rest of the class began to take notice, casting curious glances toward Chin Erdwa. It wasn't Apos until the teacher nearly bellowed his name in frustration that he snapped back to attention, only to find himself met with her furious gaze, as if it could devour him whole. Startled by this abrupt turn of events, Chin Erdwa stammered, Teacher, what's wrong? Seeing his bewildered expression, the classmates, who had previously been whispering, could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into a chorus of mirth. Some doubled over in laughter, while others collapsed onto their desks, unable to straighten up. One particularly boisterous student, clutching their stomach, added amidst their laughter, Chin Erdwa must be daydreaming about the school bell again. In an instant, the classroom was transformed into a cacophony of laughter and playful jests. Chapter 3. The Sudden Change of Weather Silence. The teacher, unable to endure any longer, bellowed with a voice that resonated like thunder, causing the entire classroom to hum with the reverberation. In an instant, the previously boisterous class fell into an eerie stillness, where even the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. In a corner sat Chin Erdwa, who inwardly lamented, "Oh dear, this is the legendary Mother Tiger, the formidable Huang Ling. Truly, she lives up to her reputation." He cautiously raised his gaze, only to behold the teacher, whom his classmates secretly dubbed the Mother Tiger, glaring fiercely, her grip tightening around a long teaching rod, while she intoned, "Chin Erdwa, come here." Upon hearing the summons, Chin Erdwa felt his legs weaken, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight. Yet, he dared not defy the teacher and Apos, as command. He steeled himself and began to make his way toward the podium, each step seemingly stretched into an eternity, as though a century had passed. Finally arriving before the podium, he stood before the formidable teacher with his head bowed, not daring to utter a word, resembling a frightened rabbit. The relentless reprimands from the teacher came crashing down upon him like a tempest, leaving him utterly defenseless. Chin Erdwa could only endure in silence, filled with regret, wishing he had refrained from his earlier mischief. Eventually, the teacher seemed to tire of her tirade. With a sweeping gesture, she coldly commanded, "Go, clean the classroom. If it is not spotless, you shall see how I deal with you." Feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, Chin Erdwa nodded vigorously and swiftly grabbed a broom and dustpan, diligently commencing the thorough cleaning of the classroom. Under the oppressive authority of the teacher, he worked with the zeal of a diligent little bee, meticulously tending to every corner, be it large debris or small scraps, rendering the classroom immaculate, as if bestowing upon it a cleansing baptism. Then, like a meticulous artist, he wielded the mop across the floor, transforming it into a pristine surface, akin to an untouched canvas. Observing Huang Ling struggle with the blackboard, Chin Erdwa, like a nimble cheetah, swiftly seized a cloth and dashed to the podium, scrubbing the blackboard until it gleamed as if brand new. Noticing the water bucket remained unemptied, he scurried like a dutiful servant to dispose of the water. Lastly, he approached each classmate, gently inquiring if they had any trash to discard. Ultimately, through Chin Erdwa's tireless efforts, the classroom sparkled as if it were a newly minted palace. Once the classroom was spotless, he hurriedly approached Huang Ling, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, softly asking, "Teacher Huang, I have finished cleaning the classroom. Should I now attend to the cleaning area?" Huang Ling shot him a piercing glance and retorted sarcastically, "Are you waiting for me to clean it?" At that moment, Chin Erdwa felt as though he had received a revelation, instantly comprehending her intent. He turned and strode to the supply area, akin to a warrior preparing for battle, resolutely retrieving a broom and shovel to tackle the cleaning area. Just as he grasped the broom, ready to march forth into the dust-filled battlefield, the sky outside transformed dramatically, shifting from clear blue to ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as if the dark curtain of night had abruptly descended. Within moments, torrential rain began to pour, cascading from the heavens like a waterfall. People scrambled to seek refuge beneath the eaves, resembling a disturbed colony of ants, frantic and desperate. Those who ran slow found themselves drenched, as if they had just emerged from a watery abyss, with a few classmates stumbling to the ground, utterly disheveled due to the chaos. However, some kind-hearted students, like angels descending to earth, wielded umbrellas or boards, assisting those who lagged behind and were unable to return from beneath the trees. Their figures radiated warmth amidst the downpour. The onlookers, who initially stood by, reveling in the spectacle, were profoundly moved by these altruistic actions and soon joined the compassionate relay, rushing to aid their soaked peers. After more than 10 minutes of teamwork, they successfully ushered all the rain-soaked classmates into the safety of the teaching area. Gazing at the drenched figures below, resembling drenched chickens, Chun Erdwa couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he realized that had he not been momentarily distracted, causing a slight delay in the classroom, he might have found himself among those now struggling in the rain. With a gentle pat on his chest, he silently rejoiced in this fortunate coincidence, akin to discovering a glimmer of light in darkness, while simultaneously feeling a pang of guilt for not participating in the acts of kindness, as if he were a blemish in the midst of brightness. Meanwhile, the drenched students continued to shake off the rain, grumbling about the unexpected downpour, entirely oblivious to the fortunate soul above who was reveling in his escape. Chapter 4. Weather forecast. Just as Chun Erdwa was reveling in the misfortunes of others, a sudden cacophony shattered the tranquility of the campus. The school and Apos' loudspeaker blared to life. The urgent and resounding voice echoed throughout the grounds. Teachers, please spring into action to maintain order. Students, swiftly return to your classrooms and assist your teachers in the attendance count. At that moment, the anxious voice of teacher Huang Ling pierced through the classroom. Chun Erdwa, hurry inside. Hearing that familiar call, Chun Erdwa wasted no time, darting into the classroom like an arrow released from its bow, promptly finding a seat. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. As silence enveloped the room while everyone awaited further instructions, the loudspeaker once again erupted with exhilarating news. Due to inclement weather conditions, the school has decided to grant an immediate holiday. Class teachers, please inform parents to come and pick up their children. This announcement detonated like a bomb among the students, igniting a wave of jubilant cheers. Chun Erdwa was so elated that he nearly leaped from his seat. As time ticked away, it was not until an entire hour later that the familiar figure of Chun Erdwa and Apos' mother finally appeared at the doorstep. Outside, the sky had succumbed to the darkness of night, and the roads were congested with a seemingly endless stream of vehicles, resembling a long serpent. This made her journey home exceedingly arduous, the car inching forward at a pace akin to that of a snail. After enduring over half an hour of struggle and prolonged waiting, the vehicle finally glided into their garage. Chun Erdwa, feeling a wave of relief, set down his heavy backpack and trudged into the living room, seeking something to satiate his hunger. Upon entering, he spotted his father leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. At that moment, the weather forecast was being broadcast, the announcer and Apos' clear and serious voice resonating in the air. Dear viewers, due to the relentless torrential rains, it is anticipated that streets will soon be flooded. Moreover, temperatures are expected to drop significantly. Residents are advised to take precautions and keep warm. In that instant, a scene from a novel depicting an apocalyptic world surged into Chun Erdwa's mind. The more he pondered, the more he realized how remarkably similar the current situation was to that described in the book. With that thought, an audacious and reckless idea flashed through his mind. If he could stockpile vast amounts of supplies at this very moment, perhaps when the true apocalypse arrived, he could transform into a ruler of his domain, much like the protagonist of that novel. At that time, he could indulge in a life surrounded by beauty and luxury, leading a loyal band of followers in a carefree existence, relishing the exquisite pleasures of wealth and power. Just the thought of it sent Chun Erdwa's heart racing with excitement. With this notion in mind, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering what essential supplies he ought to prepare, particularly clothing that could effectively shield against the cold. This was of utmost importance. However, a new challenge arose. Acquiring the funds necessary to purchase these items was no simple feat. A wave of questions flooded his mind, leaving him dizzy and agitated. At that moment, unable to bear the relentless turmoil any longer, Chun Erdwa muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, I can't think about this anymore. He then reasoned with himself, perhaps I should first search around for any available items that I can directly stash away. If I can't find anything suitable, then, well, I'll just have to risk it and seize what I need. Resolute, Chun Erdwa took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for the task ahead, and stepped out the door. Chapter 5. The new power of spatial force as fate would have it. He hurriedly stepped out, preparing to embark on a quest for supplies. The sunlight cascaded onto the street, illuminating his slightly anxious figure. With each determined stride, his mind raced with thoughts on how to properly store the impending acquisitions. Minutes slipped away, and half an hour had elapsed, yet his thoughts remained ensnared in a chaotic tangle, devoid of clarity. In that moment, as if the gods of destiny had bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope, he inadvertently caught sight of a Grand Irma supermarket and an Edson clothing store bustling with promotional activities. This unexpected revelation ignited a surge of excitement within him. However, as the adage goes, joy begets sorrow. Perhaps distracted by the enticing shops, he suddenly lost his balance and, with a splash, fell into a foul-smelling ditch beside the road. Just as he was about to hurt himself, in a moment of sheer panic, Chin Erdwa flailed his arms and legs. In that chaotic instant, darkness enveloped him, and he inexplicably vanished from sight. When he slowly opened his heavy eyelids, he was greeted by an endless expanse of blinding white. This sudden and unfamiliar environment left Chin Erdwa momentarily disoriented, instinctively rubbing his eyes, filled with doubt. Could it be that I am still ensnared in a dream? He shouted several times, hoping for a response, but the only sound that reverberated was his own voice. Faced with such an eerie situation, a flicker of fear and confusion surged within him. Yet, remaining idle was evidently not a solution. After a brief internal struggle, he resolutely decided to rise and cautiously take a step forward, seeking a way out of this chilling white mist. To his astonishment, after walking for a solid 6 hours, there was still no end in sight. Doubt and confusion filled his mind. He had no idea where he was or how much longer he would need to walk to reach his destination. Just as he sank into contemplation, a melodious voice, like a celestial melody, echoed in his ear. Congratulations, Master, on successfully arriving in the realm of space. I am your loyal servant, Li Xiaohong, and I have been waiting here for some time. Should you have any questions or needs, please feel free to ask, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Startled by the sudden voice, he quickly scanned his surroundings in search of its source. After a moment of contemplation, Chin Erdwa finally mustered the courage to inquire, "So, how does one activate this enigmatic spatial force?" Li Xiaohong smiled gently and replied at a measured pace, "It is quite simple. When you truly need to utilize the spatial force, all you must do is clench your fist tightly while silently or vividly envisioning your desired goal." Chin Erdwa nodded thoughtfully and then pressed on. What astonishing capabilities does this magical spatial force possess? Li Xiaohong paused briefly before enumerating with familiarity. It boasts abilities such as instantaneous teleportation, allowing you to traverse great distances in the blink of an eye. It has an immense storage capacity, capable of accommodating a variety of items, and it even possesses the astonishing ability for astral projection. Of course, there are many other wondrous uses as well. As she spoke, the list of functionalities grew ever longer. However, Li Xiaohong shifted her tone, adding, "But one crucial point to note is that, being in its initial stage, both the distance it can reach and the duration of its effect are relatively short. Yet, as you continuously practice and refine your mastery of the spatial force, your control will become increasingly adept, and consequently, its range and duration will naturally expand." Chin Erdwa listened with rapt attention, suddenly recalling something significant and hastily asking, "What is the relationship between the passage of time here and that of the outside world?" At that moment, Li Xiaohong smiled enigmatically and softly replied, "Let me tell you, this realm possesses a unique temporal rule. Generally, while an entire day passes outside, merely a minute slips by here." Upon hearing this, a radiant joy illuminated Chin Erdwa and Amp Apos' face, and he nearly leaped with excitement, secretly pondering, in that case, I need not worry about the storage of supplies at all. This is simply marvelous." Chapter 6. Departure for Supplies in the Present Day. Chin Erdwa has gained a clear understanding of his own abilities. After stepping out from that enigmatic space, he returned home with the intent to recuperate thoroughly. Upon reaching home, Chin Erdwa indulged in a hearty meal followed by a few generous drinks, then reclined on his bed, patiently awaiting the gradual descent of nightfall. As time ticked away, each passing minute felt interminably long and arduous to Chin Erdwa. Nevertheless, he stifled the tumult of anxiety and impatience within, waiting with steadfast resolve. After enduring a painstaking wait, the clock finally struck midnight. At that moment, Chin Erdwa sprang up like a lithe panther, swiftly donning his pre-prepared night attire and firmly securing his cap atop his head. In the next instant, he slipped out of his home like a wraith, racing towards the Alma supermarket along the route he had meticulously scouted earlier that morning. Throughout his journey, Chin Erdwa and Apos' form flickered like a shadow, swift as lightning. Within half an hour, he successfully arrived at a location not far from the supermarket. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the internal conditions of the supermarket, he prudently sought a concealed corner in which to hide. He stealthily nestled into the shadows, akin to a cunning rabbit, and carefully retrieved the sustenance and water he had brought along, consuming them voraciously while intermittently surveying his surroundings. Once his hunger was sated and his energy replenished, Chin Erdwa took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind, preparing to embrace the forthcoming moment of great harvest with utmost vigor. At that juncture, a sudden commotion erupted beside him, the noise resonating like thunder on a clear day, causing him to startle, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. A wave of unease washed over him as he considered the possibility that his presence had been detected. With bated breath, he strained to listen intently. As he focused, he realized that the uproar was not directed at him, but rather the result of someone being subjected to bullying. A potent curiosity gripped Chun Erdwa, compelling him to edge closer to the scene of the disturbance. As he approached, he beheld a troubling sight. A group of unruly thugs encircled a student, pummeling him with fists and feet while hurling a barrage of insults. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the victim was a classmate from his senior year. To his shock, he identified the ringleader among the assailants, Wang Ba, notorious in their vicinity for his tyrannical behavior, often gathering a band of miscreants to sow discord. Just as Chun Erdwa prepared to observe further, he was struck by an overwhelming revelation. His eyes widened in disbelief. The student being assaulted was none other than his dear friend, Fan Tong. At that moment, Chin Erdwa felt as if his head might explode, caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, if he chose to silently retreat and continue gathering the supplies he sought, he could avoid confrontation with the thugs and successfully complete his mission. Yet, on the other hand, how could he stand idly by while his friends suffered such indignity? If he rushed in to rescue Fan Tong, he risked inciting the wrath of the bullies, potentially embroiling himself in significant trouble that could jeopardize his entire plan for collecting supplies. Thus, time slipped by as Chun Erdwa remained frozen, grappling with his internal turmoil. After what felt like an eternity of mental conflict, he finally resolved to act, determined to save Fan Tong. Without further hesitation, he inhaled deeply and boldly strode towards the gang of thugs. At that precise moment, one of the sharp-eyed thugs noticed Chin Erdwa's approach. His expression shifted instantly, and he dashed over to Wang Ba, alerting him to this unforeseen development. Chapter 7. Gathering the first batch of followers, Wang Ba was leisurely listening to his subordinate's report when, all of a sudden, he sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his head. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a student, his already fearsome visage transformed into an even more terrifying countenance, akin to a famished wolf encountering its prey. He bellowed, "You little brat, what are you doing here? This is none of your business. Scram away from me." However, in the face of such a menacing threat, Chun Erdwa appeared unfazed, resolutely advancing towards them with unyielding determination. Witnessing this, Wang Ba felt a surge of rage within him, perceiving a severe affront to his authority. Without hesitation, he commanded two nearby subordinates to teach this audacious individual a lesson. The two subordinates, upon receiving the order, eagerly rolled up their sleeves, like ravenous tigers pouncing on their prey, and swung their massive fists towards Chin Erdwa. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Despite the ferocious punches, they struck Chin Erdwa as if colliding with an impenetrable wall of steel, failing to budge him in the slightest. Moreover, while the two stunned subordinates stood with their mouths agape, unable to react, they suddenly felt a blinding flash before a tremendous force propelled them backward, causing them to crash to the ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this unfathomable spectacle, Wang Ba was left in a state of bewilderment, his eyes bulging and his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. A sense of fear and confusion creeping into his heart. Who exactly was this young man? How could he possess such astonishing prowess? Nonetheless, Wang Ba understood that he could not afford to lose face in front of his subordinates. Thus, he feigned calmness and directed the remaining three subordinates to join him in confronting Chin Erdwa. In an instant, the four charged towards their target like hungry wolves. Yet, astonishingly, they failed to execute even a single move before collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. At this moment, Wang Ba felt as if he were an ant on a hot pan, unable to advance or retreat, trapped in a profoundly awkward and dire predicament. Yet, in order to preserve his so-called dignity, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his courage, charging directly at Chun Erdwa like a bull. Logically, the force behind Wang Ba and Apos' full-powered punch should have sent Chin Erdwa flying at least 10 meters away. But, as fate would have it, an astonishing scene unfolded when Wang Ba and Apos' formidable fist struck Chin Erdwa. The latter remained utterly unmoved, as if the blow had no effect whatsoever. Even more astonishing was that, at the moment of impact, a sharp crack echoed, and Wang Ba's fingers involuntarily curled up, followed by a searing pain, indicating a fracture. In that instant, Wang Ba and his 5 subordinates found themselves in a state of panic. They had initially approached the confrontation with bravado, but now, upon realizing they had encountered a truly formidable opponent, dread filled their hearts. These once arrogant individuals now stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Internally, they lamented their fate, fearing they would soon face a severe beating. Just as they closed their eyes in anticipation of an impending storm of blows, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen Erdwa extended a hand and pulled Wang Ba off the ground. This gesture left Wang Ba momentarily stunned, his expression one of utter confusion, as if he could not comprehend the situation. In truth, Chen Erdwa's actions stemmed from careful contemplation. The instant he effortlessly subdued the 6 individuals, a revelation struck him, as the apocalypse loomed. Having a loyal group of followers would significantly enhance his chances of survival in this chaotic world. Thus, after a brief moment of reflection, he decided to set aside past grievances and attempt to recruit this group into his own ranks. Wang Ba stared at Chen Erdwa, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Suddenly, Chen Erdwa posed a question. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your leader? If you agree, I will protect you. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. However, if you dare to refuse, just know that I will call the police and report your bullying of other students. Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotion surged within Wang Ba. On one hand, he felt that bowing to someone else would be a blow to his pride. On the other hand, he feared the consequences of inciting the police and landing himself in serious trouble. Thus, Wang Ba found himself embroiled in an intense internal struggle that lasted 5 long minutes. As the seconds ticked by, finally, Wang Ba clenched his teeth, as if resolutely making a decision, and declared, "All right, I agree. From now on, my brothers and I will follow you." Seeing this development, Chen Erdwa nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having successfully recruited Wang Ba and his 5 subordinates, Chen Erdwa waved his hand and instructed them, "All right, you all go back now. Remember, you must obey me from now on." He then turned to Fan Tong, advising, "You should also hurry back and rest. You've worked hard today." Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Erdwa glanced at his watch and realized it was nearly 2 in the morning. A wave of fatigue washed over him, yet his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. With no other choice, he found a nearby place to grab a bite to eat before hastily making his way towards the supermarket. Chapter 8. Collecting supplies. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Chen Erdwa found himself significantly drained of energy due to the intense confrontation. Fortunately, on his way to the supermarket, he managed to consume some food, which provided a much-needed replenishment to his nearly exhausted stamina. After a brief moment of rest, he unhesitatingly summoned his spatial powers, darting like a wraith as he flickered several times before seamlessly entering the supermarket. Prompted by his keen intuition and years of accumulated experience, he meticulously searched through various aisles until he successfully reached the storage area. However, when he stood before the warehouse door and beheld the monumental pile of supplies that stretched infinitely before him, he was utterly astounded. The sheer volume of resources surpassed the limits of his imagination, rendering any description utterly inadequate. For a moment, Chen Erdwa found himself speechless, overwhelmed by the astonishing sight. Regaining his composure, he realized the urgency of his situation. Once more, he activated his spatial powers and began to frantically gather the precious supplies. Despite his swift movements and the significant quantities he could transport with each utilization of his powers, the abundance of resources was simply overwhelming, and even with such remarkable efficiency, the entire process consumed a staggering 2 hours. The prolonged exertion left Chen Erdwa utterly fatigued. As he finally secured the last batch of supplies within his spatial realm, he could no longer support his weary body and collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body had disintegrated, devoid of any remaining strength. With great difficulty, he lifted his hand to glance at his watch, realizing that the hour hand was nearing 5 in the morning. He understood that if he did not leave before 6, he would undoubtedly be caught by the supermarket staff upon their arrival to open the warehouse. Yet, utterly exhausted, the prospect of rising immediately to escape seemed nearly impossible. Reluctantly, Chen Erdwa rummaged through his belongings to find a morsel of remaining food and some water, consuming them ravenously in hopes of quickly restoring some energy. Approximately half an hour later, as the food gradually transformed into the nutrients his body required, he felt his strength returning to about 70 to 80%. With a renewed sense of vigor, Chen Erdwa dared not linger any longer. Bracing against the aches in his muscles, he struggled to rise and, with somewhat unsteady steps, made his way toward the warehouse exit. As he approached the door, he took a deep breath and once again summoned his spatial powers, vanishing in a flash from the supermarket. Emerging slowly from the supermarket, he lifted his gaze to the distant sky, where the horizon was already tinged with a gentle blush of dawn. The air was fresh and pleasant, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, bringing him immense comfort. In high spirits, Chen Erduo set off on his journey home, humming a cheerful tune, as if the entire world were celebrating alongside him. As he walked, he unexpectedly spotted a hardware store by the roadside. Without hesitation, he briskly entered, his eyes swiftly scanning the myriad of goods on the shelves. In no time, he had cleared the store of all usable tools and materials. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a pharmacy, where an identical fate befell the array of medicines swiftly gathered by his hands. Thus, Chen Erduo continued on his way, passing various shops, fruit stores, clothing boutiques, snack shops, raiding every establishment that could prove beneficial to him. By the time he finally arrived home, the clock had quietly struck 6:30 in the morning. Cautiously, he pushed open the door, wary of making any noise that might awaken his still slumbering parents. Like a nimble cat, he tiptoed through the living room and retreated to his room. Once inside, he eagerly began to reflect on the bountiful spoils of the day, meticulously recording his findings in a notebook. He then thoughtfully compiled a list of essential supplies for survival in the apocalypse, which included a sturdy and durable safe house, a pure and unpolluted water source, a varied and ample food supply, an inexhaustible power supply, various medical supplies, and warm clothing to withstand the biting cold. Upon completing this task, Chen Erduo carefully reviewed the items currently within his spatial realm. After a thorough inventory, he recognized that the most pressing issue was the lack of a suitable safe house for refuge. Next, a stable and reliable water source remained unestablished. Furthermore, he had yet to secure warm clothing to combat the cold climate. Lastly, he urgently needed to recruit skilled and loyal individuals to assist him in facing the impending apocalypse. Contemplating these matters, Chen Erduo furrowed his brow, pondering the extensive preparations still required. His mind churned with thoughts of the items and resources still lacking, a tide of contemplation surging within him. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. Of course, he had a basement at home. If he could properly renovate it, it could become an almost perfect safe haven. This notion filled Chen Erduo with excitement. Yet soon his expression darkened as the reality of a pressing issue loomed before him. He lacked sufficient funds for the renovation. The weight of this realization sent a wave of frustration through him, as if his head might explode from the overwhelming thoughts. Chapter 9. The astonishing appearance of the infamous thief. Chen Erduo's head throbbed with unbearable pain, akin to being struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. Despite this, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and he slipped into a deep slumber without realizing it. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the clock on the wall, astonished to find it already pointed to noon. However, while Chen Erduo was ensconced in his dreams, a monumental event transpired in Shirtu City, an incident that seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of the city. A large supermarket, along with numerous shops along the way, had mysteriously lost all its goods overnight. This occurrence quickly stirred a whirlwind of commotion, even drawing the attention of national authorities. Upon receiving the report, the police immediately launched an investigation. Yet, perplexingly, the surveillance cameras in both the supermarket and the shops revealed no suspicious individuals or clues. Even more bizarrely, the crime scene yielded no fingerprints or any useful evidence. The officers assigned to the case felt utterly bewildered, as if they were in a fog, unsure of where to begin their inquiries. At that moment, Chen Erduo was still at home, appearing drowsy and disheveled. He rose slowly, washed up, and began to enjoy his lunch. While eating, he suddenly thought it would be a good idea to watch television while dining to pass the time. He casually pressed the remote, turning on the TV, only to find that the news program currently airing was precisely about the bizarre theft. Had anyone else seen this news, they might dismiss it as mere sensationalism or a false report. Yet, Chen Erduo knew all too well that this was indeed the truth, for he was the perpetrator. As he watched the reporter meticulously describe the case, Chen Erduo couldn't help but reflect, it seems I must exercise more caution in my actions. If I continue with such audacity, I might find myself apprehended by the police before the end of days arrives. When he turned his thoughts to the weather, it became increasingly evident that a cold wave was likely imminent. This realization tightened his heart, for he was woefully unprepared to face it. At that moment, a thought struck him. He remembered his close friends, brothers Fan Tong and Fan Jian. As the saying goes, it is better to act than to hesitate. Without a moment's delay, he swiftly grabbed his phone, his fingers flying over the contacts until he found and dialed the numbers for Fan Tong and Fan Jian. Once connected, he urgently conveyed that he needed to discuss a matter of utmost importance in person and requested their prompt arrival at his home. After hanging up, the seconds ticked by, and approximately 10 minutes later, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found, as expected, Fan Tong and Fan Jian standing before him. He quickly ushered them into his room, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Once satisfied, he closed and locked the door with swift precision. The two were utterly perplexed, staring at him in confusion. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Chun Erdwa began to explain his plan to convert a safe house. Upon hearing his proposal, Fan Tong instinctively scratched his head and was the first to voice his opinion. "Brother, this is no small undertaking. Setting aside other matters, where are we going to procure such a substantial sum of money?" Fan Jian, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. At that moment, an idea flashed through Chun Erdwa and Apos' mind. He recalled a gold shop he had stumbled upon while scavenging for survival supplies the previous day. Without a second thought, he had seized all the treasures within. However, gazing at the pile of shimmering gold before him now, he felt a pang of worry. While the gold was splendid, it could not simply be spent as is. Doing so would lead them right back into financial straits. After considerable contemplation, Chun Erdwa and his companions reached a consensus. They needed to find a reliable underground bank to exchange the gold for cash. With hearts brimming with hope, they set out on their quest. After several twists and turns, they finally located a seemingly discreet underground bank. However, to their dismay, upon their eager arrival, they discovered the premises abandoned, echoing with an eerie silence. Faced with such a disheartening outcome, the trio appeared deflated, their expressions marred by disappointment. Just as they were feeling downcast, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Driven by curiosity, Chun Erdwa and his companions hurriedly stepped outside to investigate. To their astonishment, they witnessed a group of menacing robbers brazenly pilfering valuable goods from passersby. In that moment, a daring thought surged into Chun Erdwa and Apos' mind. Perhaps they could exploit this chaotic situation to their advantage? Without hesitation, he and his companions approached the leader of the robbers. Once close enough, he lowered his voice and said, "Big brother, we possess some gold and silver jewelry and wish to trade it for cash. Moreover, if you agree, we can assist you in devising a more efficient robbery plan." Initially skeptical, the leader listened intently as Chun Erdwa elaborated on the entire scheme. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Thus, through this unconventional transaction, Chun Erdwa and his companions successfully gathered the necessary funds to transform the safe house. They immediately embarked on preparations, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to brace for the impending crisis that loomed ominously on the horizon. Chapter 10. Collecting supplies in anticipation of the apocalypse with ample funds secured. Chun Erdwa and Fan Tong swiftly agreed upon a collaborative approach, dividing their responsibilities to effectively implement their plan. Chun Erdwa took on the arduous task of sourcing various materials essential for constructing a safe haven. He tirelessly traversed numerous building material markets, meticulously comparing the quality and prices of each item, striving to acquire the finest resources within a limited budget. Meanwhile, Fan Tong capitalized on his family's extensive connections to seek out professionals capable of expertly renovating the safe house. Their companion, Fan Jian, focused on identifying the most discreet and pristine rivers, as well as locating any nearby spring water facilities. As these two teams busily pursued their respective tasks, the police were relentless in their investigation of the case. Despite their exhaustive efforts, scouring every corner within a 10-kilometer radius and scrutinizing all potentially relevant surveillance footage, they failed to uncover any leads. Faced with such a daunting predicament, the aggrieved shop owners and storekeepers lamented their plight, overwhelmed by despair and helplessness. After all, their lifework, painstakingly accumulated over decades, had vanished overnight, leaving them bereft as if returned to a state of utter destitution. At this critical juncture, both Chun Erdwa's group and the police were racing against time. Chun Erdwa was consumed with urgency, fervently hoping to complete the construction of the safe house and stockpile all necessary supplies for the impending apocalypse. To this end, he spared no expense to expedite the project. On the other hand, the police bore the brunt of immense public pressure, with higher authorities demanding swift resolution to the case. The societal intrigue surrounding this bizarre incident intensified, leading to a cacophony of speculation and skepticism that compounded the police's burdens. As time raced by, a week slipped away, thanks to a significant financial influx. Chin Erdwa and Appo's safe house was finally completed. Not only that, through a series of meticulously planned designs and construction efforts, they successfully diverted an entire river to serve as a reserve water source. Situated near the mountains, the sourced river water was exceptionally clear and pure, even attracting fish that added a touch of life and vitality to this future refuge. After considerable effort, the safe house successfully harnessed hydroelectric power. Furthermore, what began as a modest structure underwent a remarkable transformation. Its area expanded to an astonishing 1,000 square meters, featuring 50 spacious and comfortable rooms. Within its confines, there were 2 recreational areas for leisure, a dedicated fitness space, and a fully equipped modern kitchen, essentially all necessary amenities for comfortable living. In preparation for the potentially harsh weather ahead, comprehensive insulation measures were also meticulously implemented. While the excavation near the mountain was relatively smooth, the entire project still demanded immense time and energy, nearly exhausting the underground space. Were it not for the advantageous geographical location, it could have precipitated a series of unnecessary complications. Simultaneously, the police and Appo's investigation into the enigmatic case yielded no progress. Regrettably, several innocent individuals had become scapegoats, forced to abandon their cherished positions. Consequently, this perplexing case was officially listed among the top 10 mysteries in the locality. Throughout the past week, my friend Fan Tong and I actively engaged in discussions with our respective elders. When we initially broached the subject with our parents about relocating to the safe house in the event of an apocalypse, they unanimously deemed us deranged, merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. However, through unwavering perseverance and 3 days of heartfelt persuasion, perhaps driven by their inability to endure our incessant chatter or unwillingness to witness our hopes dashed, they ultimately acquiesced. Additionally, I did not neglect to reach out to my good friend Wang Ba, relaying the pertinent information. I informed him that, should he encounter unforeseen adversity in the future, he could seek my assistance at Unit 1111, Building A, in the Dongdian Xingfu community. After conveying this to Wang Ba and others, I promptly resumed meticulous inspections of the safe house. After all, this endeavor was critical to our future safety, allowing no room for negligence. Every corner, every detail demanded my scrutiny, as I feared overlooking any potential safety hazards. My greatest concern lay with the workers responsible for the renovations. Who could guarantee they wouldn't deliberately leave behind a concealed entrance during the construction? Such a latent threat, if ignored, could yield catastrophic consequences. While I immersed myself in inspections, Chin Erdwa had conducted a thorough hour-long search of the entire house, yet found no anomalies or suspicious signs. At present, everything appeared to be in order. Just as Chin Erdwa prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, a new task emerged. She realized the need to organize the items in the upstairs room for swift relocation to the safe house when necessary. However, as she ascended the stairs and entered the room, she was immediately confronted with a dilemma. Since the fabled apocalypse was still a while away, hastily gathering all items was clearly impractical, yet selectively choosing which items to take posed an equally daunting challenge. Thus, Chin Erdwa stood in the center of the room, brow furrowed, engulfed in contemplation. After 10 minutes of deep reflection, she finally resolved to first tidy up the seldom used items in the cabinets. As for the items already stored in the space, they could remain for the time being, preserving limited storage capacity while allowing room for future inhabitants. Especially considering the possibility of an influx of personnel later on, this reserved space might prove invaluable if the safe house could not accommodate everyone. With determination, Chin Erdwa sprang into action, methodically commencing her organizational task. She opened each cabinet door, carefully assessing the purpose and frequency of use of the items within. Then systematically removed those designated for storage, arranging them neatly aside. Next, she procured suitable boxes and bags, gently placing the items inside and labeling them accordingly. As time slipped away, an hour passed unnoticed. Through her unwavering diligence, the organization of the upstairs room was finally completed. Surveying the transformed and orderly space, Chin Erdwa nodded in satisfaction, silently wishing for the apocalypse not to arrive prematurely, while also hoping that this meticulously arranged safe house would serve as a steadfast refuge for all in times of peril. Chapter 11. Ominous signs of the end. All preparatory matters had been meticulously arranged. Chin Erdwa stood in his room, a thought blossoming in his mind. Now, while one can still savor the beauty of this world, it is imperative to venture outside. for such opportunities may never arise again. Resolutely, he opened the door and stepped into the unknown realm beyond. Upon reaching the street, the sight before him was astonishing. Passers-by ambled along, hunched and weary, reminiscent of a group of feeble old men. This peculiar state was attributed, on one hand, to the sudden drop in temperature, and on the other, to the incessant rain. The once lush flora and towering trees had suffered greatly, with even the stout sycamores having succumbed, strewn across the ground in disarray. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Erdwa found himself standing at the school gate. Peering inside, he spotted a handful of students, unable to return home due to the distance, engaging in playful antics. Watching these innocent souls ignited a fervent impulse within him to approach and inform them of the impending doom. Yet, upon reflection, he sensed the impropriety of such an act. If he were to blurt out the notion of an apocalypse, they would likely dismiss him as a madman, mocking him mercilessly. Yet, to stand idly by as they faced their demise felt utterly intolerable. After a fierce internal struggle, Chen Erdwa resolved to act. He strode towards the school gate and called out to the students, "Dear classmates, should you feel bored or encounter any difficulties, you may come to Unit 1111, Building A. Happiness in Winter Community. My home is filled with delectable food and delightful toys, and I wish to share this with you." Having uttered these words, he cast a lingering glance at the students before turning away, leaving behind a mixture of astonishment and confusion. As he departed, he smiled at the heartfelt thanks echoing behind him. With a lightened heart, he continued on, swiftly arriving at the park. Despite the chilly atmosphere, couples strolled hand in hand, while elderly individuals engaged in leisurely Tai Chi or conversed merrily in groups. Children played nearby, their laughter ringing through the air. Yet, this warm and harmonious scene weighed heavily on his heart, prompting a torrent of thoughts. If the end truly arrived and all was obliterated, leaving him alone to endure, what meaning would such a life hold? As this thought settled in, it felt as though an immense weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. However, after a moment, he inhaled deeply, resolving silently that if the end were indeed nigh, he would strive to shelter as many kind-hearted, genuine, and virtuous souls as possible, refusing to witness humanity's demise. After a brief sojourn in the park, he began his journey home. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark mass on the ground ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of ants diligently transporting food, hurrying away. Concurrently, the surrounding cats and dogs exhibited unusual behavior, barking frantically as if struck by terror. The swallows in the sky also altered their usual high-flying course, swooping low in a frantic dance. Observing these strange occurrences, his heart raced, and his suspicions about the approaching end intensified. In that moment, he resolved to remain vigilant, closely monitoring the dear friends and family who had always shown him kindness, ready to lend a helping hand when the calamity struck. He instinctively glanced at his watch, realizing he had been outside for a full 4 hours. The hour hand pointed to 6 in the evening. Dusk was falling, and if he didn't hurry home for dinner, he would be famished. With that thought, he quickly determined his route home and hurriedly made his way. He walked briskly for 20 minutes before finally arriving home safely. No sooner had he stepped through the door than he began to check the essential supplies for survival in the impending apocalypse, particularly the most crucial items that demanded meticulous attention. Just as he was engrossed in his inventory, his phone rang abruptly. It was a call from Fan Tong. "Hey, brother. Have you seen the clouds over there in the distance? They've all turned black, and the temperature has dropped even further. It's freezing." Fan Tong's anxious voice crackled through the line. Upon hearing this, Chen Erdwa hastily set aside his belongings and rushed to the window, following Fan Tong's direction. The sight that met his eyes filled him with dread. The once pristine white clouds had morphed into ominous, heavy black masses, threatening to engulf the entire world. Moreover, the very air felt frozen, and even clad in a thick coat, he sensed a chilling draft creeping in from all sides. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted above, followed by a dazzling flash of lightning, akin to a ferocious dragon, cleaving the sky. In that instant, the world shifted. A tempest arose, rattling the windows violently. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, he understood. The end truly had come. Chapter 12. The Day of Reckoning. As the thunderous roar of the storm descended, the temperature around me seemed to plummet under the control of an invisible hand, dropping at an astonishing pace. Initially, the thick cotton coat I wore offered some respite against the biting cold. Yet it was not long before even this layer could not shield me from the penetrating chill that seeped into my very bones, as if the frigid air could effortlessly invade every seam of my clothing. When I attempted to warm myself by turning on the air conditioning, I discovered that the machine, which should have provided warmth, had become ineffective, expelling cold air that further lowered the indoor temperature. In the face of this relentless cold, I reluctantly retrieved my heavy winter gear, wrapping myself tightly in its embrace. It was only after donning this substantial attire that I felt a modicum of warmth return, a rare comfort amidst the frigid assault. Clad in the protective gear, I slowly made my way to the window, gazing out at the world beyond the glass. I observed the unfortunate souls on the street who had not prepared adequately for the cold, shivering uncontrollably as they huddled together, struggling to navigate the harsh winds. At that moment, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for my penchant for studying various survival strategies, which had equipped me with knowledge and experience to face such extreme conditions. Fortune seemed to smile upon me, as I possessed a remarkable spatial ability that allowed me ample room to store essential supplies, including food. Without this gift, I could only imagine the challenges I would face in securing sustenance under such dire weather conditions. Time slipped away quietly, and for an entire week, the temperature continued its relentless decline, averaging a drop of 10 degrees each day. In just 7 days, the temperature plummeted to an unimaginable -80 degrees. During this excruciatingly cold week, many residents suffered varying degrees of frostbite. Between noon and 3 in the afternoon, when the sun offered a brief reprieve, pharmacies became inundated with desperate individuals seeking ointments for their frostbite, resulting in chaotic scenes of overcrowding. The sheer number of people often rendered the entrances impassable, leading to several harrowing stampedes. In response to this dire situation, the government mobilized a substantial force to maintain order at the pharmacies. However, in moments of life and death, the primal instinct for survival overshadowed any regard for the officials' attempts to guide and manage the crowd. The government officials found themselves in a state of frenzy, akin to ants on a hot stove, acutely aware of the urgent need to devise effective strategies to ensure the safety and well-being of the populace. Consequently, all relevant personnel were summoned to gather and deliberate on how to address the pressing issues at hand. Seated together, the atmosphere was grave, with furrowed brows and somber expressions. Each person contributed their thoughts and suggestions, yet no cohesive plan emerged. After a vigorous exchange of ideas, someone proposed utilizing various channels, broadcasts, television, and social media to disseminate knowledge about cold weather precautions and to encourage the public to follow instructions and queue orderly for medication to prevent possible ailments. However, instilling compliance among the populace was no simple task. In such extreme conditions, emotions ran high, and panic could lead to irrational behavior. Thus, the government resolved to dispatch additional personnel to the pharmacies to uphold order, erecting clear signage and barriers to ensure a smooth flow of shoppers. Simultaneously, volunteers would penetrate the communities, diligently educating residents on the importance of orderly queuing for medication and related precautions, striving to garner understanding and support from the public. As seconds turned into minutes, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. At last, the previously silent and serious leader, Zhao De, raised his hand, signaling for quiet among the gathered crowd. His piercing gaze swept over the faces before him, and in a deep, resonant voice, he inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any effective solutions for our current predicament?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into a cacophony of voices. People whispered among themselves, and soon a chorus of opinions filled the air. Some advocated for stringent enforcement measures to swiftly regain control, while others suggested raising the prices of medication to limit access for those unable to afford it, thereby indirectly reducing demand. More audaciously, some even proposed restricting the precious medicines solely to the privileged few. The meeting room quickly transformed into a chaotic marketplace of ideas. Yet none of these proposals resonated with the leader. He recognized that any approach that disappointed the public could incite rebellion. An hour swiftly passed, yet still, no viable suggestions emerged. At this juncture, the Minister of Civil Affairs, Li Er, stood out from the crowd, raising his hand. The leader, noticing him, gestured for him to speak. Li Er composed himself, stood up, and eloquently articulated, "To encourage the populace to heed our call and queue patiently, we must first officially declare that this cold spell shall soon pass, and that the state is diligently working to aid everyone. However, for those who disregard our directives, we must hold them accountable once the cold subsides, ensuring they adhere to proper protocols when purchasing medication." The leader listened intently, nodding in agreement, silently admiring the minister's astute suggestion that would likely win the public's compliance. Ultimately, after much thoughtful deliberation, the leadership swiftly enacted the plan. Within 10 minutes, broadcasts across various regions conveyed the message that the cold would soon relent, and news spread through the streets, reassuring everyone that the government was fully mobilized to assist, urging orderly queues for medication. Upon hearing this news, the populace felt a wave of relief wash over them, and they began to line up diligently. Even those who had previously hoarded supplies ceased their frantic stockpiling. Yet, whether the cold would dissipate as hope remained uncertain, while the citizens chose to believe. Chun Erdwa harbored doubts, acutely aware that this might merely be a fleeting illusion. Seizing the opportunity presented by the current week, he actively reached out to his brother Fan Tong and family, inviting them to take refuge in a safe house, while diligently gathering supplies from the streets, where forgotten items lay neglected. Through Chun Erdwa's relentless efforts, everyone eventually returned to the safe house, much like weary birds returning to their nests. Chapter 13. A week after the apocalypse. After enduring a week of frenzied procurement akin to a tempest, every household had managed, to varying degrees, to stockpile a modicum of food and medicine. Consequently, the community members, like obedient sheep, heeded the call of the neighborhood committee, settling into the comfort of their homes to patiently await the passage of the fierce, devilish cold wave before venturing outside again. During this initial week, Chun Erdwa, akin to a resilient seed, took root and flourished amidst the biting chill, leveraging his remarkable adaptability. Not only did he meticulously gather vital supplies scattered across the ground, treating them as treasured possessions to be safely relocated to the secure shelter, but he also selected the deepest and most fortified room for himself and his family, resembling an impregnable fortress for their abode. Should any unfamiliar entity approach, the alarm system would blare forth, akin to a startled bird, providing immediate warning. Furthermore, an escape elevator descending directly to the ground floor served as a green passageway to hope, effectively eliminating the potential for unforeseen treachery from within. Gazing upon the desolate area before him, Chun Erdwa could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Alas, the populace was exceedingly sparse, as rare as an oasis in a desert, with flora and fauna scarcely present. It seemed imperative to devise a means to acquire more people and soil, as well as various plants, trees, and seeds. With this thought in mind, Chun Erdwa summoned the Fan brothers and their respective parents, akin to a general rallying his troops, to explore the vast secure shelter and embark on meticulous planning for each area. They deliberated earnestly, as if crafting a grand blueprint, designating spots suitable for habitation, reminiscent of a cozy harbor, identifying locations apt for planting trees and installing streetlights, akin to dazzling pearls adorning the landscape, and determining plots for cultivating rice and vegetables, as fertile ground nurturing the seeds of hope. Thus, after expending a full 2 days, they concluded the delineation of all areas, akin to the successful completion of a formidable battle. Once Chun Erdwa had established an orderly plan, he inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the tidal wave of anticipation and anxiety swelling within him. He then returned to the ground floor with resolute steps, carefully donning the heavy winter attire akin to armor, and stepped into the bustling, traffic-laden streets. The frigid wind roared past like a raging lion, mercilessly slicing across his cheeks like a chilling blade. Yet, his heart was warmed by visions of the future, akin to being illuminated by the gentle rays of spring sun. As he walked, he pondered where he might procure the urgently needed saplings and seeds. Just as his brow furrowed in concentration, his peripheral vision caught sight of a quaint seed shop by the roadside, standing out like an oasis in the desert. A surge of joy filled Chun Erdwa's heart, and without hesitation, he activated his unique teleportation skill, entering the store in a flash. However, to his surprise, the shop was utterly devoid of customers, truly a fortuitous turn of events. He secretly reveled in this stroke of luck, akin to a vibrant firework blooming within him, and swiftly unleashed his spatial abilities, sweeping all the seeds into his possession with astonishing speed. Observing the empty shelves, Chun Erdwa nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips as if admiring a recently completed masterpiece. Yet, fortune seemed to flow like ceaseless waves, for shortly after departing from the seed shop, he stumbled upon 3 more similar establishments in the vicinity. Adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned, Chun Erdwa wasted no time in repeating his earlier success, collecting all the seeds from these shops with unwavering resolve. In that moment, his spatial abilities surged forth like a torrential river, as countless seeds cascaded into his mysterious realm. Having successfully gathered the seeds, Chun Erdwa pressed onward toward the sapling base. Upon arriving, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The vast base was filled with various saplings, some leaning precariously like weary soldiers, while others flickered with life like candles in the wind. Yet many had fallen victim to the merciless cold, leaving only a mournful scene, reminiscent of a battlefield abandoned. Nevertheless, Chin Erdwa remained undeterred. He knew that only those saplings yet unscathed by frost bore the potential for planting, serving as beacons of hope in the darkness. Thus, like a keen-eyed hound, he meticulously scoured the grove. With each sapling he passed, he paused, resembling a sculptor, carefully inspecting whether its branches still bore vitality and whether its trunk stood firm. Time flowed like fine sand through an hourglass, but Chin Erdwa tirelessly navigated the saplings, as if searching for lost treasure. After hours of diligent searching, he triumphantly amassed 314 viable saplings within his space, each like a tiny green sprite awaiting his summons. At that moment, Chin Erdwa, akin to a precise clock, glanced at his watch, astonished to realize he had been out like a tireless bird in search of sustenance for an entire day. Remembering the myriad tasks awaiting him at home, like fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment, he hastily organized his belongings, cradling the fruits of his labor as he embarked on his journey homeward. Akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, along the way, he brimmed with joy, like a shrewd merchant calculating how best to plant these precious saplings and seeds, envisioning their exuberant bloom come spring. Meanwhile, the residents of the community remained comfortably nestled in their warm beds, akin to hungry chicks, waiting eagerly for the fierce cold wave to dissipate. Yet, these individuals seemed oblivious to the fact that such an uncharacteristic chill would not simply vanish like mist. By the time they finally recognized the peculiar situation, it was already too late. Nevertheless, a small faction among them exhibited caution and wisdom. Like leopards, they seized the opportunity, daring to venture outside during the brief midday respite in temperature to seek out useful provisions. Some opted for conventional purchasing routes, while others resorted to the risks of thievery to acquire resources. Of course, the majority acted sensibly, dutifully exchanging their money for the necessities like compliant sheep. Simultaneously, the local government was not idle. On one hand, they soothed the anxious residents like a gentle spring breeze, repeatedly emphasizing that there was no need for alarm. On the other, they tirelessly set about constructing secure shelters like diligent laborers. Yet, given the time constraints, erecting a substantial number of buildings was evidently unrealistic. Thus, after weighing their options, the government decided to repurpose certain bases with inherent defensive capabilities, transforming them into temporary shelters as if by magic. This included formidable nuclear bases and enigmatic flight facilities, among others. Any location with robust protective walls and a semblance of safety was commandeered to serve as a bastion against the onslaught of cold. At this moment, even the members of the neighborhood committee, like ravenous wolves, cast their greedy eyes upon potential gains, contemplating how to seize this opportunity to profit handsomely. Leveraging their positions of authority, they resemble vampires, voraciously acquiring various items at remarkably low prices. Subsequently, like cunning merchants, they resell these goods at exorbitant rates to those deeply fearful of the cold. Within the span of merely a week, this group from the neighborhood committee has amassed a fortune, each of them grinning like the Buddha Maitreya, unable to contain their delight. Chapter 15. Establishing the principles of survival after hanging up the phone, Chin Erdwa hurriedly briefed his family before rushing out the door. To ensure absolute safety, he gravely instructed his family that regardless of any sounds or disturbances from the outside, they must not open the door impulsively or make a single sound. Chin Erdwa moved swiftly, and after more than half an hour, he finally arrived in the vicinity of Wang Ba and Apos' residence. He paused, took a deep breath, and then dialed Wang Ba and Apos' number again. As soon as the call connected, Wang Ba and Apos' urgent voice came through. "Boss, have you arrived?" Chin Erdwa replied, "Yes. I'm near your house, but I'm unsure of the exact direction to take." Following Wang Ba's detailed guidance, Chin Erdwa navigated through the area and eventually located Wang Ba and Apos' home after considerable effort. Upon stepping into Wang Ba and Apos' house, Chin Erdwa was taken aback by the scene before him. This hardly resembled a place where a normal family would reside. It could only be described as bare and desolate. The entire room was dilapidated, with drafts seeping in and walls peeling and crumbling, as if they might collapse at any moment. If one were to find a metaphor, it would be akin to the most rudimentary pigsty in a rural area, even less tidy than some of the better-kept pigsties. Observing such conditions, Chin Erdwa internally lamented that judging by Wang Ba's performance at school, no one would have imagined he lived in such impoverished circumstances. Chin Erdwa distributed thermal clothing to everyone and produced some food, which they devoured ravenously. After finishing, Wang Ba wiped his mouth and asked, "Boss, what shall we do next? We can end Amp, Oppos. T just remain holed up here." Chen Erdwa pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us rest for a while to regain our strength and wait for the classmates who haven't arrived yet. I know of a place that might still have supplies. We can explore it together. As long as we unite, we will surely survive in this apocalyptic world." The others nodded in agreement. Their eyes rekindled with the flame of hope. They then inquired of Wang Ba, "You mentioned that 3 other classmates would come. Where are they now? How much longer until they arrive?" Wang Ba, while hastily consuming his food, mumbled, "Based on the timing, the latest one should arrive in about 20 minutes. Thus, Chen Erdwa and the others patiently waited indoors. However, as 20 minutes quickly passed, the last classmate still had not appeared. Anxiety began to seep into the group as they speculated about the potential mishaps that might have delayed their companion. Time continued to tick away, and soon another 20 minutes had elapsed, yet the awaited individual remained absent. By this time, having eaten something, Wang Ba and a few others felt slightly revitalized and approached me. I looked at them, puzzled, and asked, "Why has the remaining person arrived yet?" They exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they were equally in the dark. Logically, those who had come from farther away had already arrived. Yet this individual was still nowhere to be seen. After hearing their responses, Chen Erdwa furrowed his brow and suggested, "Let us wait a little longer, another 10 minutes. If they still don't show up, we must set off. Otherwise, when night falls, the weather will turn even colder, making our journey more perilous." The group exchanged glances and silently nodded in agreement. Yet, fate seemed to relish in its cruel irony. After another long and merciless 10 minutes slipped by, the classmates still did not materialize. Understanding that further delay was untenable, we swiftly moved into action, gathering whatever items we could carry. Upon surveying the surroundings, the choices were sparse, comprising only a few dilapidated tables, chairs, and beds with some residual utility. Initially, Chen Erdwa had no intention of transporting these cumbersome items, as he wished to conceal his extraordinary abilities from the others. However, when Wang Ba emotionally recounted how that table had been specially purchased by his grandmother and had become his only cherished memento, my heart was stirred. Ultimately, I gritted my teeth and resolved to assist him in taking these belongings. Under the astonished gazes of my companions, I swiftly completed the packing with an extraordinary speed beyond ordinary imagination. The dilapidated tables and chairs were tightly bound together, as if prepared to embark on an unknown journey with us. Thus, we officially commenced our long trek back to Chen Erdwa's home. When I initially arrived alone, I had moved with the swiftness of the wind, but now, burdened with these 5 companions, the journey became arduous. The route, which should have taken about an hour, now took a full 2 hours before we finally reached our destination, Chen Erdwa's home. As we stepped through the door, my companions were instantly left agape by the sight before them. Chen Erdwa promptly rummaged through the wardrobe for a few sets of appropriately sized clothing and urged them, "Hurry and take a shower. Change out of those filthy clothes. Move quickly, and once you're done, come find me for a meeting." Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. At that moment, everyone in the safe house sat gathered around the large table before me, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Erdwa, eagerly awaiting his words. Clearing his throat twice, Chen Erdwa and Amp, Oppos, cough seemed to possess a certain magic, instantly silencing the previously bustling room. Once the attention of the crowd was fully captured, Chen Erdwa cleared his throat again and officially commenced his address. "Everyone," he began, "I have called you all here today to discuss an important matter. You are likely aware that we are situated within this safe house. Yet the responsibilities each of us must assume and the order we are to uphold may not yet be entirely clear. Allow me to elucidate these matters. Firstly, regarding our division of labor, Chen Erdwa emphasized the necessity of clearly defined tasks to ensure the safe house operates smoothly. Some individuals will be responsible for managing and distributing supplies, ensuring adequate provisions of food, water, and other essentials, while others must be vigilant of changes in the surrounding environment, ready to alert us at the first sign of trouble. Additionally, some will need to maintain and repair daily equipment, among other duties. In summary, each person has a unique and vital role. Secondly, let us address the issue of order. In these extraordinary times, maintaining good order is paramount. Everyone must adhere strictly to the rules, refraining from taking unauthorized actions or breaching discipline. For example, our schedules must be regular, without disrupting others' rest. The cleanliness of communal areas must be upheld collectively, and in the event of disagreements, We must resolve them through peaceful negotiation to avoid unnecessary conflicts. I hope you will take the information conveyed in this meeting seriously, each fulfilling your duties and upholding order, so that together we can safeguard this safe house. 20 minutes later, everyone was fully aware of their assigned missions and responsibilities. At that moment, Chen Erdwa stood up with a serious demeanor and solemnly announced the 6 crucial rules of the safe house. The first rule: no one, except those explicitly authorized by me, is allowed to approach the main house located at the core of our safe house. This rule serves as an inviolable boundary, clearly delineating the limits to ensure the absolute safety and confidentiality of the main house. Anyone who dares to contravene this regulation shall face severe repercussions. Chapter 14. Continuing to conceal oneself and silently gathering subordinates as Chen Erdwa, along with the official authorities, the community committee, and the residents, marched courageously towards their respective goals. The weather remained shrouded in gloom, casting a shadow of concern. The temperature continued to plummet, akin to a descent into a frigid abyss. Although the rate of decline had somewhat eased compared to the initial days, nevertheless, as the cold persisted, the path to search for supplies grew increasingly treacherous, resembling the arduous climb over towering mountains. Resources had become as rare as phoenix feathers, and after enduring over a week of exhaustive scavenging, the usable supplies within a 10-mile radius had been completely depleted. To secure additional essentials for survival, individuals had no choice but to embark on a lengthy journey to more distant areas. However, the harsh climatic conditions ravaged the land like a malevolent force, devouring those who ventured too far before they could reach their destinations. Moreover, all means of transportation lay in ruin due to the biting cold, rendered useless like defeated soldiers, leaving people to rely solely on their own weary legs to traverse the landscape at a snail and Ampos pace. Fortunately, the military still maintained a modest reserve of supplies, akin to an oasis in a desert, sufficient to sustain them for a while longer. The community committee members were also faring well. Having accumulated a considerable stockpile of food from the fruitful first week, their resources as ample as a granary. For Chen Erdwa, there was little to worry about, after all. His mysterious space resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove, stocked with enough provisions to last him several lifetimes. Throughout the past week, Chen Erdwa had, much like a miser, refrained from utilizing the resources stored within his sanctuary, opting instead to prioritize the supplies available in the external world to sustain his livelihood. Thus, he found himself devoid of any concerns regarding food. Yet, whenever he paused to rest, he was struck by the stark realization that the people around him were as sparse as stars at dawn, with even the slightest amusement proving elusive. Simultaneously, he remained acutely aware, as if a mirror reflected his thoughts, that he must not allow strangers to wander into this space. The potential consequences of inadvertently admitting a ruthless individual were simply unfathomable. Lost in contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He still had Wang Ba and a few subordinates at his disposal. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved his phone and swiftly contacted Wang Ba. As soon as the call connected, a feeble, listless voice emerged from the receiver, as if all vitality had been drained from its owner. "Boss, help me." This unexpected plea plunged Chen Erdwa into confusion. Pondering to himself, it has only been a week. Ordinarily, someone like Wang Ba, a street thug, shouldn't be in such dire straits. Just as he wrestled with this perplexity, Wang Ba and Ampos' voice broke through again. "Boss, is that you? Are you still there?" Hearing this, a dark line crossed Chen Erdwa and Ampos' face. As he mused, why does this sound like a curse directed at me? However, after a moment and Ampos' reflection, he dismissed the thought, given Wang Ba and Ampos' simple-minded nature. It was indeed unlikely for him to articulate anything particularly profound or insightful. Having settled these thoughts, Chen Erdwa finally spoke. "Wang Ba, what on earth is going on? Why does your tone sound as though you haven't eaten in days?" Upon hearing Chen Erdwa's words, Wang Ba's previously resolute countenance collapsed instantly, his eyes reddening as he spoke with a tremulous voice. "Boss, you truly have no idea of my plight. I have always been particularly sensitive to the cold. Who could have predicted that this wretched weather would shift so drastically, plunging us into such bitter temperatures? Since childhood, I have been without my parents, relying solely on my grandmother for companionship. We have always lived together. Yet, on the day the temperature dropped, my grandmother went out to scavenge, and she has yet to return. At this point, I have no choice but to hide alone at home, surviving on a meager supply of food. I and Amp, Oppos, VE tried calling you numerous times, but each time, no one answered. I was utterly terrified, truly thinking you had forgotten me. In desperation, I considered finding my way to your address, but the cold was so unbearable that I could not muster the courage to step outside. I thought to myself, if I cannot reach you today, then tomorrow, even if I freeze to death on the way, I must venture out. It would be better than starving to death at home. Upon hearing Wang Ba and Oppos' heartfelt lament, Chun Erdwa fell silent, lost in deep contemplation. In truth, he had heard whispers during their school days that Wang Ba had turned to a life of petty crime out of sheer necessity, a last resort. Reflecting on this now, it indeed seemed plausible. With this realization, Chun Erdwa hastily inquired, what about the other 5? What is their situation? After Wang Ba recounted the conditions of the remaining 5, Chun Erdwa decisively urged him, quickly contact those 5. Have them gather at your home. I am bringing a secret artifact you have never seen before, and I will treat you all to a feast, so you shall no longer suffer from hunger. Wang Ba and Oppos' voice immediately brightened with hope. Really, boss? You are truly a savior. Chun Erdwa ended the call, donned his thick winter attire, and set off with a backpack laden with provisions. The icy wind sliced across his face like a knife, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, at Wang Ba's home, several individuals huddled in a corner, trembling with cold. Upon hearing that Chun Erdwa would arrive with warm clothing and food, their eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude. Chapter 16. 2 weeks after the apocalypse, in the event that trustworthy individuals or those possessing expertise in specific fields are present among us, we encourage their recommendation to our safe haven. Rest assured, all referred individuals will undergo a rigorous interview process conducted by me personally. Only those who pass this interview will officially join our family, contributing to the development of our sanctuary. Every member within the safe house bears the significant responsibility of maintaining its stability and prosperity, whether cultivating vegetables and fruits or planting trees and flowers. These seemingly simple tasks are crucial to ensuring our sustenance. Let us unite our efforts, fully harness our abilities, and infuse this small domain with vitality and vigor. Unity in purpose amplifies our strength. We must stand shoulder to shoulder, collectively forging our warm abode, the safe house. From design to construction, each step requires the enthusiastic participation and diligent contributions of all. I believe that through our concerted efforts, we can establish a robust and comfortable refuge. To ensure fair and equitable distribution of resources and to motivate everyone, we have implemented a comprehensive points system. Specifically, those who excel in their daily tasks or successfully recommend outstanding individuals to the community will earn additional points. Daily food supplies will be exchanged based on the points each member accumulates. This system not only guarantees the rational use of resources but also ignites everyone in Oppos' enthusiasm. In these trying times, solidarity is of utmost importance. Hence, any form of internal conflict is strictly prohibited. Should anyone violate this rule, they will face severe consequences. I hope we can foster mutual understanding and tolerance, collectively creating a harmonious and peaceful living environment. The 6 regulations outlined above must be strictly adhered to by all members. Upon their announcement, every individual present raised their hands in unanimous agreement. With the establishment of these rules, the affairs within the safe house gradually fell into order and began to function smoothly. However, the external temperature continued to plummet, now reaching a chilling -100 degrees Celsius. Even the once formidable air conditioning system became ineffective against such extreme cold, forcing nearly everyone to huddle in their warm blankets day and night to fend off the biting chill. Simultaneously, the issue of food became increasingly pressing, evolving into an imminent crisis. Due to the erroneous advice regarding resource reserves from the neighborhood committee in the initial week, many families now found themselves in dire straits, facing food shortages. Confronted with such a severe situation, an increasing number of individuals began to contemplate venturing out in search of sustenance. Time passed swiftly, and 2 weeks had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this period, driven by unbearable hunger, a considerable number of people gathered the courage to step outside, attempting to find something to quell their hunger. Yet, contrary to their hopes, the surrounding areas had been stripped bare of food. Additionally, these individuals, accustomed to huddling in warmth, lacked the necessary physical stamina. Now faced with the arduous task of foraging for food, the challenges proved unimaginable. Consequently, among every 10 individuals who ventured out, 7 perished either from the frigid cold or from exhaustion along the way. In this life and death moment, someone suddenly recalled the neighborhood committee members. It turned out that during the first week, this group had covertly hoarded a significant amount of food. Thus, when one individual took the lead, more and more people began to plead with the committee members in the group, hoping to obtain even a morsel of food, willingly paying exorbitant prices. Regrettably, for the so-called leaders of the committee at this moment, the meager food supplies they had left had become a lifeline, no matter how humbly the residents implored. These callous individuals remained deaf and blind to their pleas. Days turned into weeks, and an increasing number of lives were lost, either succumbing to hunger and cold or dying from exhaustion. Meanwhile, voices of dissent grew louder, with more individuals expressing deep skepticism towards the government, even losing faith in its ability to rescue the unfortunate souls at the bottom of society. Indeed, it is not entirely unjustified for them to harbor such thoughts. After all, they had not witnessed any concrete actions taken by the government. Coupled with their previous dealings with the committee members, their trust in the government had significantly waned. However, can we hastily conclude that the government is inactive? Can we legitimately blame the government for neglecting them? The answer is a resounding no. In reality, the government has been tirelessly striving to save as many lives as possible. Unfortunately, due to the inclement weather, numerous roads had been rendered impassable, and communication infrastructure had suffered severe damage, resulting in significant delays in information dissemination. In such arduous circumstances, many gradually lost patience and began to harbor doubts, fostering a sense of distrust towards the government. Nevertheless, the government continued its relentless efforts, overcoming numerous obstacles, all in pursuit of swiftly restoring order and ensuring that everyone received proper care and accommodation, while everyone else racked their brains contemplating how to procure sufficient food for survival. Chen Erdwa and his companions focused their attention on another critical issue, their safe house. Currently, the defenses of this sanctuary were alarmingly fragile. If discovered by adversaries who might gather forces to attack, could it withstand such an onslaught? This thought filled Chen Erdwa and his companions with anxiety. After careful contemplation, Chen Erdwa understood that to ensure the fortitude of the safe house, a dual approach was necessary. On one hand, a comprehensive reinforcement of the safe house itself. On the other hand, a substantial enhancement of their armed forces. Only with such preparations could they possess sufficient strength to repel external threats when crisis struck. With a determined plan in mind, Chen Erdwa promptly gathered everyone together for an urgent meeting. Once all were assembled, he addressed them directly. Dear brothers and sisters, our safe house is currently facing immense threats and urgently requires an upgrade in defenses. I would like to inquire if any of you have trustworthy friends who could assist us. Upon finishing, he cast an eager glance over each person present, hoping to glean valuable insights or suggestions. Chapter 17. Perfecting the safe house. Upon hearing Chen Erdwa's inquiry, every individual present seemed to be cast under a spell of silence, instantly falling into profound contemplation. As moments ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, the previously silent Wang Ba abruptly stood up, with unwavering determination in his gaze. He turned towards Chen Erdwa and spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Boss, to be frank, I have 5 trustworthy comrades. If you trust me, I can summon them right away. However, given the prolonged low temperatures, I cannot guarantee their well-being. Listening to Wang Ba's words, Chen Erdwa furrowed his brows slightly and pondered for a moment before asking, what confidence do you have regarding your friends and Appo's ability to come to our aid? Wang Ba paused briefly, seemingly weighing his thoughts. Before responding, I would say at least a 90% certainty. After all, we have faced life and death together, enduring countless trials as brothers. Chen Erdwa nodded, expressing his unwavering belief in Wang Ba's assertion, and decisively commanded, in that case, contact them immediately and have them join us as swiftly as possible. With the green light, Wang Ba promptly set about his task. At that moment, the other 4 subordinates of Wang Ba, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly approached Chen Erdwa, each introducing their own reliable acquaintances. After some discussion and tallying, alongside Wang Ba's initial 5, they counted a total of 10 trustworthy allies. As the number swelled, so too did the collective confidence. Just as excitement filled the air, Fan Tong, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself. He exchanged a glance with his companion, then stepped forward to declare, Boss, we too have numerous steadfast brothers. Just recently, we reached out and, lo and behold, we have even more than Wang Ba and Appo's S group, 15 in total. They are all intimate partners, having grown up together, fully aware of each other and Appo's S backgrounds. In that instant, they succeeded in doubling the number of individuals in the safe house. This was indeed a delightful outcome. Ultimately, even the parents of both groups got involved, recommending several candidates. However, those suggested differed markedly from the young and vigorous individuals proposed by Wang Ba and Fan Tong. Most were middle-aged, around their 30s and 40s. Yet, do not underestimate them. Each was a skilled professional in their respective fields. For instance, there were talented chefs who could prepare delectable meals, as well as experienced electricians capable of ensuring the proper functioning of utilities. In total, there were 7 such individuals. Once they arrived, the kitchen would be fully managed without requiring our intervention, alleviating any concerns regarding utilities. There would even be someone to meticulously inspect the construction of the house for any hidden dangers. Thus, after an hour of relentless communication and coordination among all present, it was confirmed that 40 individuals could join. This number included a few friends I had personally contacted. With the personnel now assembled, it was time to contemplate how to renovate the safe house. As time progressed, more would inevitably join, necessitating the establishment of multiple independent and non-interfering zones to mitigate potential risks. Hence, Chun Erdwa, alongside several others, reconvened to fervently discuss the renovation plans for the safe house. After an extensive period of vigorous discussion and meticulous deliberation, a comprehensive renovation plan was finally settled upon. The safe house would be meticulously divided into 5 distinct areas based on their importance. First and foremost was the first zone, which housed the core members, those currently gathered around the conference table. This area centered around Chen Erdwa and his family, with him positioned at the center to maintain oversight. To his left and right were Fan Tong and Fan Jian, serving as his loyal guardians. Further out were Wang Ba and his subordinates, forming a robust defensive line. This arrangement ensured that should any situation arise within the safe house, Chen Erdwa could respond with utmost speed and efficacy. Next was the second zone, designated for the diligent researchers. Although they did not engage in direct combat, their research was crucial for maintaining the safe house and Oppo's operation and addressing various potential threats. Thus, providing them with a relatively quiet and comfortable living environment would help stimulate their creativity and work efficiency. Proceeding to the third zone. This area was allocated for individuals who had made significant contributions to the safe house. After all, aligning personal interests with collective benefits is paramount in minimizing the likelihood of betrayal. Consequently, anyone who excelled in enhancing the construction, defense, or other aspects of the safe house would earn the right to reside here. The fourth zone was designated as the exclusive territory for the leadership. As the safe house expanded, various departments with distinct functions would inevitably emerge. At that time, personnel at all management levels could reside in this area, facilitating the coordination of affairs and ensuring the entire system operated efficiently and orderly. Lastly, the fifth zone was set as temporary accommodations for newly inducted members. New arrivals would require time to acclimate to life within the safe house and demonstrate their value and loyalty through tangible actions. Once deemed appropriate, they might have the opportunity to ascend to higher-tier living areas. Thus, after over 2 hours of intense and spirited exchanges, the comprehensive renovation plan for the safe house was fully established. Subsequently, everyone would unite their efforts to embark on this monumental project, collaboratively crafting an impregnable fortress, awaiting the arrival of the professionals to commence work. Before long, the distant sound of vehicles could be heard as cars laden with personnel approached the safe house. The professionals had arrived, bringing with them an array of tools and equipment. The crowd erupted in cheers, warmly welcoming them. Chapter 18. Establishing departments and strengthening the security division. During the 2 hours of fervent discussion, individuals began to arrive at the venue in a steady stream. Thanks to meticulous prior arrangements, the parents were stationed outside to welcome the guests, guiding each arrival promptly into the building. Before long, the originally scheduled 40 participants were all present. Following this, Chen Erdwa showcased his exceptional organizational skills and leadership abilities. He swiftly categorized the attendees according to their respective ranks, thoughtfully assigning suitable accommodations for each area. Once everyone was settled, Chen Erdwa promptly issued orders for the construction workers, who were already prepared, to commence work according to the previously established detailed plans. Simultaneously, he methodically allocated the remaining personnel into various departments. After ensuring all matters were in order, a tally revealed that the security division now boasted a robust team of 25 members, a number that barely met the current demands. In contrast, other departments faced a slight shortage, particularly in positions requiring specialized skills, where they had to make do with the existing manpower. Once all preliminary preparations were completed and everyone was aware of their respective responsibilities, the entire team plunged into a hectic yet orderly workflow. Wang Ba and his subordinates undertook the vital task of supervising the daily operations of each department, while the Fan brothers led the security team directly to Chen Erdwa. Understanding the paramount importance of safeguarding everyone's personal safety under the current circumstances, Chen Erdwa wasted no time in presenting a batch of weapons and equipment for everyone's use. Although these arms were not particularly refined, consisting merely of basic bows, sturdy wooden staffs, and sharp blades, they were adequate to confront potential challenges. Subsequently, Chen Erdwa meticulously instructed everyone on the proper usage of these weapons. His explanations were clear and accessible, complemented by personal demonstrations that illuminated the intricacies of each movement. Moreover, he generously imparted his martial arts expertise to the group. Prior to the cataclysm, Chen Erdwa was an avid martial arts enthusiast who had diligently sought the tutelage of several masters, honing his skills extensively. Now, these accumulated abilities proved invaluable. As the group gradually familiarized themselves with these techniques, Chen Erdwa felt a sense of reassurance. He knew that as long as they were not confronted by official forces, they would be capable of handling other adversaries. Upon completing the training, Chen Erdwa appointed the Fan brothers to oversee the daily practice sessions. The brothers eagerly embraced this responsibility, joining others in their rigorous and orderly training. Notably, from the outset, Chen Erdwa had clearly indicated his intention to select 10 outstanding individuals from their ranks to serve as captains. These captains would have the opportunity to reside in the better-equipped 4th area and enjoy a more abundant supply of resources. Upon hearing this enticing incentive, the atmosphere was electrified. With each participant invigorated and fervently practicing their martial skills, unwilling to be outdone, the scene could only be described as vibrant and spirited. Meanwhile, under Wang Ba and Appo's direct supervision, a group of architects tirelessly undertook the renovation of the security shelter. They leveraged their professional expertise to design and execute construction with ingenuity, striving to fortify the shelter against any threat. Experts from various fields were equally industrious, showcasing their talents and contributing their wisdom and strength. For everyone involved, it was clear that only through collective effort could they hope to secure a greater share of resources in the future. After 5 days of relentless toil, the safety of the shelter was markedly enhanced, achieving a new level of security. Within the shelter, a lively scene unfolded. Verdant greenery enveloped the building like a lush ribbon. Fresh vegetables stood in neat rows, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. Golden rice swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a golden carpet laid upon the earth. Simultaneously, the personnel of the security division remained tireless in their efforts. They practiced daily, mastering the techniques of various weapons to an exceptional degree, now capable of wielding them with precision and confidence. Their martial arts skills had been fully integrated and were executed with ease. However, while those inside the shelter busied themselves, the world outside remained shrouded in despair. Each day, individuals grappled with the dire struggle for scarce food, often returning empty-handed. Time passed swiftly, and 3 weeks had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. During this period, the death toll from hunger and cold worldwide had soared to a staggering 30%. Even within Chen Erdwa and Appo's modest community, the population had halved, with many succumbing while searching for supplies, some falling victim to starvation and exposure, others to unfortunate accidents or assaults. As days turned into weeks, the outcry against the community committee grew increasingly vociferous, like surging waves crashing upon the shore. Finally, when someone suggested raiding the committee for supplies, the previously despondent crowd erupted with fervor. Their eyes gleamed with a mix of desire and greed, as if glimpsing a flicker of hope for survival. Thus, they eagerly prepared to confront the committee's representatives. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Erdwa furrowed his brow. He understood that any act of looting would lead to a complete breakdown of order. Accompanied by the Fan brothers and a few trusted allies, he swiftly made his way to the committee's quarters. Facing the enraged crowd, he shouted, "Stop! This will only destroy our last hope." A voice from the throng retorted, "We are starving. They must be hoarding food." Chen Erdwa responded, "The committee has been diligently searching for supplies. Now that we have made progress in the shelter, internal conflict will lead to our demise." At that moment, an elderly member of the committee trembled as he stepped forward. "We truly have little left. We have always distributed resources fairly, but some have hoarded secretly, leading to shortages." A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Chen Erdwa then proposed, "Let us form a search party to identify those hoarding supplies and redistribute them fairly. What say you?" After a brief silence, nods of agreement spread through the assembly. Ultimately, the search uncovered several hoarders, allowing for a fair redistribution of supplies. temporarily alleviating the crisis and deepening the understanding of unity among the shelter's inhabitants. Chapter 19. 3 weeks after the apocalypse, what prompted Chin Erdwa to rush out and assist the community committee members? This question perplexed many, including his companions within the safe house. In truth, everyone had misconstrued Chin Erdwa and Apos' motivations. What compelled him to resolutely support the community committee? It was revealed that if these individuals succeeded in overthrowing the committee and pillaged its premises, only to discover it nearly bare or containing scant supplies, they would inevitably begin to scour for additional resources. At that point, they would resemble a pack of ravenous wolves, descending upon any perceived bounty. Consequently, without the community committee serving as a protective barrier, Chin Erdwa and his safe house would instantly become prime targets. Therefore, as long as the community committee remained in existence and functional, it was unlikely that others would perceive the substantial resources hidden away by Chin Erdwa. Even if, in the unfortunate event that they were discovered later, Chin Erdwa harbored no fear. After all, the security measures of their safe house had been thoroughly strengthened and perfected. Why would they fear this ragtag mob attempting to plunder? Once Chin Erdwa elucidated the reasoning behind his actions, every individual present erupted in cheers and applause, celebrating the foresight and sagacity of such a leader. Reflecting on the initial days, it was evident that nearly everyone had mistakenly believed that Chin Erdwa was colluding with the community committee, yet this notion was fundamentally erroneous. Now, each person finally set aside their burdens, experiencing a profound sense of relief, while the occupants of the safe house rejoiced. The community committee members outside were in a state of frantic disarray, akin to ants on a hot stove. They could not comprehend why the seemingly inconspicuous Chin Erdwa would choose to step forward and save them, although they had indeed escaped immediate peril. Their hearts brimmed with apprehension and unease regarding the future. The thought of Chin Erdwa and Apos' potential subsequent actions weighed heavily on their minds. Even if Chin Erdwa was magnanimous and did not demand any recompense or compensation, what would become of the residents who had participated in the looting? It was crucial to note that the food available in their homes could only sustain them for about a week. Should the government fail to provide timely assistance during that period, hunger might compel them to venture out once more in search of sustenance. Who could guarantee that these desperate residents would not target the homes of the committee members? Perhaps one morning, they would awaken to find their doors forcibly breached. A tide of famished individuals surging in, ready to sweep away all provisions, potentially resorting to violence. Merely imagining such a horrifying scenario sent shivers down the spines of the committee members, as they truly grasped the meaning of days feeling like years, with each passing moment rife with torment. Meanwhile, the ordinary residents outside, having successfully pilfered a portion of food from those who hoarded supplies, found themselves with at least some sustenance. If they were frugal and judicious, they could likely sustain themselves for a week. Thus, most chose to retreat to their cozy abodes, silently praying for the government to arrive within that week and rescue them from this dreadful plight. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. The food reserves of those residents quickly dwindled, especially among those with hearty appetites, who were now painfully aware of their hunger, their bellies aching with emptiness. At this juncture, the urge to seize food resurfaced in their minds. When they cast their eyes back upon the community committee, they were astonished to find the doors wide open. As if it were a divine opportunity, they wasted no time pushing the door open and stepping inside, their hearts filled with hope of uncovering some edible provisions. However, to their dismay, despite scouring every nook and cranny, they could not find even a morsel of food. Ultimately, they returned home with faces marked by disappointment and despondency. In truth, it was not that food was entirely absent. Rather, the committee members had become astute following last week's unfortunate events. They were acutely aware of the greed and madness that plagued these hungry individuals, and to safeguard their hard-earned provisions, they had stealthily concealed all their food in a secret location known only to them. Thus, upon hearing that the same group had come searching for food again, they had neglected even to lock the doors, as there was nothing left to steal. The unfortunate residents, weakened by prolonged deprivation, were increasingly beset by hunger, which gnawed at their willpower like a relentless demon. In this desperate situation, some individuals finally took a step into criminality. They began to engage in theft and robbery, driven solely by the need for sustenance. The moral and legal boundaries blurred under the pressure of survival, and the innate goodness and conscience within humanity faced unprecedented trials. Those engaged in theft turned their sights upon other ordinary households. In an instant, fear gripped the community, prompting everyone to secure their doors and windows. Chin Erdwa, observing this turmoil through the surveillance of the safe house, felt a pang of sympathy. Though he empathized with their plight, he was no saint. Chapter 20. A cruel scene. Who among us, having never experienced that suffocating despair, possesses the right to judge the actions of others? If you were to find yourself in dire straits, how might you choose? It is likely that you too would be compelled to traverse the path of violence and depravity. Therefore, let us refrain from exalted self-portrayal, for I, without a doubt, shall not engage in any actions that contravene the law. Days pass relentlessly, the temperature continues to plummet, showing no signs of warming. Concurrently, the scarcity of food has reached an unimaginable level. Worse still, some individuals, in their struggle for survival, have resorted to consuming foul substances due to a lack of nourishment and water. In their desperate quest for sustenance, they exhaust all means to find anything edible or quenching, clinging tightly to whatever may stave off hunger or thirst. On this fateful day, Chen Erdwa ventured outside with Fan Tong and Wang Ba to assess the situation. However, had they not stepped outside to witness it firsthand, they could scarcely fathom the dire reality. The moment they crossed the threshold, they were met with a scene so shocking that it nearly caused them to regurgitate their morning meal. The ground was strewn with viscera, yes. You heard correctly. These were indeed the organs of human beings, the blood and flesh long since vanished. In the distance, several locations could be seen where live broadcasts of meat consumption were taking place. Chen Erdwa fared somewhat better, having mentally prepared himself, yet for Fan Tong and Wang Ba, fortune was not on their side. Upon witnessing the horrifying and bloody tableau, their stomachs churned violently, compelling them to vomit on the spot. Initially, the commotion did not attract the attention of those nearby. However, when they glimpsed the repulsive contents expelled by Fan Tong and Wang Ba, their eyes lit up with a glimmer of greed. It was evident that these two still harbored food, for such a discharge was inconceivable without it. Soon, more and more individuals turned their gaze toward the unfolding scene, and Chen Erdwa keenly sensed the malice and avarice in their stares. Recognizing the peril, Chen Erdwa urgently called out to Wang Ba and Fan Tong, urging them to flee toward the safety of their refuge. Yet, at the very moment of their intended escape, a realization struck him. If they rushed directly to their sanctuary, they would inadvertently expose their hidden haven to their adversaries. Without hesitation, Chen Erdwa altered their course, leading them in the opposite direction. They sprinted through the streets, arriving at a corner. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain, Chen Erdwa skillfully guided Wang Ba and Fan Tong through a series of turns, deftly evading the relentless pursuers. After a harrowing hour of evasive maneuvers, the trio finally succeeded in shaking off their followers and safely returned to their refuge. As they crossed the threshold of the somewhat dilapidated yet supremely secure door, Wang Ba and Fan Tong collapsed onto the cold floor, immediately succumbing to a torrent of vomiting. It was as if all strength had been siphoned from their bodies, leaving them utterly exhausted and incapable of movement. The group within the sanctuary, previously engaged in light-hearted conversation, was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Upon observing the pitiful state of the trio, particularly the near exhaustion of Wang Ba and Fan Tong, they exchanged bewildered glances, akin to a group of monks unable to comprehend the situation. At last, one brave soul ventured to inquire, "What on earth has happened to you?" Before the question had fully left his lips, every eye turned toward the pale yet composed Chen Erdwa standing nearby. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chen Erdwa recounted the harrowing events he had witnessed outside, his voice trembling slightly. As he narrated his tale, expressions of disbelief gradually morphed into shock, and soon, as if struck by a powerful stimulus, many could no longer contain themselves and joined the fray of retching. In that moment, the sanctuary was enveloped in a nauseating stench. Yet no one paid it heed. Each heart was shaken by the horrors they had just learned, struggling to comprehend the depths of human depravity. Simultaneously, a profound sense of relief washed over them. Thanks to Chen Erdwa's courageous intervention, they had not only been rescued, but had also avoided the grim fate of succumbing to the same monstrous instincts as those outside. With this realization, gratitude and respect filled their gazes as they turned toward him. In the aftermath of this ordeal, their resolve to protect the sanctuary solidified. Each individual silently vowed to devote their utmost efforts to safeguard this precious refuge, ensuring it would remain untouched by any threat or destruction. Furthermore, the bonds among those within the sanctuary grew tighter than ever, with no one daring to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Chapter 22. A month after the apocalypse, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, with each day passing by, yet the number of survivors dwindled dramatically, akin to wheat stalks toppled by the wind. Today, the population of the vast Daxia kingdom has dwindled to less than 60%. Countless lives have perished in the grips of hunger and bitter cold. Many have succumbed to starvation, while others have been unable to withstand the relentless chill. However, those who remain are not ordinary individuals. They are either exceptional talents in various fields, possessing extraordinary wisdom and skills, or robust young men, brimming with vitality and courage. A few children have miraculously survived, but tragically, all the elderly have fallen victim to this merciless test of low temperatures. More than a month has elapsed since the cataclysm, and an increasing number of survivors have gradually adapted to this precarious existence. The trust once held in the government has dissipated, leaving individuals to struggle for survival by their own means. The mantra of the way of life must perish. Let not the companion perish has become the survival creed for many, leading to rampant acts of arson, robbery, and pillaging, all in the desperate pursuit of a morsel to stave off hunger. Gazing around, one is met with harrowing sights, severed limbs strewn carelessly across the ground. Once warm homes now reduced to ruins, looters brazenly traversing the streets, mercilessly seizing the belongings of others, and even brutal clashes erupting over scarce resources. The earth stained red with blood. In this chaotic world, the weak venture out under the cover of the bone-chilling night to seek sustenance. Yet the number of those succumbing to the cold rises sharply. Meanwhile, the young and vigorous band together for warmth, forming various gangs. These factions frequently engage in fierce conflicts, each vying for a greater share of precious resources to ensure their survival. Chin Erdwa and his companions reclined comfortably in their safe house, savoring fine wine with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the shadows of the apocalypse looming overhead. In fact, their demeanor resembled a carefree existence reminiscent of times long past, even more so than before. This was largely due to the absence of labor and the freedom from the scrutiny of others. Conversely, the inhabitants of the safe house found themselves entirely reliant on Chin Erdwa, treating him with the utmost deference, akin to servants attending to an emperor. Amidst the seemingly tranquil period, one day, Chin Erdwa received alarming news. A member of their safe house had fallen ill. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, everyone appeared flustered and at a loss. Despite their frantic inquiries, it was disheartening to find that not a single doctor could be located within the safe house. Even with a stockpile of medications, their efficacy was rendered moot by the absence of anyone knowledgeable in their proper use. Upon arriving at the scene, Chin Erdwa diligently gathered information, yet upon hearing the complete account, even his resourceful mind felt utterly helpless. The intricacies of medical care are highly specialized, not something just anyone can undertake with ease. Thus, amidst the anguished groans of the afflicted brother, all present shared the most exasperating moment since the apocalypse commenced, primarily due to their powerlessness to alleviate his suffering. The following morning, as dawn broke, an anxious individual rushed to report to Chin Erdwa that the brother's condition had deteriorated rapidly. Sitting in his chair, Chin Erdwa furrowed his brow, listening intently to the report, his mood shifting to one of palpable agitation. He pondered grimly. This time, it was merely an illness afflicting another. But who could assure him that the next misfortune would not strike his own family, or even himself? Was it truly the case that they could only watch helplessly as their loved ones languished? This contemplation ignited within Chin Erdwa a fierce determination. Such a fate must never befall him or his family. He vowed silently to find a way to recruit skilled doctors into their ranks. Without hesitation, Chin Erdwa rose and urgently summoned everyone together. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of the unfolding crisis. With a grave expression, Chin Erdwa inquired, "Is there anyone among you who knows a doctor or nurse, or perhaps can name any proficient physicians? Any lead, however slight, is worth pursuing, and I shall personally seek them out." As moments ticked by, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Each individual bowed their heads, racking their minds for potential candidates. After a tense span of about 10 minutes, someone finally rose from their seat. This person appeared hesitant, uncertain if the information they possessed would be of any value. Yet, encouraged by Chin Erdwa's gaze, they summoned the courage to speak. "Boss, I do know a doctor. He is the head of our county hospital, and his skills are quite remarkable. However, I am not particularly close to him. I merely have his phone number. Given that we are in the midst of an apocalypse and it has been over a month since we last communicated, who knows if he is even alive? Many have perished due to the cold and hunger during this time." Upon hearing this, Chin Erdwa hesitated momentarily. However, he realized he had no alternatives. Even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted pursuit. He swiftly requested the doctor's phone number and dialed immediately. The line rang with a monotonous, busy tone, each beep resonating like a hammer striking Chin Erdwa and Appo's heart, quickening his pulse. Would this call connect? Was the doctor safe? all remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 21. Continuing to strengthen self-protection measures immediately, Qin Erdwa instructed everyone to disperse and attend to their own matters. Today, all would take a day of rest. And tomorrow they would resume the enhancement of the safe house, cultivating fruits and vegetables to ensure collective safety through the impending cold wave. The following day, the group rose early to commence their tasks. Qin Erdwa took charge of planning the reinforcement areas for the safe house, while others moved materials and cleared land for planting. However, amidst their industrious efforts, the alarm of the safe house suddenly blared. It turned out that the individuals who had pursued them the previous day had somehow tracked them down to this location. Tension enveloped the group as Qin Erdwa swiftly organized their defense. Some armed themselves with makeshift weapons at the entrance, while others prepared scalding hot water to pour upon any intruders. Outside, the assailants relentlessly battered the door, leading to a stalemate. In a moment of inspiration, Qin Erdwa recalled the traps set around the safe house. He directed a portion of the group to quietly maneuver to the back and lure the assailants into the trap zone. With a series of anguished screams, many fell into a pit bristling with spikes. The remaining attackers, witnessing this, fled in terror. With the crisis averted, the group gained a renewed understanding of the safe house and Appos' security. From that moment on, they dedicated themselves even more fervently to constructing the safe house and cultivating crops, relying on trust and unity to survive in this cold and despairing apocalypse. After dealing with the troublesome assailants, the group hurried back to the safe house. Upon conducting a thorough count, a shocking revelation emerged. One individual was missing. In a state of urgency, they scattered to conduct a comprehensive search. Their diligence paid off, and they eventually located the missing person, but the scene that greeted them was nothing short of hellish. The individual lay lifeless, a gruesome sight, his abdomen cruelly slashed open, entrails exposed, and blood pooling around him. Even more horrifying, patches of flesh were missing, indicative of extreme brutality. The sight sent chills down the spine of every onlooker, instilling a deep-seated fear that they could be next. Yet, while the others were engulfed in terror, Qin Erdwa's thoughts remained focused. He contemplated the current predicament, realizing that if one person could escape, news of the food within the safe house would likely spread quickly, attracting more predators. Understanding the urgency, Qin Erdwa recognized the necessity of further fortifying the defenses of the safe house, especially ensuring that the entrance was more concealed to guarantee safety. Without hesitation, he called for everyone to promptly return to the safe house, where a crucial and tense meeting commenced regarding the confidentiality of their stronghold. The meeting and Appos' primary focus was twofold: how to ingeniously modify the entrance and how to enhance the combat capabilities of the members to face potential crises. Additionally, a vital question arose: how could they swiftly detect a decrease in numbers? Just as today, failing to notice a missing member could have dire consequences. If they ventured outside unaware that the safe house had been exposed, they could return to find it had fallen into enemy hands. For nearly 3 hours, the group engaged in a thorough discussion regarding these pressing issues. After intense debate and careful consideration, they devised a solution. First, they would temporarily seal off the existing entrance. Second, they would excavate multiple new entrances deep within the forest and in more secluded areas, ensuring at least 5 in total. This way, even if 1 or 2 entrances were discovered by enemies, the group would not be trapped without an escape route. As for the troubling issue of reduced personnel, they decided that reasonable grouping would suffice. Each time they ventured out, they would operate in small teams. Upon preparing to return, each team would promptly and accurately account for its members. This method would effectively prevent the awkward scenario of unrecognized personnel loss from recurring. Once the plan was finalized, the atmosphere turned bustling with activity. Everyone quickly set to work, each person focused on their assigned tasks. Among them were seasoned veterans and eager newcomers, all collaborating closely towards a common goal. Days turned into a week, and at long last, the fruits of their labor came to fruition. The 5 meticulously excavated entrances stood before them. Concurrently, the division of teams was successfully completed. The originally 40-member security team had, for various reasons, dwindled to 39. Nevertheless, through careful planning, they formed 4 teams of 10, each led by a captain and a vice captain, with 8 regular members. To facilitate management and identification, all team members were numbered from 1 to 8, while the teams were designated as A, B, C, and D. This structure ensured that should a team leader fall or be unable to continue, the vice captain would immediately step into their role. If the vice captain also faced misfortune, the next in line would be determined by the numerical order of the team members. This clear and orderly succession system would effectively prevent chaos in the absence of leadership, minimizing potential losses. It would also deter any ill-intentioned individuals from plotting against the management, ensuring the team maintained its efficiency and order. Everything fell into place, and the safe house operated in harmony. Members performed their duties, patrolling, standing guard, and organizing supplies, each focused on their responsibilities. The gentle glow of light illuminated every corner of the interior, dispelling the shadows of the past and instilling a sense of security. Even if someone contemplated an attack, they would surely weigh their chances against the formidable defenses now in place. The safe house had transformed into an impregnable fortress, fortified with layers of barbed wire shimmering coldly in the moonlight. Guard posts were strategically positioned at intervals, with armed sentinels vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any suspicious activity. The entrance was crafted from robust steel, resilient enough to withstand heavy weaponry assaults. Inside, a variety of ingenious traps awaited unwelcome guests, ready to ensnare any intruder. The former weakness and helplessness had vanished. Through the collective efforts and wisdom of the group, the safe house had firmly established itself in this chaotic world. Any force contemplating an incursion would likely retreat at the sight of such formidable defenses, abandoning any impractical notions. The members understood well that this newfound stability was hard-won, and they vowed to remain vigilant, safeguarding this sanctuary that belonged to them, navigating the tumultuous landscape while forging their own survival saga. Chapter 23. Gathering talents. The phone rang incessantly, yet no one answered. Chin Erdwa furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After a considerable wait, he decisively dialed a second number. At last, the call connected, and a sweet, melodious voice emerged from the receiver. "May I ask who is calling?" The voice, akin to a lark soaring from the valley, struck a chord in Chin Erdwa's heart. He promptly replied, "Hello. May I inquire if you are Director Wen Xiaoqin of the county hospital?" His tone conveyed a blend of eagerness and urgency. Dr. Wen Xiaoqin paused for a moment, seemingly recalling whether she recognized the caller. Eventually, she responded, "Yes, this is Wen Xiaoqin. What can I assist you with?" Without hesitation, Chin Erdwa expressed his pressing concerns and earnest needs, asking, "Director Wen, would it be possible for you to come over? I have a dear friend in a dire situation who urgently requires your professional assistance." After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Wen Xiaoqin replied, "I apologize, but I haven't eaten in quite some time and lack the strength to come over. I wonder if you happen to have any food? If so, could you kindly bring some to me? I need to replenish my energy in order to assist you." Without a moment's pause, Chin Erdwa agreed, "No problem. Please hold on. Director Wen, I will find some food and bring it to you right away." He quickly ended the call and commenced his search for sustenance, eager to fulfill Dr. Wen Xiaoqin and Appo's request so she could arrive promptly to aid his brother. With urgency in his voice, he inquired, "Could you please share your address? I will come to you immediately." Without hesitation, Dr. Wen Xiaoqin provided her detailed address. The two then, seemingly in perfect harmony, swiftly added each other on WeChat and exchanged precise location details. Upon receiving the coordinates, Chin Erdwa wasted no time and set off towards the address provided by Dr. Wen Xiaoqin. As time ticked away, after what felt like an interminable half-hour journey, Chin Erdwa finally reached the vicinity of Dr. Wen Xiaoqin and Appo's apartment complex. He hurriedly parked the car and immediately took out his phone to contact her again, confirming her exact building location. Upon hearing that Chin Erdwa had arrived, Dr. Wen Xiaoqin felt a surge of joy. She dashed to the window, eagerly scanning for his figure. Before long, she spotted Chin Erdwa glancing around at the base of the building. She waved enthusiastically, calling out for him to come to the entrance of her building. Once Chin Erdwa arrived, Dr. Wen Xiaoqin personally descended the stairs, smiling as she opened the door to invite him inside. Upon entering, Chin Erdwa wasted no time resting. He swiftly retrieved the food and water he had prepared from his bag and carefully offered them to Dr. Wen Xiaoqin. Clearly famished and fatigued, she graciously accepted the food and water, devouring them with the fervor of a hungry tiger. Observing her voracious appetite, Chin Erdwa felt a pang of sympathy, silently grateful for his timely arrival. As time passed unnoticed, approximately half an hour later, Dr. Wen Xiaoqin had nearly finished her meal. The tension that had gripped her began to ease, and her body received the rest it desperately needed. With hopeful anticipation, Chin Erdwa gazed at her and sincerely asked, "Are you now able to accompany me to my home? My brother is gravely ill and urgently requires treatment." Dr. Wen Xiaoqin furrowed her brow, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, she nodded gently, indicating her willingness to go. However, at that moment, Chen Erdwa suddenly realized the potential for unforeseen circumstances at home, necessitating a resident physician for emergencies. He inquired once more, "Might you be interested in joining my base? We offer provisions and accommodation. If you agree, we can depart immediately from my secure location. You must understand, our base comprises over 40 members, all gathered together in this challenging world to survive. Currently, we are in dire need of a skilled physician like yourself. Should you choose to come, I will gladly appoint you as the head of our medical department. Any other doctors who arrive will heed your command and become your capable subordinates. Furthermore, you will enjoy the second highest level of benefits within our base, second only to myself." Upon hearing such enticing terms and conditions, Dr. Wen Xiaoqin felt a stir of interest, yet a hint of skepticism emerged. After all, such generous offers seemed too good to be true. Could there be a hidden agenda? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "That sounds appealing. But where exactly is your base located?" Chapter 24. A treasure discovered. When Xiaoqin unexpectedly posed this question, she herself was taken aback. Pondering silently, how could I suddenly think of such a peculiar inquiry? However, at that moment, Chen Erdwa was solely focused on rescuing his brother from a predicament, completely oblivious to anything else, and without hesitation, he swiftly and clearly reiterated the address. When Xiaoqin listened intently, and a sudden flash of memory struck her, recently, there had been rampant discussions online about a mysterious safe house that had been besieged by dozens of strong, fully armed individuals. Surprisingly, they had not only failed to conquer this seemingly impenetrable fortress, but had also suffered severe losses in the fierce confrontation. Connecting the dots, when Xiaoqin couldn't help but gasp, and she promptly disclosed this information to Chen Erdwa, inquiring curiously, "Could this be the very safe house where you are hiding?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Erdwa nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is the safe house I occupy, and it is entirely mine." With Chen Erdwa's confirmation, when Xiaoqin couldn't help but reassess the security of the safe house. After all, the fact that it remained unscathed amidst such a ferocious onslaught was a testament to its extraordinary resilience. Thus, after considerable contemplation, when Xiaoqin ultimately decided to acquiesce to Chen Erdwa and Appo's request, she quickly set about methodically gathering items from the house that might prove useful. However, as she progressed, she began to feel overwhelmed. The sheer volume of items needing to be transported was daunting, and it became evident that moving them would not be an easy task for just the two of them. Gazing at the mountain of luggage before her, when Xiaoqin was engulfed in a profound sense of confusion. Noticing her distressed and awkward demeanor, Chen Erdwa quickly exclaimed, "Hey, come into the room for a moment. I want to show you a special skill." Despite her curiosity, when Xiaoqin complied and entered the room, once inside, Chen Erdwa swiftly manifested his mysterious spatial abilities. With a gentle wave of his hands, as if wielding magical powers, he effortlessly transported all of Wen Xiaoqin's belongings into an unknown space. Having accomplished this, a satisfied smile graced Chen Erdwa's lips as he called out, "All right, Wen Xiaoqin, you can come out now." Upon emerging, Wen Xiaoqin was left utterly speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. The room, once filled with neatly arranged items, was now conspicuously empty. She widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "My goodness, where have all those things gone?" Chen Erdwa, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, replied softly, "Don't fret. This is merely a special ability of mine. As for the specifics, I will tell you more about it later." He winked at Wen Xiaoqin. At this moment, they were preparing to embark on their journey home when Chen Erdwa suddenly recalled something important and inquired, "By the way, Wen Xiaoqin, do you have any friends who work as doctors? Or in related fields? As long as they are trustworthy, it's fine." After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Xiaoqin responded, "Yes, I do have a couple of close friends at the hospital." With that, she quickly reached for her phone to contact them. Fortunately, after inquiring, she discovered that both friends were safe and sound. However, as she pondered, another thought crossed her mind. She then added, "Oh dear, how could I forget? Besides those two friends from the hospital, I have several other good friends from the architecture and food blogging fields." With that, she picked up her phone once more and began introducing these friends to Chen Erdwa while reaching out to them. After a thorough discussion, she confirmed that she had 6 friends from different fields. Awaiting them was a journey filled with surprises and challenges. Listening to Wen Xiaoqin's recounting, Chen Erdwa felt a sense of elation, nearly bursting with joy. Without hesitation, he urged Wen Xiaoqin to contact all of them, asking if they were alive and where they lived. Next, they needed to hurry and bring them to the safe house. After a flurry of activity, half an hour had passed, and thankfully, when Xiaoqin had successfully contacted everyone, knowing their address as well. However, at this moment, when Xiaoqin adopted a distressed expression, timidly asking Chen Erdwa, "My friends mentioned they each have a few doctor friends. Could we bring them along too? There are also 2 construction workers whose boyfriends are in the military and are trapped at home. Can we take them as well?" Chen Erdwa pondered for a moment, resembling a clever old sage, then decisively declared, "Bring them all." He assured Wen Xiaoqin, "It's no problem to bring them. But only you can stay in the 2nd floor room. Everyone else will be initially placed on the 5th floor, and they must pass certain tests before advancing to better accommodations." Chapter 25. A casual theft. After quietly listening to Chen Erdwa and Appo's words, Wen Xiaoqin almost instinctively responded, "All right, certainly." However, beneath this seemingly resolute reply, a tide of unease began to well up within her. Although she firmly believed she would never betray Chen Erdwa, the thought of their friends, who had endured the tribulations of the apocalypse together, stirred a sense of trepidation in her heart. After all, who could guarantee that everyone's inherent goodness remained intact after such a catastrophe? And what of the new acquaintances they had made? Did they harbor the same benevolence? If any of them were to act inappropriately or overstep their bounds, would Chen Erdwa mistakenly attribute it all to her influence and subsequently cast her out of the group? As these questions flooded her mind, Wen Xiaoqin unwittingly fell into a deep reverie, becoming oblivious to her surroundings. Chen Erdwa quickly noticed her distraction and waved his hand gently in front of her face, trying to rouse her from her daze. When this elicited no response, he decisively gave her shoulder a firm pat. The sudden jolt brought Wen Xiaoqin back to reality, and she was startled by her own lapse in composure. In her flustered state, she scrambled to concoct an excuse to brush it off. Fortunately, Chen Erdwa seemed to let it go after a few cursory inquiries, and they soon resumed their preparations to embark on their mission to rescue others. As Chen Erdwa and Wen Xiaoqin walked side by side along the road to aid those in need, they suddenly noticed a gathering of people in the distance. Faintly, they could hear the sound of weeping emanating from that direction. Chen Erdwa and Appo's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to halt and listen intently. After discerning the source of the cries, he confirmed that they came from a woman. Thus, they hastened their steps toward the group, eager to uncover the situation. As they approached, the scene gradually came into focus. 5 unsavory ruffians surrounded 2 beautiful young women, pushing and verbally assaulting them. The girls trembled in fear, tears streaming down their cheeks. This sight ignited a fierce anger within Chen Erdwa. How could he tolerate such acts of bullying unfolding before him? Turning to Wen Xiaoqin, he whispered, "Stay here and do not move." With that, he darted toward the ruffians like an arrow released from its bow. Utilizing his agility and quick reflexes, Chen Erdwa swiftly dispatched the 5 ruffians, sending them fleeing in disarray. Upon successfully rescuing the 2 young women, Chen Erdwa took a closer look and was astonished to realize that they were actually classmates of the school beauty. While their looks were commendable, they paled in comparison to the school beauty. However, at that moment, Chen Erdwa and Appo's thoughts were solely consumed by her. He quickly inquired, "Where is your leader, Zhou Shanfeng?" Upon hearing this, the girls seized the opportunity to recount the entire sequence of events to Chen Erdwa. They had been en route to seek out the rumored school beauty, having already established contact and filled with joy at the prospect of reaching her abode. Little did they anticipate that they would encounter those vile ruffians along the way. The ruffians, harboring ill intentions, had targeted the 2 girls, seeking to violate them. Thankfully, at a critical moment, Chen Erdwa appeared like a celestial savior, using his superior skills and courage to rescue them from the clutches of danger. Upon hearing their plight, Chen Erdwa felt a tightening in his chest and urgently asked, "Is the school beauty safe?" The 2 girls, still shaken, nodded, assuring him that the school beauty was at home awaiting rescue. Without hesitation, Chen Erdwa declared, "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall accompany you to save her and ensure her safety." He then proceeded to reiterate to them the details he had previously shared with Wen Xiaoqin regarding the safe house. Initially, the girls expressed a desire to reach the safe house as swiftly as possible to evade danger. However, as they recalled that their leader remained trapped at home, their anxiety surged, and they implored, "Could you assist us in rescuing our leader, the school beauty, first, and then proceed to the safe house?" Chen Erdwa gazed at the 2 seemingly rough individuals before him, who were, in fact, fiercely loyal to their leader, and contemplated, though they may be mere subordinates with questionable behaviors. Their genuine concern for their leader in this dire moment revealed their inherent goodness. Thus, he readily acquiesced, "Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to rescue the school beauty and escort you to safety." Chapter 26. Rescuing the school bell immediately, Chun Erdwa sprang into action, swiftly leading Wen Xiaoqin and his two subordinates towards the location where Wen Xiaoqin and Appos, as friends, in the besieged school bell were situated. They traversed mountains and jungles, enduring a grueling 30-minute journey before finally arriving at their destination. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Wen Xiaoqin and Appos, as friends, along with their companions, were trapped in a precarious situation, appearing utterly disheveled. Fortunately, with Chen Erdwa and his team arriving just in time, they managed to execute a tense and vigorous rescue, successfully liberating everyone. However, a new dilemma soon emerged. It turned out that these individuals were already famished, their stomachs pressed against their backs, exacerbated by the dire weather conditions that had drained their strength to the point of near immobility. Observing this dire state, Chen Erdwa began to ponder. Although he possessed a substantial supply of food and water, what if these individuals were of dubious character? If he were to reveal his secret of spatial abilities before everyone, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't leak this information. Should word get out, it could lead to countless troubles and inconveniences in the future. After careful consideration, Chen Erdwa resolved to feign a search for food. He casually strolled around, and when no one was paying attention, he stealthily slipped into an empty room. With a mere thought, he utilized his spatial abilities to conjure a bountiful spread of food and refreshing clean water. Subsequently, he emerged from the room nonchalantly, calling out to everyone to come and partake in the hard-won spoils. Upon hearing his call, the ravenous crowd erupted in cheers and hurried towards him. Their eyes sparkled with delight as they beheld the mountain of delectable food before them, and without hesitation, they lunged at the feast, devouring it hungrily. The sounds of chewing and swallowing filled the air, creating a bustling scene. Among this throng, only Wen Xiaoqin was fully aware of the true origin of the food. Despite her understanding of the situation, Wen Xiaoqin remained silent, burying the secret deep within her heart. She knew that Chun Erdwa's concealed ability was the most intimate of secrets, and she had never revealed it in public, clearly not wishing for too many people to know the truth. After an hour of nourishment and rest, the group had regained much of their strength. At this point, Chun Erdwa decisively issued orders for everyone to head to the school bell and Appos' home for a rescue operation. Without delay, they journeyed for over half an hour and finally reached the vicinity of the school bell's residence. Under the guidance of Chun Erdwa's capable subordinates, they successfully arrived at the front door. As they approached to knock, they were surprised to find that the interior was utterly silent, devoid of any sound or movement. Initially, Chen Erdwa assumed that the school bell was not home, but his friends quickly countered, asserting that she had been waiting for their arrival. Just as confusion settled among them, Chen Erdwa suddenly detected an unusual noise emanating from within the room. He promptly raised his hand, signaling for silence, and leaned in to listen intently. What he heard shocked him to the core. It was a sound he found utterly repulsive: voices of a group of men assaulting a woman. His heart sank as he realized that this was indeed the school bell and Appos' house. It was evident that she was being victimized by these thugs. In a state of acute urgency, Chen Erdwa dashed to a nearby secluded corner, his form flickering like a shadow as he seemingly teleported into the school bell and Appos' room. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Erdwa and Appos' fury erupted like a volcano. He saw 5 ruffians surrounding the school bell, who was cowering in a corner. Terror etched on her face. Without uttering a word, he charged forward like an enraged lion, unleashing a tempest of blows upon the 5 miscreants. Each punch was infused with boundless rage and strength, leaving them powerless to retaliate. He then seized 2 of them, discarding them from the room as if they were mere refuse. At that moment, the shaken school bell finally regained her composure. Seeing someone come to her rescue, she instinctively rushed towards Chen Erdwa and embraced him tightly. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Yet, in the next moment, both Chun Erdwa and the school bell became acutely aware of her disheveled state. Her clothing was in tatters, torn by the 5 miscreants, and her once fair skin was now partially exposed. Her bosom heaved with each breath, swaying gently as if 2 ripe grapes, glistening enticingly and provoking Chen Erdwa's senses. Feeling a surge of heat rush to his head, Chun Erdwa became flustered, nearly succumbing to an embarrassing situation. To avoid such a predicament, he hurriedly removed his jacket and draped it over the school bell. Simultaneously, she, as if awakening from a dream, realized her own disheveled appearance and blushed, her demeanor turning awkward. Chapter 27. Rescuing the school bell. As the school bell appeared somewhat disheveled, Chen Erdwa felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware that allowing others to barge in at this moment could lead to unnecessary embarrassment and complications. Thus, He hastily prevented those intent on entering the room and anxiously informed them, "There are bad people inside. Please don't rush in just yet. Allow me to handle these ruffians first." Although the crowd was filled with skepticism, they chose to remain silently at the door, awaiting his signal. As time ticked away, approximately 10 minutes passed before the school bell finally arranged her attire. She gently smoothed out the creases at the hem of her clothing and meticulously tidied her hair, striving to restore her usual grace and elegance. Once composed, she neatly folded Chin Erdwa and Appo's clothing, offering it back to him with a soft, "Thank you." Chin Erdwa hastily donned the clothes, yet images of the school bell, her disarray imbued with a unique charm, lingered in his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed and lost. Just as he was submerged in the recent thrill, he suddenly noticed the school bell blushing deeply as she gazed at him, a rosy hue creeping to her ears. It was only then that Chin Erdwa, awakening from his reverie, realized his own indiscretion. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning calmness as he cleared his throat and briskly approached the door, ushering in the anxious crowd waiting outside. As they entered, the school bell's two loyal followers rushed to her side, concern etched on their faces. "Boss, what exactly happened?" they inquired earnestly. The school bell lowered her gaze slightly, responding nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. Just a few thugs attempted to rob us, probably just starving and looking for food. Thankfully, Chin Erdwa came to our aid and easily drove them away." She then glanced at Chin Erdwa, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Upon hearing her explanation, the onlookers nodded thoughtfully, particularly when they beheld the school bell's radiant visage, as if they suddenly grasped a deeper understanding. Yet, they remained discreet, refraining from further inquiry. Following the earlier harrowing scene, myriad speculations and doubts swirled within the hearts of those present. Many gazes turned towards Chin Erdwa, seemingly attempting to penetrate the calm facade he presented to uncover the underlying truth. Ultimately, a few audacious individuals could no longer contain their curiosity and boldly questioned, "How did you manage to enter that room unnoticed?" Faced with this unexpected inquiry, Chin Erdwa paused thoughtfully. He contemplated revealing the truth to them, all the while keenly observing their reactions. Should he detect any unusual or dangerous signs, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Having made his decision, he took a deep breath and resolved to be forthright. Thus, he began to recount his unique abilities in detail. As his words concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Shortly thereafter, astonished murmurs erupted from the crowd, disbelief and shock evident on every face. However, amidst the commotion, one individual remained notably composed when Xiaoqin, standing there. She exhibited no sign of surprise, for she had already learned of Chin Erdwa's extraordinary capability during their earlier encounters. Witnessing this, Chin Erdwa felt no particular surprise. He merely furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "Now that everyone is aware of my abilities, I must reiterate what I previously stated to Xiaoqin and her companions." Clearing his throat, he earnestly surveyed the room and proclaimed, "In these dire times, I invite you all to join me at the safe house for refuge. However, I must clarify that once we arrive, strict adherence to the rules we established together is imperative. Should anyone dare to breach these regulations, I regret to inform you that I cannot offer sanctuary." With that, he inquired, "Who among you is willing to accompany me to the safe house to weather this storm?" Assuring them, he added, "Rest assured, our rules will not be overly stringent or harsh." Chin Erdwa addressed the assembly. "As long as you are genuinely committed to contributing to this team, kind-hearted, and responsible, you will undoubtedly find a pleasant existence within our safe haven. Moreover, should anyone possess a particular skill or make significant contributions to our community, there exists the opportunity for advancement to a leadership position, accompanied by enhanced benefits." After Chin Erdwa's address, the attendees fell into deep contemplation. Each individual quietly weighed the pros and cons, deliberating whether to follow Chin Erdwa back to the enigmatic safe house. Meanwhile, Chin Erdwa patiently awaited their final decision, refraining from interrupting their thoughts, as he hoped they would consider this significant choice with care. In truth, Chin Erdwa had his own strategy in mind. If they were willing to accompany him to the safe house, it would be ideal. However, if any chose not to return, he would allow their departure but would also take measures to eliminate them to prevent any disclosure of his abilities. As moments passed, approximately a quarter of an hour later, an unspoken agreement seemed to settle among the group, and they unanimously expressed their willingness to follow Chin Erdwa back to the safe house. Observing their resolute demeanor, Chin Erdwa beamed with satisfaction. He then turned to the enchanting school bell and gently instructed, "Please gather any useful items from your home. Bring along as much as you can. Leave behind what cannot be transported and is of no use. The school bell nodded obediently, promptly commencing her preparations. While she busied herself, Chun Erdwa waved his hands gently, invoking his extraordinary spatial abilities. In an instant, a plethora of fresh food and bottles of clear drinking water materialized upon the expansive table before them. The abundance and diversity of provisions would adequately sustain everyone during their journey back. Once everything was in order, Chun Erdwa gestured grandly, leading the group on their path to the safe house. Chapter 28. The road to return. After a lengthy and fulfilling hour, the group finally completed their preparations, including packing their belongings and replenishing their energy. At this moment, every individual was invigorated and eager, waiting for Chun Erdwa's command to commence their journey. With a decisive call from Chun Erdwa, everyone surged forward towards the safe house like arrows released from a bow. Observing the large contingent before him, Chun Erdwa was overwhelmed with emotion, recalling the solitary departure he had made only a day prior. Yet now, as they embarked on their return journey, over 40 companions had joined him, comprising not only experts from various fields but also numerous strikingly beautiful women. A secret delight filled Chun Erdwa's heart, for among them was his longtime crush, the goddess Zhou Shanfeng. The mere thought of this brought an involuntary smile to his face, and he mused to himself, "This adventurous expedition is undoubtedly the wisest decision I have ever made in my life." However, many had suffered the torment of extreme cold and prolonged hunger, leaving their physical condition less than optimal. Thus, although they had traversed less than half the distance, several team members began to gasp for breath and stumbled, struggling to continue. Witnessing this, Chun Erdwa promptly led them to a nearby room for a brief respite. He quickly retrieved a portion of his precious food and water from his backpack, distributing it among the group to restore their depleted stamina. After a 30-minute rest, the party set forth once more towards the safe house. Yet at that moment, Chun Erdwa was suddenly beset by an urgent need to relieve himself. He gestured for the others to proceed, while he turned to a secluded corner to address his pressing issue. Upon emerging from the restroom, he hurried to rejoin the main group. However, along the way, he noticed some peculiar signs that raised his alarm. There were unmistakable markers along the roadside. These markings were evidently intentional, left by someone to guide a specific party. A sense of trepidation gripped Chun Erdwa as a thought flashed through his mind. Could there be an infiltrator among us? But who could it be? Aware that he must tread carefully until he had concrete evidence, he resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly. Stealthily, he maneuvered to the flanks of the group and discreetly activated his spatial abilities. In an instant, he seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, rendering himself invisible. Thus, he stood silently, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his face, while his eyes remained fixed on each member of the advancing party. As time ticked by, after about 10 minutes, fortune favored the diligent, and Chun Erdwa successfully spotted the individual responsible for the clandestine markings. To his astonishment, the culprit was a friend of Wen Xiaoqin's, an architect by the name of Xiao Jian. According to his findings, this man intended to claim the safe house for himself, leveraging his exceptional architectural skills to renovate and transform it, thereby becoming its true master. The reason for the markers was that he had a team of over 20 followers, with whom he had arranged prior to their departure that if he did not return within 3 hours, they should seek him out using the agreed-upon signs to track his whereabouts. Without hesitation, Chun Erdwa strode forward and erased all the markers. He then approached the man and candidly revealed his misdeeds. Upon hearing this, Chun Erdwa's friends were left wide-eyed in disbelief, some displaying palpable fear, concerned that this individual and Oppo's solitary actions could jeopardize everyone present. At that moment, Wen Xiaoqin herself was equally anxious, as these were the very individuals she had assembled. If trouble were to arise, Chun Erdwa might very well be suspected of conspiring with her and the others. In that brief 30 seconds, the group's emotions surged like a roller coaster, experiencing a myriad of ups and downs. Yet, amidst the turmoil, only Chun Erdwa remained still, deep in contemplation on how to deftly navigate this precarious situation. After a lengthy silence, he finally broke it, stating, "You must immediately summon your friends. If you do so, I shall let you go unharmed." Chapter 29. A bustling household. Upon hearing that there was indeed a glimmer of hope for survival, the individual felt an overwhelming surge of joy and, in a flurry of excitement, fumbled for his mobile phone, swiftly dialing the numbers of his friends. Approximately half an hour later, a group of 15 figures gradually appeared in the distance. Among them were 12 robust men, each displaying a distinct demeanor, while the remaining 3 were women, either delicately charming or exuding a spirited grace. These individuals had hastened to this location upon learning of the substantial food and supplies rumored to be in the possession of their leader. However, as they approached, panting and weary, panic instantly ensued, eyes wide with disbelief as they searched in vain for the anticipated mountains of provisions, only to be met with the intimidating sight of an armed figure pointing a gun directly at them. In the midst of this palpable tension, a bolder man from the crowd mustered the courage to step forward, cautiously inquiring, "Boss, what is going on here?" The man referred to as boss did not respond verbally. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling discreetly to those beside him. In an instant, as if receiving a silent command, the rest surged forward like a tidal wave, charging at the gunman. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the armed individual, known as Chin Erdwa, was taken aback. Just as the chaos erupted, a crisp female voice rang out, "Boss, what is wrong with your eyes? Did you get sand in them?" This unexpected exclamation rendered the already tense atmosphere even more surreal. Upon hearing this, Chin Erdwa's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and a deafening gunshot echoed as a bullet struck the boss squarely in the forehead. Blood sprayed forth as the boss and Apos' body fell back like a kite severed from its string. This abrupt turn of events left those around in stunned silence. Particularly the onlookers unaccustomed to such a gruesome spectacle, their faces drained of color, legs trembling, with some collapsing to the ground, too frightened to make a sound. Yet, the boss was not alone. A cadre of loyal brothers surrounded him. Witnessing their leader and Apos' brutal demise, the 7 men erupted in fury, racing forward with wild abandon, intent on avenging their fallen comrade. Facing this hostile wave, Chin Erdwa showed no signs of fear. He swiftly raised his weapon, firing without hesitation. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out in succession as bullets rained down like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, he discharged 5 rounds until his weapon was rendered empty. Despite this, 2 fearless adversaries continued their relentless advance. Quick as lightning, Chin Erdwa executed a fierce spinning kick, sending the 2 men sprawling several meters away. Without missing a beat, he swiftly reloaded his weapon and aimed at the remaining foes. 2 more shots rang out, and tranquility returned, marking the conclusion of the fierce skirmish. The remaining 8 individuals stood frozen, utterly astonished by the scene before them, paralyzed by fear and apprehension, dreading that the next moment might find Chin Erdwa and Apos' gun aimed at them. At that moment, Zijian, realizing the dire situation, urgently called for the remaining 5 male companions to flee. Following his command without hesitation, they turned and bolted with all their might. Observing their escape, Chin Erdwa refused to let these stragglers slip away. With a swift motion, he unleashed a hail of gunfire once more, and soon, the 5 fleeing men lay motionless in a pool of blood. Thus, save for 3 terrified women huddled together in a corner, all adversaries had been vanquished. Just as Chin Erdwa prepared to eliminate the last 3, when Xiaoqin, a physician, stepped forward to intervene, suggesting, "Perhaps we should keep them. Our safe house is in need of extra hands. If any of our brothers excel, they could be rewarded with these women." Chin Erdwa, upon hearing this, felt a spark of interest in the proposition. He gestured for the 3 women to lift their heads. The moment their eyes met, his heart raced as if struck by a hammer, for he beheld 3 faces of exquisite beauty. Despite their disheveled appearance and pallor from prolonged hunger, it was evident that, with some care, these 3 ladies could rival even the most enchanting of beauties. Resolute, Chin Erdwa decided to bring them back to the safe house. Approaching them, he gently inquired, "Would you care to accompany me?" Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, the 3 women replied in unison, "We would." They further pledged, "We will be obedient. Please rest assured." Thus, Chin Erdwa's group grew more formidable as they embarked on their journey home. Although they suffered a loss along the way, they welcomed 3 new members. After an arduous 3-hour trek, they finally arrived at the safe house. Following the directives of Chin Erdwa's security team, everyone promptly proceeded to their designated areas to discard their tattered clothing and don clean, tidy garments, ensuring no external contaminants would enter their sanctuary. Chapter 30. A blissful life. Chin Erdwa exerted immense effort to safely escort everyone back to the mysterious and sturdy sanctuary. Gazing at the weary, dust-covered faces of the group, a surge of affection welled up within him. Thus, he gently instructed, "You have all worked hard. Go wash up quickly, change into clean clothes, and take some time to rest." With that, he turned and walked toward his room. Upon entering, Chin Erdwa swiftly shed his soiled garments and stepped into the bathroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. The warm water cascaded over his skin, seemingly washing away the fatigue and grime accumulated from his journey. After refreshing himself, he donned a loose and comfortable robe and collapsed onto the soft bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a group of graceful, lovely women entered in succession. These were Qin Erdwa's wives, eagerly gathering to reunite with him upon hearing of his return. Having been apart for 2 days, the women, filled with longing, surrounded the bed and playfully demanded Qin Erdwa and Apos' attention. Each woman harbored her own aspirations, secretly plotting to be the first to bear his child, believing that such a blessing would elevate her status and grant her a life of luxury. After an intense 3-hour encounter, Qin Erdwa, like a monarch, had delighted each of his wives in turn. As the session concluded, he rose with the satisfaction of a victorious champion, dressed himself, and prepared to exit like a triumphant general. His wives gazed at him with adoring admiration, though they felt utterly drained, their soft bodies seemingly devoid of strength. Qin Erdwa, possessing extraordinary abilities, managed to endure, unlike the others who would have collapsed from exhaustion. With haste, Qin Erdwa arrived at the conference room, embodying the authority of a commanding general as he summoned key figures. Like a skilled commander, he meticulously organized the allocation of personnel. After inquiring about the events of the past 2 days, he discerned that the sanctuary operated like a finely tuned machine, running smoothly amidst the chaos. Once fully briefed on the sanctuary and Apos' affairs, he began to assign specific tasks to each individual present, ensuring that everyone understood their responsibilities. With a decisive wave of his hand, he signaled that they could commence their endeavors according to plan. Having arranged everything, Qin Erdwa approached the campus beauty, Zhou Shanfeng, who was seated quietly in a corner, her gaze vacant, seemingly lost in the recent harrowing experiences. Qin Erdwa gently approached her and inquired with concern, "Shanfeng, how do you feel here? Are you able to adapt?" Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Shanfeng looked up abruptly, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of surprise and lingering fear. Through her harrowing experiences in this tumultuous world, Zhou Shanfeng had come to realize that survival in such a perilous environment necessitated finding a solid and reliable support. To her, this seemingly ordinary yet wise and courageous Qin Erdwa was undoubtedly a commendable choice. Thus, she had long harbored the desire to draw closer to him. Yet her insecurities held her back from acting on it. At that moment, as she witnessed Qin Erdwa's genuine concern, a surge of joy filled her heart, contemplating that perhaps she now had a greater opportunity to connect with him. Yet, alongside the joy, a profound sense of inferiority crept in, making her fear that he would never take an interest in a girl as ordinary as herself. Qin Erdwa, oblivious to the delicate emotional turmoil within Zhou Shanfeng, noticed her dazed expression. He kindly placed a hand on her shoulder, smiling as he encouraged, "Don't just sit there. Let's eat some food to replenish your energy." With that, he presented her with a generous array of prepared food, perhaps truly famished or unwilling to disappoint Qin Erdwa. Zhou Shanfeng eagerly accepted the food and began to devour it hungrily. To everyone's astonishment, despite the substantial amount, she finished every last morsel within a mere 10 minutes. Once she had savored the final bite, Qin Erdwa smiled and proposed, "Shall we go out and meet some old classmates?" However, Zhou Shanfeng had other plans in mind. Seizing the moment, she devised a scheme to capture Qin Erdwa and Apos' attention. As he stood up, she feigned a stumble, leaning forward dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Qin Erdwa reacted like lightning, swiftly extending his hands to catch her just before she fell. Zhou Shanfeng pretended to be in pain, claiming she had twisted her ankle. Qin Erdwa rushed to examine her, only to discover, after a careful inspection, that her foot was perfectly fine, showing no signs of injury. In that instant, the perceptive Qin Erdwa discerned her intentions and felt a wave of delight, yet he knew that patience was essential in this matter. Thus, he maintained an air of ignorance, gently kneeling to massage her supposedly injured foot. As his tender touch worked its magic, Zhou Shanfeng felt a warm sensation envelop her, bringing immense comfort. When Qin Erdwa finished the massage and stood up, Zhou Shanfeng seized the opportunity, leaning forward once more. In that moment, their lips met unexpectedly. A collision of unguarded spontaneity. Flushed with embarrassment, Zhou Shanfeng quickly covered her face, resembling an innocent youth unaccustomed to such experiences. Qin Erdwa, fully aware of the significance of this moment, recognized that if he did not act swiftly, he might miss this fortuitous encounter. With determination, he leaped forward like a delicate butterfly, successfully pinning her beneath him. Chapter 31. Getting back on track after a prolonged and fierce battle that lasted a full hour. Qin Erdwa finally embraced the battered and weary Zhou Shanfeng tightly. He gently held Zhou Shanfeng as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world, then slowly lowered his head to bestow a kiss, light as a dragonfly touching the water, yet filled with profound affection upon Zhou Shanfeng's pale forehead. As Chen Erdwa gazed at the frail man before him, his heart swelled with tenderness and love. He immediately spoke in a tone brimming with care and concern, softly commanding, "My dear, do not think of anything else. Just focus on resting. I will arrange everything properly. Dedicated servants will be here to attend to your daily needs, ensuring your swift recovery." Upon hearing Chen Erdwa and Apos' gentle and considerate words, Zhou Shanfeng and Apos' previously dim eyes sparkled with bright light, and he felt enveloped in warmth and happiness, as if bathed in the gentle rays of the spring sun. In that moment, joy filled his heart, and he even regretted not having come together with Chen Erdwa sooner. If time could rewind, he would unhesitatingly choose to embrace Chen Erdwa and Apos' warm and broad shoulders at the earliest opportunity. Before long, Chen Erdwa sprang into action, sending for Zhou Shanfeng and Apos' two close friends, Xiao Lan and Xiao Qiu. When they hurriedly arrived and saw Zhou Shanfeng lying weakly on the bed and Chen Erdwa standing nearby with a grave expression, a wave of concern washed over them. However, as Chen Erdwa elaborated on the situation and expressed his hope that they could wholeheartedly attend to Zhou Shanfeng and Apos' daily meals and affairs, surprise and delight illuminated their faces. To their astonishment, Chen Erdwa was offering them benefits at a third-class welfare standard. Such generous conditions were like a timely blessing for them in their current predicament. Xiao Lan and Xiao Qiu exchanged glances, each recognizing the uncontainable joy reflected in the other and Apos' eyes. At that moment, they silently rejoiced in their decision to steadfastly follow Zhou Shanfeng as friends. Otherwise, they might still be wandering aimlessly outside, enduring a life of hardship and uncertainty. The thought of many former friends still enduring hunger stirred their compassion. After much hesitation, they finally mustered the courage to request Chen Erdwa to accept their friends as well, but reconsidering their recent arrival, they felt it inappropriate to act so rashly and swallowed the words back. This matter proved challenging for them to broach with Chen Erdwa, so after some discussion, they ultimately decided to set it aside for now and find a suitable opportunity to inform him later. Meanwhile, Chen Erdwa had efficiently managed matters concerning Zhou Shanfeng and then strolled leisurely around the safe house. As he wandered, he was astonished to discover that every corner had been meticulously arranged. The once barren land was now lush with an array of fresh fruits and vegetables. The previously desolate flower beds were now adorned with vibrant blooms, and the scene was alive with greenery and fragrant grass, reminiscent of a world thriving before an impending apocalypse. Moreover, all departments were functioning smoothly, presenting a harmonious and orderly atmosphere. Pleased with the scene before him, Chen Erdwa nodded contentedly and turned towards his cozy little nook, wondering if his beloved wives had awoken. Upon gently pushing open the door, he found Wen Xiaoqin and 3 other women still sound asleep, seemingly yet to recover from the previous night's fierce battle. Seeing this, Chen Erdwa smiled softly, thinking how exhausted these girls must be, and rolled up his sleeves to prepare breakfast for them. In no time, a sumptuous meal was prepared by his deft hands. He carefully brought the tray to the bedside, just as the 4 women began to stir awake. When Xiaoqin rubbed her sleepy eyes, her gaze gradually focusing on Chen Erdwa. However, the moment she noticed the other 3 women lying beside her, her expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, followed by a look of suspicion directed at Chen Erdwa. As she playfully reproached, "You clearly told me you only loved me. Why now? Why are there so many other women around?" Faced with Wen Xiaoqin's sudden inquiry, Chen Erdwa's heart raced, and he quickly stepped forward to hold her delicate hand, soothingly whispering, "My dear, please do not misunderstand. These are merely unexpected circumstances during a special time. My heart has always belonged to you. In this perilous environment, we must support one another to survive. Rest assured, my feelings for you will never waver." As he spoke, Chen Erdwa anxiously observed the changes in Wen Xiaoqin's expression, fearing she might act rashly in a moment of anger. After all, in this safe house, Wen Xiaoqin was an indispensable doctor, and any distress she felt could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Chen Erdwa began to recount the entire story. The 3 women were those he had brought back on the way. They had been deeply worried, fearing they were unprepared for a proper introduction and anxious that Chen Erdwa would not welcome them. Consequently, they devised various strategies, ultimately igniting Chen Erdwa and Apos' fighting spirit, leading to an intense confrontation between them. Notably, these 3 women were the remaining trio who later joined the subordinates of the leader. They were as close as sisters and were named Qin Qi, Qin Ping, and Chen Xia. Upon hearing Chen Erdwa's vivid narrative, the astute Wen Xiaoqin grasped the situation. She understood that she could not always be overly indulgent with Chen Erdwa. A little playful teasing was acceptable, especially as she still relied on him for sustenance. Thus, Wen Xiaoqin feigned anger, lightly punching Chen Erdwa with her soft, rosy fists, and pouted, "Humph! You scoundrel! How could you do this? You didn't think to handle it quietly by yourself, but instead created this embarrassing situation with 4 women. I tell you, if you dare do this again, I might just ignore you." With that, Wen Xiaoqin shrank back into the warm covers like a shy little rabbit. Chen Erdwa had never witnessed this charming and adorable side of the usually aloof Wen Xiaoqin. He was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he joined her under the covers. About half an hour later, Chen Erdwa carefully lifted a bowl of fragrant food, tenderly presenting it to Wen Xiaoqin, and began to feed her spoonful by spoonful. The scene was filled with warmth and sweetness, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Chapter 32. A visit. As Chen Erdwa and Wen Xiaoqin quietly savored their meal within the confines of their room, the 3 ladies had already donned their attire and commenced dining at the table. Suddenly, a faint yet urgent knock reverberated through the tranquil atmosphere. Chen Erdwa furrowed his brow and inquired loudly, "What is it?" A slightly anxious voice from outside reported, "Boss, 6 individuals have arrived at the door seeking to join us. Should we allow them in?" Upon hearing this news, Chen Erdwa promptly set aside his bowl and chopsticks. Turning to Wen Xiaoqin, he softly said, "Dear, please continue to enjoy your meal. I shall step out to assess the situation." With that, he rose swiftly and made his way to the door. Once outside, Chen Erdwa briefed the messenger briefly before leading the group to the conference room. Before long, all senior personnel, alerted by the notification, gathered in the conference room, causing the once spacious area to feel somewhat cramped. Once everyone was seated, Chen Erdwa cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, there are individuals outside actively seeking to ally with us. From a humanitarian perspective, we ought to welcome them. However, we must also remain vigilant against potential infiltrators who might assist external forces in seizing our secure base. Thus, I have convened you all to discuss how we might discern and embrace those who genuinely wish to join us, while keeping those with ulterior motives at bay. My stance is unequivocal. Anyone possessing a kind heart and a certain level of capability is welcome to become part of our team. Now, I invite everyone to share their thoughts. As for those with nefarious intentions, they must be ruthlessly expelled from our ranks. We have always adhered to the steadfast principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall surely retaliate. Therefore, at this moment, I encourage everyone to speak freely and express their ideas. Those who propose viable strategies will be rewarded with corresponding provisions." At that instant, an epiphany struck Chen Erdwa. He envisioned an ingenious idea, implementing a points system within the secure base. Individuals contributing to the base and Oppo's welfare or those in management could earn points based on their merits. These points could then be exchanged for various food items and diverse entertainment options. Furthermore, they could even rent or purchase intriguing recreational facilities. Such a system would undoubtedly motivate everyone to strive diligently for a blissful future while fostering a genuine sense of ownership and guardianship over the secure base. After an hour of profound contemplation, attendees gradually began to propose effective solutions. To everyone's surprise, a total of 40 proposals emerged from the gathering. This plethora of ideas instilled clarity and confidence regarding future action plans among all present. Consequently, Chen Erdwa and the group collaboratively refined the entire proposal, meticulously analyzing each detail to select the 10 most practical and feasible strategies. These chosen strategies were then crafted into prominent notices and neatly displayed at the entrance of the safe house. Thus, those seeking refuge and support would be well informed and prepared before entering. Once the 10 critical strategies were finalized, Chen Erdwa decisively dispatched the Fan brothers to oversee the vetting process for the 6 newcomers. According to established criteria, if all 6 met the requirements, they would be welcomed. Conversely, any who fell short would be unceremoniously dismissed. Subsequently, Chen Erdwa and the other senior management convened to delve into the previously envisioned points system. Despite holding critical veto and decision-making powers, Chen Erdwa yearned for each member of the safe house to genuinely desire to strive and contribute selflessly, rather than merely acting out of fear of his authority. After all, relying solely on fear to motivate others would inevitably lead to unforeseen complications. Perhaps one day, When Chen Erdwa was away on business, he would incessantly worry about potential disturbances within the safe house, hindering his ability to focus on his responsibilities. After a fervent discussion, pooling ideas and perspectives, they successfully identified over 30 effective means of earning points, while also outlining more than 20 specific behaviors that could result in deductions. Chapter 33. Issuance of the testing plan. After the point system and the recruitment plan were firmly established, Chen Erdwa gingerly carried these meticulously crafted proposals back to his room. As if they were rare treasures, he gently wiped away the dust on the table, as if brushing off the remnants of time, and then dialed the phones of Zhou Shanfeng and Wen Xiaoqin, issuing a call to convene and discuss whether any improvements were necessary for the plans. Before long, Zhou Shanfeng and Wen Xiaoqin arrived at Chen Erdwa and Appo's room with the swiftness of the wind. The three of them sat around the table, akin to three closely connected stars, meticulously examining the proposals in their hands. Occasionally they exchanged hushed words, like a babbling brook, and at other times they wrote fervently, reminiscent of a sudden tempest. They approached every detail from various angles, engaging in profound discussions, much like sculptors refining a masterpiece, striving for perfection. As time slipped away, the sunlight outside gradually slanted westward like golden grains of sand, yet the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly fervent, akin to a blazing bonfire. After a lengthy and intense discussion, the trio unanimously concluded that the recruitment plan and the point system required no further modifications. As if a flawless work of art had been unveiled before them, Chen Erdwa nodded in satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with excitement, resembling the brightest star in the night sky. He promptly arranged for personnel to post these two significant documents, akin to sacred edicts, at designated locations. The individuals responsible for posting acted with the speed of lightning. In an instant, the recruitment plan blossomed like spring flowers at the entrance of the safe house and in various prominent corners of the venue. While the point system was sprinkled like stars throughout every room in the safe house, the conference room, and even at each person's doorstep. Thus, wherever individuals roamed, they could behold these regulations pertaining to their interests, like treasures awaiting discovery. Once the posting was completed, the entire community was infused with a fresh vitality. Radiating with exuberance and energy, people gathered around the postings like a rising tide, eagerly reading the words inscribed. Particularly upon witnessing the point system, their faces bloomed with joy as radiant as spring flowers. For those endowed with professional skills or in positions of leadership, this point system was akin to timely rain, offering them boundless encouragement. With their efforts and contributions, they could amass substantial points, which could be exchanged for tangible goods, ensuring their families could lead fulfilling lives. Henceforth, hunger and hardship would become mere relics of the past. Moreover, there were even surplus points that allowed individuals to revel in entertainment venues, luxuriating in enjoyment amidst high-pressure surroundings. However, like the capricious sky, the emergence of any new system is invariably accompanied by a complex tapestry of emotions intertwined with joy and sorrow. Although the majority were content with this system, a small faction harbored resentment, as they were neither skilled elites nor part of the ruling class. Take, for instance, the few individuals under Wang Ba's command, who were perpetually on edge, fretting about their inability to accumulate sufficient points to stave off hunger, thus enduring the torment of deprivation. Consequently, 4 of them began to stir, and after a clandestine discussion, they resolved to seize some food and make a hasty escape. Alas, these individuals clearly had not considered who governed this safe house, as it was riddled with surveillance cameras and informants. Just as they had finalized their plan to pilfer food, Chen Erdwa appeared in the room alongside Wang Ba and several members of the security department, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. In an instant, they decisively restrained the 4 wrongdoers, mercilessly executing them before the eyes of all. Their actions serving a singular purpose, to serve as a dire warning to others against harboring such nefarious thoughts. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly stepped forward. Chen Erdwa looked at him in confusion and inquired, "What is it?" The individual eagerly responded, "Boss, you said that those with skills and in management can earn points. But I possess neither skills nor am I part of management. How can someone like me earn points? Are we to endure hunger?" Upon hearing this, Chen Erdwa realized that he had failed to articulate the plan clearly, leaving some with lower educational backgrounds unable to comprehend it. Therefore, he promptly clarified. The points awarded to those with professional abilities and in management are akin to the fruits of wisdom earned through intellectual effort. However, if you lack the professional skills to protect the safe house, you can still earn points by recruiting capable or trustworthy individuals for the base. There are numerous ways to earn points, Although I have not enumerated them all, any actions beneficial to the safety of the base will be rewarded. The simplest way is that even if you safeguard the base daily, you can still earn points. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. Chapter 34. Absorbing fresh blood after the explanation, the individuals who had previously been restless and filled with doubt finally nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a profound sense of trust in the base blossomed within each heart. The primary reasons for this transformation were twofold. First, the detailed and patient elucidation provided by Chun Erdwa enlightened the crowd. They realized that genuine efforts toward the base would yield corresponding points. Such a fair and reasonable reward system undoubtedly invigorated their enthusiasm and sense of belonging. Secondly, the shocking consequences faced by the four individuals who had attempted to flout the rules served as a stark warning. Their actions not only failed but were met with severe punishment, instilling a sense of fear in everyone present and deterring any further misguided thoughts. Consequently, Chun Erdwa no longer had to fret over the internal stability of the safe base. He decisively instructed everyone to take action, vigorously promoting the various advantages of the safe base and widely recruiting suitable talents. In no time, the entire base was abuzz with activity, as everyone worked diligently to strengthen its power. Once these matters were adeptly managed, a weary Chun Erdwa trudged back to his room. Just as he was about to take a moment's respite, a graceful figure suddenly slipped into the room. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wen Xiaoqin. With a concerned expression, she approached Chun Erdwa and gently inquired, "Why are you recruiting so many people at this moment? Do we have sufficient supplies to support them? Furthermore, aren't you worried that some with ulterior motives might infiltrate our ranks?" Listening to Wen Xiaoqin's words, laced with genuine concern, a warm current surged through Chun Erdwa's heart. He understood that her worries stemmed from a sincere desire for the well-being of the safe house and genuine care for him. This thoughtful friendship brought him immense comfort and warmth. Upon hearing Wen Xiaoqin and Appo's queries, Chun Erdwa displayed no signs of surprise. It was worth noting that Wen Xiaoqin had previously been a renowned attending physician at a prominent hospital, and she was perceived as an aloof goddess. A woman who could attain such a prestigious position while maintaining an air of detachment undoubtedly possessed her own unique principles and ethics. For this reason, Chun Erdwa had always harbored profound trust in her. Thus, without hesitation, he began to explain to Wen Xiaoqin, "Dear Xiaoqin, consider this. Though we find ourselves at the dawn of an apocalypse, and many ordinary people may be struggling with food shortages, there are still numerous households with considerable food reserves. Additionally, there exist unscrupulous individuals in society who may possess various dangerous contraband, such as firearms. Moreover, the powerful families cannot be underestimated, as their resources are likely to be even more abundant and diverse." After a brief pause, Chun Erdwa continued, "If our base remains too weak and insignificant, once these forces become aware of us, the consequences could be dire. They would undoubtedly target us, and at that point, we wouldn't just be fighting to preserve the base, our very lives could be at stake. Therefore, while others remain oblivious to our presence, we must seize the opportunity to attract talent, expand our strength, and swiftly enhance our overall capabilities. Only then, when the truly brutal apocalypse descends, will we possess sufficient power to withstand and confront the myriad crises." Of course, this explanation was merely a fabricated excuse to placate Wen Xiaoqin. In truth, Chun Erdwa possessed a remarkable ability to foresee events, a divine gift bestowed upon him. Without such foresight, how could he have adequately prepared for an impending food shortage or accurately predicted the forthcoming cold wave? When Wen Xiaoqin heard Chun Erdwa articulate these thoughts, her face registered disbelief, almost unable to trust her ears. She had never imagined that her husband, with whom she shared her days and nights, was the fabled chosen one. In that moment, Wen Xiaoqin resolved to heed every word from Chun Erdwa without hesitation. Chun Erdwa, in turn, witnessed her decisiveness and composure in the face of this astonishing revelation. He recognized that Wen Xiaoqin not only possessed exceptional adaptability, but was also a woman of courage and strength. Thus, he promptly appointed her as the chief officer of the safe base. The announcement of this position sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to a bombshell detonating among them. Upon hearing the news, everyone regarded Wen Xiaoqin with a mix of envy and admiration, particularly those who had emerged from the hospital alongside her. They all realized that in this environment brimming with opportunities and challenges, relentless effort and proactive engagement could lead to advancement for anyone. Especially, the trio of Xiaoqin and her sisters, along with Zhou Shanfeng, silently vowed to double their efforts in hopes of bearing Chun Erdwa's child one day. For only then could they enjoy greater privileges, while simultaneously motivating themselves to enhance their abilities. aspiring to become Chun Erdwa's capable allies, aiding him in overcoming challenges and standing independently. Chapter 35. The commencement of the Master-Disciple mission as Chun Erdwa devoted his full attention to meticulously planning various tasks for the safe haven. A detailed recruitment scheme along with explicit principles was already prominently displayed outside the base. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly attracting numerous individuals yearning for refuge and opportunities for survival. Chun Erdwa decisively ordered everyone within the shelter to spring into action, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the recruitment of new members, thereby infusing fresh vitality into their sanctuary. United in effort, they launched a vigorous and organized promotional campaign through diverse channels. Time flew by, and within a mere 5 days, the shelter welcomed its first wave of seekers. In the subsequent days, the number of newcomers steadily increased, creating a continuous stream of arrivals. Astonishingly, in less than 10 days, as many as 500 individuals gathered at the shelter. However, a closer inspection of the demographic revealed a pronounced disparity, with men overwhelmingly outnumbering women. Among the 500, only 100 were female, most of whom were relatives of the 400 men, such as wives. In essence, a mere 15 women had independently chosen to seek refuge here. Faced with this scenario, Chun Erdwa neither felt surprised nor discontented. He understood well that in this perilous and chaotic world, women often emerged as the most vulnerable and tragic demographic, frequently treated as commodities to be traded for necessary resources or temporary security. Their bravery in arriving alone was indeed rare and invaluable. Thus, Chun Erdwa swiftly made arrangements. He assigned others to manage all newcomers except for these 15 women, while he resolved to personally care for and guide these resilient and independent souls, hoping to facilitate their adaptation to this new communal environment. With a serious demeanor, Chun Erdwa summoned Wen Xiaoqin and Fan Tong to his side, softly stating that the 3 of them would serve as interviewers for the 15 women. Upon hearing this, many nearby speculated about Chun Erdwa's intentions, perhaps believing he aimed to include these women in his harem. Yet, only Chun Erdwa understood that this interview was not merely a quest for companionship. In truth, Chun Erdwa was deeply concerned for those brothers within the shelter who had quietly dedicated themselves to the collective welfare, earning significant achievements. He recognized their tireless efforts left them little time to attend to their own romantic pursuits. Therefore, he resolved to carefully select virtuous, kind-hearted, and pure women to offer as wives to these brothers, ensuring they could focus on safeguarding their hard-won sanctuary without worry. Upon realizing Chun Erdwa and Appo's noble intentions, Wen Xiaoqin felt a profound sense of gratitude swell within her. As a woman herself, she empathized with the pain and helplessness of being treated as a mere object. Consequently, during the upcoming interviews, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly, employing various ingenious methods to evaluate the 15 women. After meticulous observation and in-depth conversations, Wen Xiaoqin made a striking discovery. Among the 15, 12 women genuinely embodied the innocence they portrayed, while the remaining 3 harbored ulterior motives, wives masquerading as unmarried maidens, seeking to seduce Chun Erdwa for the sake of securing additional resources. Following this revelation, these 3 women successfully retrieved the group of over 400 individuals. They entrusted the 12 to Wen Xiaoqin, instructing her to take them to a room for washing up and changing into clean attire. Moreover, they specifically designated the 12 to serve as Wen Xiaoqin and Appo's personal aides and secretaries. The rationale behind this arrangement was twofold. Firstly, to empower them to achieve self-sufficiency through their own efforts. Secondly, to facilitate potential unions should both parties consent under suitable circumstances, even in these dire times. Fostering the continuation of humanity necessitated such measures. Once Wen Xiaoqin escorted the 12 away from the scene, she began to assign them numbers from 1 to 12. She resolved that any new members in the future would also be organized according to this numbering system. After completing the numbering, Wen Xiaoqin promptly initiated brief training sessions for the 12 individuals. Subsequently, based on the practical needs, she allocated 2 assistants each to Xiaoqin and the other 3, and even assigned 3 to Zhou Shanfeng. The remaining 3 assistants were retained by Wen Xiaoqin. This distribution stemmed from her understanding of Zhou Shanfeng and Appo's significant standing in Chun Erdwa and Appo's eyes, as well as his profound affection for his wife. Thus, she did not selfishly aspire to monopolize all 12 assistants for herself. Chapter 36. One-on-one tutoring. After resolving the matters concerning Wen Xiaoqin, Fan Tong's responsibilities regarding the over 400 individuals were nearing completion. following a rigorous selection process. A total of 300 individuals were successfully chosen to officially enter the gates of the base. The remaining 100 were given minimal provisions and courteously asked to leave. This decision stemmed from the fact that these individuals exhibited various unsatisfactory mental tendencies, rendering them ill-suited for the base and outposts, as tense, orderly environment that demanded high levels of unity and collaboration. With the inclusion of new members, the overall strength of the safe house was significantly enhanced. Chen Erdwa promptly entrusted the critical task of personnel allocation to Fan Tong, repeatedly emphasizing the necessity of meticulously selecting individuals with specialized skills from the pool of chosen candidates, ensuring their smooth integration into the crucial research departments. The remaining personnel would be jointly managed by Fan Tong, Fan Jin, and Wang Ba for proper distribution. In regard to this personnel allocation, Chen Erdwa issued a singular, clear directive. Every capable newcomer must receive dedicated one-on-one guidance from experienced individuals like Fan Tong, while those who appeared less proficient would be assisted through a one-to-many approach by veteran staff to expedite their improvement. Furthermore, a vital principle needed to be instilled in all who had just entered the safe house. This place was their home, and every individual should willingly contribute selflessly to this warm family, harboring no unrealistic aspirations. Once all arrangements were in place, Chen Erdwa decisively commanded Wang Ba and Fan Tong to lead their respective teams in immediate preparations and training. This training was set to span 5 days, with the clear objective of adequately preparing for the impending assessment phase. As time swiftly passed, before long, the third day arrived. During these brief 3 days, all 300 individuals had been meticulously grouped by Wang Ba and Fan Tong, undergoing foundational training. The most crucial aspect was the profound reshaping of their mindset, embedding a steadfast belief within them that the safe house was their warm sanctuary. As time continued to elapse, the 4th day dawned. At this moment, Chen Erdwa, who had been operating from behind the scenes, finally made his appearance. Calm and composed, he stood before the assembly, methodically conducting a unique training session. The focus of this training was to impart survival strategies in a post-apocalyptic environment, should they encounter hostile outsiders attempting to assault the safe house. They needed to know effective self-defense tactics. When foraging for food, they had to master precise resource searching. And in the event of fierce conflicts with other factions over limited food supplies, they required strategies to safeguard their interests, among other essential practical skills. Chen Erdwa eloquently shared these invaluable experiences, and before anyone realized, night had quietly fallen. Noticing the late hour, he promptly ordered everyone to cease their activities, urging them to wash up and rest well, so they could rejuvenate and be fully prepared for the next round of training that awaited them. As the dawn of the 5th day broke, Chen Erdwa summoned Wen Xiaoqin, intending for her to continue the training. However, this time, he specified a particular requirement. All newly joined male and female members must be present for the training. The core skill Wen Xiaoqin was to impart involved strategies to maximize personal safety when unexpectedly pursued while searching for food. After all, these insights were derived from her own experiences, meticulously gathered and refined. The atmosphere during Wen Xiaoqin and Appo's training was exceptionally vibrant, with numerous participants fully engaged in listening to her explanations. Each face reflected seriousness and concentration as they understood the significance of this training, directly influencing their ability to return safely after future foraging expeditions. Thus, all participants remained attentive, fearing they might miss any critical information. Whenever they encountered difficulties, they promptly raised their hands to inquire, striving to thoroughly grasp every knowledge point and operational technique. Chen Erdwa observed the learning dynamics from the sidelines, and seeing everyone so proactive and dedicated, he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he quietly departed, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. While Wen Xiaoqin devoted herself to training the new recruits, the seasoned employees were urgently summoned by Chen Erdwa. Standing gravely before the crowd, he surveyed them before stating, "Colleagues, I wish to inform you of an important matter. Tomorrow marks the time for our training assessment." Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the veteran employees varied, yet most revealed a hint of tension and anticipation. Chen Erdwa continued to elaborate, "This assessment is crucial. Those who pass will be directly assigned to various departments within the safe house. Additionally, the mentors guiding these newcomers will receive corresponding points as rewards. However, should anyone fail the assessment, not only must they undergo retraining, but their mentors will also face certain repercussions." He paused momentarily, then further emphasized, "The purpose of this measure is clear, to effectively eliminate individuals attempting to deceive and infiltrate our ranks. Furthermore, It prevents some seasoned employees from neglecting the training of newcomers, relying on their own extensive experience to coast through. He urged everyone to understand that these stringent measures were implemented solely to safeguard the lives of all members. As his words concluded, a brief silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a chorus of agreement. Clearly, everyone supported Chin Erdwa and Apos' proposal, recognizing that in such a perilous environment, ensuring every team member possessed adequate capability and quality was paramount to enhancing their survival chances and protecting their shared sanctuary, the safe house. Chapter 37. Acceptance and Evaluation Plan. As Chin Erdwa passionately orchestrated a fervent training session, the atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm. Every newcomer was utterly absorbed, their eyes fixed ahead, pens in hand, diligently recording vital information, fearful of missing any detail. They understood that this training was crucial for their successful integration into the sanctuary. Thus, each person was fully committed, pouring their utmost effort into the learning process. Hailing from diverse backgrounds, these individuals shared a singular aspiration to become indispensable members of the safe haven. Only in this way could they escape the dire straits of hunger and secure a relatively stable existence. Therefore, whether it be theoretical knowledge or practical skills, they approached their studies with exceptional diligence, promptly seeking guidance from mentors or peers whenever they encountered uncertainties. The training venue was suffused with an intense thirst for knowledge, as if the very air had ignited with their fervor. Amidst the crowd, Chin Erdwa gazed upon the focused and earnest faces surrounding him, and a wave of emotion surged within him. He had never anticipated that, in this ravaged world rife with peril, there would still be individuals so eager for knowledge, brimming with an unwavering passion for learning. The last time he witnessed such a profound desire for education seemed like an eternity ago, in a time when the world had not yet descended into the abyss of despair and people were still in school, nurturing dreams and hopes while diligently absorbing the nourishment of knowledge. Yet now, everything had transformed beyond recognition, yet the quest for knowledge among these individuals remained unchanged. As Chin Erdwa beheld this familiar scene once more, he was overwhelmed by a multitude of reflections. He realized that although the world had been shrouded in darkness, there still existed countless benevolent souls awaiting salvation and the chance for rebirth. Conversely, for those with ulterior motives, who sought to assert themselves through the oppression of others, Chin Erdwa resolutely barred them from the newcomer training, refusing to permit their presence. After 5 days of rigorous and orderly training, the anticipated moment of assessment finally arrived. Given the smooth commencement and the outstanding performance of the trainees, Chin Erdwa made an impromptu yet significant decision to extend the originally 1-day evaluation process to 5 days. Divided into 5 distinct phases, his sole intention was to identify and select more truly deserving individuals for salvation, enabling them to unite and collaboratively forge a warm and beautiful home. Upon announcing this new plan, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. However, amidst the applause, Chin Erdwa astutely detected a hint of dissonance. A few individuals, while ostensibly applauding, revealed through their eyes and expressions that they did not genuinely support the initiative, perhaps merely acting out of obligation or other reasons. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on these insincere individuals. What mattered to him were those kindred spirits aligned in purpose. As long as their hearts were connected, they could undoubtedly overcome numerous challenges and create a future of their own. After the intense 5-day evaluation process, Chin Erdwa successfully completed the recruitment and selection of personnel. A total of 600 ordinary individuals and 200 professionals were accepted, along with 100 potential candidates for the harem. Faced with such a large group, Chin Erdwa methodically arranged their placements. He dispatched Wang Ba to properly accommodate the 600 ordinary individuals, ensuring their work and lives were meticulously organized. Simultaneously, he assigned Wen Shaoqin to oversee the affairs of the 100 harem candidates, guaranteeing that each of them fulfilled their responsibilities. The management of the 200 professionals was entrusted to Fan Tong, as Chin Erdwa harbored a grand vision to transform the sanctuary into an impregnable underground fortress capable of withstanding any external assault. Once Chin Erdwa had arranged all 900 individuals, he unexpectedly discovered that 300 had been eliminated from consideration. These individuals either had committed unforgivable grave errors or harbored hidden schemes within. For such a group, Chin Erdwa felt little compassion. He merely allocated them a meager portion of food before dismissing them without mercy. However, this large-scale screening activity was not without impact. It not only provided the outside world with a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of Chin Erdwa's sanctuary, but also served as a cautionary tale for those who had yet to commit wrongdoing. Whenever they entertained malevolent thoughts or contemplated unjust actions, The recollection of this screening would involuntarily surface, prompting them to ponder. If they truly committed a wrongful act, would they still gain entry into that seemingly unreachable sanctuary? It was this underlying psychological deterrent that caused many who might have strayed from the path to reconsider their actions, leading them to retain some semblance of moral boundaries. Of course, the world is vast and full of wonders, and there will always be those unrepentant souls devoid of ethics who continue their nefarious ways. Nonetheless, Chun Erdwa's actions undoubtedly ushered in a modicum of positive change in society. For those with nefarious intentions, though he felt powerless to intervene, Chun Erdwa understood that his ability to protect and safeguard was limited to those close to him. Thus, he devoted himself to caring for and shielding the people around him. Meanwhile, those daring to commit wrongful acts outside initially experienced minor successes and tasted a semblance of victory. However, the wisdom of the masses is profound. It was too long before someone devised an ingenious strategy. This individual proposed that the community should support one another. Should anyone encounter an assailant attempting to rob themselves or others, everyone should unite to confront the threat. This proposal received an enthusiastic response from many. While they might struggle to stand against the ferocious and brutal, the adage unity is strength rang true if they banded together to repel the wicked. Even if they could not utterly vanquish them, they could at least instill a sense of caution in their adversaries, preventing them from brazenly continuing their misdeeds. Naturally, Chun Erdwa, residing within the sanctuary, remained oblivious to this series of developments. However, it is worth noting that not all members of the sanctuary were in the dark. Some individuals still had numerous friends outside, yet to enter the safe haven. Through their connections, they had already gathered intelligence on these occurrences and were actively sending messages to their friends, inviting them to come to the sanctuary for an interview. Should they successfully pass the relevant assessments, as long as they were willing to contribute, they need not fear starvation. Chapter 39. The Newcomers in the Harem. After much contemplation, Chun Erdwa finally settled on the 3 security teams and approached Wen Xiaoqin with a lighthearted step. At that moment, when Xiaoqin was engrossed in organizing the information regarding 100 candidates for the harem. Upon noticing Chun Erdwa's arrival, she looked up and greeted him with a sweet smile. I have a question for you. Among these 100 harem candidates, are there any who meet the criteria? Chun Erdwa asked directly. However, when Xiaoqin misunderstood his intention, thinking that Chun Erdwa wished to add new members to his harem. Thus, she enthusiastically began to provide a detailed introduction. Boss, there are many excellent candidates here, especially 10 of them, who are truly exceptional. Whether in terms of beauty, purity, or skills, they are top-notch. When Xiaoqin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gestured emphatically. As Chun Erdwa listened to her enthusiastic discourse, he felt his head swell with information. Internally, he lamented, oh no, Wen Xiaoqin has completely misunderstood me. I merely intended to filter these candidates for distribution to those who have contributed to the safe house. Yet, seeing her so spirited, he felt reluctant to interrupt or dampen her enthusiasm. Thus, he decided to follow her lead. Once Wen Xiaoqin finished detailing the 10 candidates, Chun Erdwa's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. It must be said that the qualifications of these 10 individuals were indeed remarkable, stirring even his usually discerning heart. With this in mind, he resolved not to dwell on his initial thoughts any longer. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement with Wen Xiaoqin's arrangements, fully entrusting her to incorporate these 10 individuals into his harem. Consequently, with the addition of these 10 beauties, Chun Erdwa and Apos' harem expanded significantly, now boasting a total of 15 enchanting ladies. Such a fortune and beauty was truly enviable. As the 10 newcomers approached the harem, their hearts fluttered with anxiety. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. They beheld Xiaoqi and her 2 sisters joyfully frolicking, as if immersed in a world of unrestrained happiness, entirely detached from reality. Beside them, a group of well-trained maids attended to them respectfully, their faces adorned with warm, gentle smiles. This enchanting sight left the newcomers in a daze, even leading them to wonder if they had inadvertently stumbled into a dreamlike realm. It was crucial to remember that they were in the midst of an apocalyptic world, where desolation and ruin reigned, and people struggled daily for scant sustenance. Yet here lay a paradise, a sanctuary free from concerns of food scarcity, where they could play and revel without a care in the world. Observing this scene, a profound yearning welled up within the 10 newcomers. How wonderful it would be to live a carefree life like Xiaoqi and her sisters. Little did they know, in the near future, this seemingly unattainable desire would soon materialize. When Xiaoqin led the 10 individuals through winding paths until they reached a serene courtyard within the harem. Although modest in size, the courtyard exuded an air of elegance. 100 rooms stood neatly arranged, though it was a pity that the first 3 were already occupied. Thus, the newcomers could only select their residences starting from room 4, extending to room 13. Upon entering their respective rooms, they were pleasantly surprised to find an abundance of daily necessities. Each room was equipped with makeup mirrors, various skincare products, and countless other items, all meticulously organized as if they had moved their homes here. In truth, the specifics of the interiors of these 100 rooms were unknown to others. The identical decor was a thoughtful arrangement by Chun Erdwa for his many wives, a fact known only to Wen Xiaoqin, Zhou Shanfeng, and Chun Erdwa himself. After all, the entire plan had been orchestrated by Chen Erdwa, who provided the necessary resources, while Zhou Shanfeng and Wen Xiaoqin managed the detailed arrangements. Unbeknownst to many, 3 uniquely arranged rooms were prominently situated at the center of this orderly layout. Undoubtedly, these rooms belonged to Chen Erdwa, Wen Xiaoqin, and Zhou Shanfeng. The remaining 100 rooms were evenly distributed around them in rows of 25. During the initial planning and design, Chen Erdwa had thoughtfully considered the potential need for additional accommodations in the future. Once everything was arranged and the 10 individuals settled into their lodgings, Wen Xiaoqin gathered them together. Among those summoned were Xiao Qi and her sisters, as well as Zhou Shanfeng. Wen Xiaoqin patiently introduced each person present, emphasizing, remember, the closer your room is to the front, the earlier its occupant moved in. Consequently, residing closer signifies a higher status. Of course, if you wish to elevate your status, you must contribute significantly to our safe house. The greater your contributions, the closer your rank will be. However, it should be noted that these remarks were entirely improvised by Wen Xiaoqin. Chen Erdwa, blissfully unaware, remained focused on the pressing security issues at hand. He had retracted all notices for recruiting new members, as there was no longer a need for newcomers. Subsequently, he moved to the training grounds of the 3 security teams, meticulously assessing whether their training met the required standards. Upon witnessing Chen Erdwa and Appos as presents, the trainees exerted themselves even more fiercely, eager to showcase their skills before him and earn his favor. After completing his inspection, Chen Erdwa returned to his room, having spent a busy morning. He sought a moment of respite to eat something, only to be interrupted by a cacophony outside. Stepping out to inquire about the commotion, he discovered the reason behind the noise. Chapter 38. Posting the acceptance. Their circle of friends was extensive, and upon hearing the news, they eagerly summoned one another, embarking together towards Chen Erdwa and Appos' safe house. The journey was arduous, with the group traversing mountains and rivers, enduring 3 full days of relentless trekking before finally arriving at the doorstep of the safe house. From a distance, Chen Erdwa spotted over 300 individuals approaching, and his heart surged with joy, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. He promptly made his way to the interview area, swiftly gathering the senior staff, including Wen Xiaoqin, Wang Ba, and Fan Tong. For this interview, Wen Xiaoqin, Wang Ba, and Fan Tong would serve as the primary jury, while the remaining senior staff would act as the secondary jury to assist in the evaluation. Today, Chen Erdwa decided to personally conduct a comprehensive demonstration of the interview process, as he would entrust them with the responsibility of future interviews. After all, with his limited capacity, it was impractical for him to oversee every interview personally. Once all were assembled, the unconventional interview commenced. Chen Erdwa stood before the crowd, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will first elucidate the initial step of the interview. Please pay close attention." He gestured towards a massive stone placed before each candidate and continued, "This stone weighs 100 pounds, and each of you must attempt to lift it. Should anyone manage to raise it effortlessly, they will be immediately disqualified. However, if one struggles to lift it, barely moving it even with great effort, they shall successfully pass this first hurdle. This criterion is established primarily to determine whether these applicants are genuine victims of disaster." His words elicited a murmur of astonishment, though silence soon fell as individuals followed Chen Erdwa and Appos as instructions, each stepping forward to attempt lifting the colossal stone. If anyone could hoist the heavy rock, it would suggest they still possessed a measure of sustenance from the outside world. Successfully passing this first challenge would effectively filter out a significant number of candidates. The second challenge required all participants to extend their 10 fingers while their palms, thumbs, and backs of their hands were meticulously examined. If anyone exhibited hands that were pristine and smooth, they would undoubtedly face disqualification. Conversely, if their hands were rough and grimy, it indicated that the contestant had passed this stage. It was crucial to assess whether these individuals possessed the fortitude to endure hardship. However, exceptions existed. If a candidate was a professional with specialized skills and articulated these during the interview, a supplementary interview would be arranged, led by Mr. Zhoushan Feng. Following this, participants would confront the third challenge, which necessitated them to identify acquaintances within their ranks. Should a team consist solely of robust individuals, devoid of the elderly, weak, or women and children, that team would be unceremoniously disqualified. Conversely, teams that included vulnerable members would qualify for the next phase. This challenge was designed to evaluate their compassion and filial piety. After all, if they could so easily abandon their own parents, spouses, or children, it was unreasonable to anticipate their deep attachment to our safe house. Ultimately, the participants faced the most critical final challenge. Before them lay a pile of putrid, sour steamed buns, exuding an unbearable stench. All food had been consumed, and those willing to devour these revolting morsels would be admitted as members of the safe house. However, anyone refusing to partake would be ruthlessly expelled. Thus, through the rigorous filtration of these 4 challenges, those who successfully qualified were predominantly impoverished individuals in dire need of assistance. Since the recruitment initiative commenced over half a month ago, Chun Erdwa's safe house had welcomed over 1,000 residents. As the safe house now operated efficiently with ample occupancy, the criteria for prospective applicants had become increasingly stringent, and the focus shifted to enlisting individuals who could contribute meaningfully, such as experts with scientific knowledge, life-saving doctors, and skilled chefs. The slots for ordinary individuals had long been filled. Subsequently, Chun Erdwa appointed Fan Tong, Wang Ba, and Fan Jian as captains of 3 teams, dividing the 1,000 residents into 3 groups. Each team was tasked with selecting 200 members to form the security department. The choice of vice captains would be determined by the respective team leaders. Fan Tong's first team was responsible for safeguarding areas 1, 2, and 3, with a particular emphasis on controlling the intersections leading from Area 4 to the other 3 areas. Fan Jian's second team would oversee the security of areas 4 and 5, while Wang Ba and Appo's third team would guard the entrance of the safe house and respond to potential external threats. Given that Fan Tong bore the most critical security responsibilities, his team of 200 must be composed of loyal individuals proficient in combat skills, strictly limited to 200 members. Wang Ba, tasked with maintaining order at the perimeter, could temporarily recruit 200 members, with plans to gradually expand to 500 in the future. However, these individuals must be trustworthy, as they would serve as the backbone of the outer security, requiring unwavering loyalty and reliability. Should their combat prowess prove exceptional, they would have the opportunity to be promoted to team leaders, with their status and compensation correspondingly elevated. Chapter 40. Court intrigue. It turns out that the commotion among this group of individuals stemmed from their desire to compete for favor, each hoping to be the one to serve Chun Erdwa at bedtime that night. After all, conceiving a child with him would be akin to ascending to the pinnacle of success. However, Chun Erdwa had a profound aversion to such matters. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that when Xiaoqin had incited the others from behind the scenes, resulting in this farcical episode. Upon learning of this, Chun Erdwa found himself both amused and exasperated. Ultimately, he resolved to summon everyone to his chambers. Once the 15 individuals had taken their seats in succession, Chun Erdwa feigned ignorance of the earlier ruckus and casually inquired, what could possibly be the reason for such incessant quarrels? In an instant, the attendees exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. After all, none possessed the audacity to admit that their disputes were rooted in vying for the opportunity to serve him. If word of this got out, it would be a source of ridicule that no one could bear. Observing this, Chun Erdwa noted that no one was inclined to step forward and clarify the situation. Thus, he directly called upon Wen Xiaoqin to recount the events. Upon hearing her name, Wen Xiaoqin felt a jolt of anxiety and awkwardly rose to her feet. She was acutely aware that her previous comments had been entirely presumptuous and feared Chun Erdwa's ire. With a heart full of trepidation, she began to recount the entire affair, casting furtive glances at Chun Erdwa's expression, terrified of his sudden outburst. Once she had painstakingly narrated the entire sequence of events, Chun Erdwa deliberately adopted a stern countenance, pretending to be quite irate as he declared, In that case, I shall impose a punishment of fasting for a whole day. Let us see if you dare to incite discord again. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Wen Xiaoqin instantly understood that he was, in fact, shielding her. Though her heart was elated, she feigned a look of utter despair and gazed at him imploringly, as if beseeching his forgiveness. Observing her reaction, Chin Erdwa realized that she had grasped his intentions and was actively playing along to avoid the accusation of favoritism. He could not help but silently commend her. Truly, she is the one I have chosen. Not only is her mind astute, but her acting skills are also remarkable. The surrounding women, witnesses to this exchange, were struck into silence, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone interject or move freely. This incident served as a stark reminder of Chun Erdwa's boundaries, making it abundantly clear that inciting discord within their ranks or forming cliques was an unwise course of action. Otherwise, they might find themselves ousted before they even realized what had transpired. Thus, these women resolved to wholeheartedly assist Chin Erdwa in both daily life and work, striving to position themselves as his capable partners and thereby elevate their standing within the group. However, at this juncture, Chun Erdwa remained oblivious to their true thoughts. He simply sensed that his strategy of using a kill the chicken to scare the monkey approach had effectively subdued the crowd. Without hesitation, he declared to everyone that the matter from that day forth would be considered closed, with no further inquiries into anyone's accountability. Having deftly handled the situation, he turned to leave, leaving behind a group of women, each harboring their own intentions. Exhausted, Chun Erdwa made his way back to his room, feeling as though all his energy had been sapped. He had been incredibly busy and weary, with scarcely a moment to catch his breath and rest. Now that the foundational framework of work had been established, he believed that as long as everyone worked in unison according to the set processes, significant issues could be avoided. Collapsing onto his bed, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. 2 hours later, he awoke feeling markedly rejuvenated, the fatigue of earlier dissipating. Rising from bed, he stretched lazily and ambled toward the kitchen, seeking something warm to satisfy his hunger. Upon entering the kitchen, he noted that the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. The kitchen staff, upon seeing Chun Erdwa, were visibly taken aback, their expressions a mix of excitement and surprise. They could scarcely fathom that the esteemed leader, Chun Erdwa, would personally venture into the kitchen. At that moment, he inquired, "Has anyone eaten yet?" The room fell silent, as everyone doubted their ears. Internally questioning, "Has the great Chun Erdwa not yet dined?" Despite their astonishment, they quickly composed themselves, eagerly responding, "Boss, well, would you like to eat? We will prepare it immediately." The chefs clamored to ascertain his culinary preferences before swiftly getting to work. After a lengthy half-hour of anticipation, a sumptuous array of dishes was finally presented before Chun Erdwa. Gazing upon the delectable spread, he disregarded any semblance of decorum and voraciously began to feast. In a whirlwind of motion, he devoured the meal within a mere 10 minutes, leaving no trace of food behind. The kitchen staff stood in stunned silence, astonished not only by his exceptional abilities, but also by his astonishing speed of consumption. The sight of such voracity ignited a few women's imaginations. The prospect of being one of Chun Erdwa's consorts seemed utterly enchanting. Observing his formidable nature, they wondered if he possessed similar prowess in other aspects. Could they withstand such vigor? Their faces flushed at the thought. Once Chun Erdwa had finished his meal, he returned to his room with the swiftness of a gale. At that moment, when Xiaoqin approached like a delicate butterfly, ready to report on the affairs of the women in the household, from their outings to their daily activities. After a detailed half-hour discussion, Chun Erdwa gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation. However, upon concluding Xiaoqin's report, he realized a crucial issue. Without established rules for the household, chaos would surely ensue as the numbers grew. Thus, he posed a question to Xiaoqin, seeking her counsel. After all, she had become his trusted advisor, and her insights often illuminated even the most convoluted matters. Xiaoqin, upon hearing his inquiry, fell into deep contemplation. After 5 minutes of intense reflection, she experienced a moment of clarity and began to explain her thoughts to Chun Erdwa. Upon hearing her simple yet profound solution, Chun Erdwa was filled with joy. Her suggestion was as clear as a pristine stream, to designate a primary wife. This way, even in Chun Erdwa's absence, there would be someone to manage the household. Otherwise, the women would inevitably pursue their own agendas, leading to discord. Without hesitation, Chun Erdwa acted decisively, summoning all his wives to gather before him, and he meticulously detailed the proposed plan to them. Upon hearing this proposal, everyone was rendered speechless. Some individuals even began to clandestinely form alliances, preparing to vie for contributions towards the safe house. Chapter 41. Determining the primary wife after an intense day of competition. The myriad issues of the inner court finally settled. Subsequently, Chun Erdwa elaborated to everyone on how to enhance their contributions to the safe house, presenting several practical proposals. The first proposal suggested that those who bear children for Qin Erdwa would receive corresponding points. The second indicated that successfully managing a department within the safe house would also yield point rewards. The third stipulated that identifying and rectifying a flaw in the safe house would earn points. The fourth pointed out that introducing fresh talent and resources to the safe house could similarly increase one's score. And the final proposal declared that enhancing the cohesion among the internal staff was another avenue for accruing points. In summary, the greater the contribution, the higher the score, thereby elevating one's status within the safe house and affording them a more advantageous living arrangement. Once all the proposals were laid out, Qin Erdwa prepared to determine the candidates for the primary wife. It was essential to note that when Xiaoqin was not only a member of his advisory team but also frequently assisted him in various affairs, showcasing exceptional management skills. Concurrently, Zhou Shanfeng was the goddess he had long admired. Thus, both women were included in the final selection for the position of primary wife. However, as the evaluations progressed, an unexpected situation arose. After thorough investigation and comprehensive assessment, it became apparent that both Wen Xiaoqin and Zhou Shanfeng were fully qualified for the role of primary wife. At that moment, Qin Erdwa found himself in a dilemma, uncertain as to whom he should choose as his primary wife. In terms of beauty, credentials, and character, both women were equally commendable, leaving no room for criticism. Others, recognizing the situation, voluntarily relinquished their aspirations for the title of primary wife. Just as Qin Erdwa was deep in thought, Xiao Qi, like a delicate butterfly, stood up and sweetly suggested, "Dear husband, why not allow both of them to become your primary wives? There are 3 rooms available in between." Upon hearing Xiao Qi and Appo's words, Qin Erdwa felt a surge of enlightenment and immediately awarded her 5 points. This gesture provided Xiao Qi with a significant advantage, positioning her at the forefront of the rankings. The others looked upon her with envy, as Qin Erdwa desired precisely this ripple effect, wishing to demonstrate that with persistent effort and ingenuity, nothing is unattainable. Hard work would inevitably yield rewards. Thus, Qin Erdwa solemnly announced that both Wen Xiaoqin and Zhou Shanfeng would serve as his primary wives, and the 3 would reside in the 3 central rooms. After solidifying the positions of the primary wives, arrangements for the other occupants' rooms commenced. First, Xiao Qi was confirmed for the top position due to her 5 points, followed by a comprehensive evaluation based on intellect, beauty, and physique. As the seating arrangements were finalized, Xiao Qi and her 2 companions trailed behind her like devoted shadows. Reactions varied among the others upon receiving their room numbers. Some rejoiced at their proximity to the first room, sensing victory within reach, while others, positioned at the end, pondered how they could amass higher points. At that moment, everyone possessed a clear goal to strive towards. Qin Erdwa remained unfazed by potential issues in the inner court, bolstered by the presence of Wen Xiaoqin, akin to a reassuring talisman. Confident in his ability to manage these matters, his daily responsibilities now revolved around steering the operations of the safe house, with specific duties delegated to others. For instance, Wen Xiaoqin managed the inner court with the efficiency of a shrewd steward. External operations and defenses were overseen by Wang Ba, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior guarding every inch of the safe house. Inspections within the safe house were conducted by Fan Tong and Fan Jian, vigilant as watchful hounds, leaving no potential threat unexamined. While the lower team leaders were appointed by the 4 themselves, it became evident that the greatest authority lay with Wen Xiaoqin, as she not only governed the inner court, Qin Erdwa's Achilles heel, but also commanded a cadre of female bodyguards, each assigned by her, solidifying her position as unassailable. Despite Wen Xiaoqin wielding such formidable power, Qin Erdwa harbored no fears of betrayal from her. Given her character and past experiences, such treachery was inconceivable. Fan Tong and Fan Jian, being Qin Erdwa's steadfast friends, were equally unlikely to turn against him. The only potential traitor might be Wang Ba, yet Qin Erdwa had strategically placed him on the periphery, ensuring that even if he harbored rebellious thoughts, breaching the safe house would not be a simple task. Once all arrangements were finalized, Qin Erdwa devoted himself wholeheartedly to enhancing his abilities. He understood that the specter of apocalypse loomed, with formidable adversaries abound. To safeguard the safe house and ensure his own security, he must diligently elevate his capabilities. Otherwise, he could be easily overwhelmed. Over the following week, the safe house operated as usual. Aside from diligently caring for each individual in the inner court daily, Qin Erdwa dedicated all remaining time to his personal development. During this period, he joyfully discovered that his spatial abilities could also be harnessed for offense. This revelation filled him with elation. It turned out that his spatial powers had reached the level of a second-tier ability. He experimented with his newfound strength, effortlessly severing a distant tree with a mere thought. Chin Erdwa's joy was akin to that of a child, for he now possessed the means for self-defense, no longer needing to fear being easily overpowered by anyone. Chapter 42. The proclamation of the Emperor's harem scheme. Since Chin Erdwa became aware that his spatial abilities could be harnessed for offensive purposes, he was consumed with an insatiable desire to venture forth and test them on those deserving of punishment, thereby enhancing his prowess. On that very day, he shot out like an arrow released from its bow, setting off alone to seek out the most nefarious of individuals. However, not far into his journey, he stumbled upon a ghastly scene. Over 10 individuals were gruesomely feasting upon the corpse of a man. Chin Erdwa's stomach churned violently, overwhelmed by the horror. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of actions, and his spatial blade sliced through the air like lightning. Ultimately, the 4 perpetrators were cleaved in twain, oblivious to the manner of their demise. Though profoundly disturbed by the gruesome spectacle, Chin Erdwa was invigorated by the realization of his formidable abilities and became singularly focused on rapidly augmenting his otherworldly powers so as to avoid future disturbances from others. Thus, he roamed the outside world for an entire day, meting out justice to a multitude of wrongdoers, 10 incidents in total, with the number of offenders exceeding 200. His powers, however, were drained as if by a flood breaking its banks. At this juncture, Chin Erdwa realized he needed to return to his safe haven to replenish his energy, only to find himself utterly disoriented, akin to a headless fly, unsure of how to restore his vitality. He decided to head to the kitchen to satiate his ravenous hunger. Having previously encountered an incident in the kitchen, its occupants were unfazed by his presence and busied themselves with culinary creations. After a hearty feast lasting half an hour, he finally felt satisfied. Content, he retreated to his chamber to rest. Upon recuperating, however, he discovered he still felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, devoid of energy. With renewed fervor, he sought out Xiaoqin, and after an hour of profound interaction, she emerged radiant, akin to a ripened apple. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden surge of vitality coursed through him. His energy seemed to have replenished somewhat. He mused to himself, could it be that diligent effort leads to restored energy? Without delay, he sought out Zhou Shanfeng for another hour of industrious engagement. To his delight, he found his energy had increased yet again. This significant discovery filled Chin Erdwa with exuberance. He now realized he need not fret about depleting his powers, for as long as his beloved was by his side, all would be well. However, a sudden thought struck him. This could prove quite taxing. Resolute, he decided to incorporate more nourishing foods into his diet, lest his vitality wane. With this newfound insight, Chin Erdwa, buoyed by a sense of triumph, lavished attention upon the 15 members of his harem, thereby fully restoring his energy. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt a shiver of apprehension. If the land within his household required such daily toil, he might very well meet his own demise. Consequently, he established a rule for his harem. Only when Xiaoqin and Zhou Shanfeng would be required to engage in daily labor, while the others would rotate in pairs. Should anyone encounter special circumstances, they could request a postponement and make up for it later. Upon hearing Chin Erdwa's decree, the others gazed enviously at Xiaoqin and Zhou Shanfeng, as their chances of conception would undoubtedly be heightened by such daily attention. Despite harboring jealousy, they dared not overstep their bounds, knowing full well that should Chin Erdwa discover any impropriety, he would swiftly cast them out. They resolved to double their efforts and accumulate points, for points held another significant purpose. They could be exchanged for a session of intimacy with Chin Erdwa. Once Chin Erdwa concluded his affairs with the harem and turned his attention back to his abilities, he was delighted to find that his powers were not only more abundant than before, but also significantly stronger. This revelation led him to understand that depleting his energy and subsequently replenishing it could serve to enhance his abilities. Thus, for the next fortnight, Chin Erdwa tirelessly devoted himself to the enhancement of his powers. Chapter 43. The prelude to the 1v10 clash in the span of over half a month. Chin Erdwa's life had unfolded with the precision of a meticulously programmed routine. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the dilapidated and desolate streets of the city, he would step out of his home, ready to face the world. This world, shrouded in the gloom of an apocalypse, lay in tatters, and the extraordinary abilities he possessed had become his only means of survival amidst the chaos. He navigated through the ruins of the city, where every abandoned structure and shadowy alley served as a battleground for the exertion of his powers. The mutated creatures lurking in the dark corners became the crucible for testing his abilities. He continuously unleashed his powers, radiating beams of light from his hands. As the energy surged around him, igniting the very air he breathed. Only when he felt utterly drained of his abilities would he return home, wearied yet satisfied. At home, his wife's warm smile was a perennial source of comfort for his exhausted spirit. In this apocalyptic era, she represented his soul sanctuary. Upon entering, he would embrace her. An unspoken understanding passing between them. What followed was an intense yet affectionate struggle as they expressed their emotions in that small yet cozy room, alleviating the pressures and fears wrought by the end of days. Thus, day after day, time slipped by unnoticed, half a month passing like a fleeting shadow. One tranquil evening, while once again enveloped in his wife's embrace, Chen Erdwa felt a seismic shift within his powers. A surge of immense and unfamiliar strength coursed through his veins, and he was elated to discover that his abilities had ascended to a new tier. This newfound power unveiled a more formidable version of himself. Meanwhile, outside, as time progressed, various tiers of ability wielders began to emerge like mushrooms after rain. These individuals, akin to warlords of the apocalypse, exploited their powers to wreak havoc upon the chaotic landscape. They gathered the desperate and destitute as followers, swiftly claiming territory. Among the various factions, one stood out due to its sheer magnitude. This faction boasted 3 formidable ability wielders stationed within their domain. Each possessed unique strengths. One commanded flames, bringing forth hellfire wherever he tread, another controlled water, flowing through battles like a dragon in its element, and the last manipulated earth and stone, erecting impenetrable defenses. Their ranks swelled to over 500. Moving with the precision of a well-trained army, asserting dominance over their territory. The smaller factions, while less formidable, were not to be underestimated. Even the most diminutive of them had at least one ability wielder and over 50 followers, though lacking the raw power of the trio. These individuals carved out their own niche in this tumultuous world with their distinctive abilities. These factions relentlessly scavenged the surrounding resources, food, weapons, and medicines, taking anything within their grasp. Ordinary people, witnessing the actions of these ability wielders, were filled with a mix of anger and helplessness, struggling to survive in this desolate realm. They now faced the oppression of the very individuals who should have been their protectors. Many could no longer endure this existence, opting either to pack their belongings and flee this treacherous land or to ally themselves with a relatively stronger faction in search of a glimmer of hope for survival. On one such day, Chen Erdwa, as usual, stepped outside into the faint morning light, eager to expend his abilities. With resolute strides, his heart brimmed with a desire to elevate his powers. However, as he traversed a secluded alley, he suddenly encountered a group of imposing figures blocking his path. Startled yet composed, he had faced innumerable battles before and had developed his own methods for dealing with adversaries. He quickly gathered his abilities, his hands glowing with energy, ready to unleash his skills in combat. With a mighty shout, he sent forth a wave of energy toward the group. But just as he released his attack, an overwhelming sense of danger, akin to a chilling wind, swept over him from behind. In that instant, his instinct kicked in, without a moment and Apos, as hesitation. He activated his teleportation skill. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original position. Turning back, he beheld a gaping black void where he once stood, an abyss that seemed bottomless, with the ground around it shattered by an unseen force. A gasp escaped his lips, and cold sweat drenched his back. He silently thanked his instincts, realizing that had he been a moment slower, he might have perished within that dark chasm. His heart raced violently, pounding against his ribcage, for he understood that this adversary was not one of the minor thugs he had encountered before. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, casting an oppressive heat over the somewhat barren landscape. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a massive stone fell from above, striking the ground before him and sending dust billowing into the air. Enraged, Chen Erdwa and Apos, eyes widened in fury, veins bulging in his temple. Where did this boulder come from? He roared, his voice echoing across the desolate terrain, laden with unbridled wrath. Suppressing his rage, he scanned his surroundings, spotting a figure clad in eccentric attire, exuding an air of authority. This individual donned a long black trench coat, the collar turned high, hair meticulously styled with gel, and wore a smug, arrogant expression. He seemed to relish the chaos, eyes glinting with provocation as he observed Chen Erdwa. At that moment, Chen Erdwa failed to recognize that this figure was also an ability wielder. To him, they were merely a gang of bullies attempting to intimidate him with their numbers. Clenching his fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, he mused, Do they think sheer numbers can overpower me? Such delusions. Just then, the ostensible leader of the ability wielders barked orders to his subordinates. Charge at him. Take him down. The followers, responding to their leader and Apos' command, surged forward like ravenous wolves, brandishing an array of weapons, steel pipes, and daggers glinting ominously in the sunlight. Fueled by the anger ignited by the earlier stone, Chun Erdwa's fury reached its zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched slightly, propelling himself off the ground with vigorous force, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow. A soft glow enveloped him, signaling the activation of his powers. With swift, fluid motions, he unleashed a barrage of invisible energy, akin to razor-sharp blades, cutting down those rushing toward him. Blood pooled on the ground, painting a shocking crimson tableau. The leader, witnessing his followers fall so easily, felt a chill of dread wash over him. Gritting his teeth, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he decided to take matters into his own hands. He moved with ghostly agility, closing in on Chun Erdwa from behind, preparing for a surprise attack. However, Chun Erdwa possessed an extraordinary perception. At the very moment the ability user approached, he sensed a peculiar aura. His brow furrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, something is amiss. He swiftly turned his head, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at the ability user. It was then that he discerned a similar energy fluctuation emanating from the opponent, prompting him to conclude that they were also an ability user. Only at this moment did Chun Erdwa realize that different tiers of ability users had emerged in the outside world. A wave of vigilance surged within him, but more so, an exhilarating thrill, for encountering a worthy adversary was a rare occurrence. Taking a deep breath to center himself, his body became momentarily indistinct. In the next instant, he appeared beside the ability user like a phantom. Before the opponent could react, a sharp long knife materialized in Chun Erdwa and Apos' hand. Glimmering with a ghostly blue light and possessing an edge so keen it seemed capable of cleaving through anything. Without hesitation, he swung the blade. A flash of cold light slicing through the air and directly severing the adversary and Apos' throat. The ability user, who had been reveling in his perceived superiority, was caught unawares by the suddenness of death. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he clutched his throat, blood gushing through his fingers. He attempted to cry out, but only a feeble gurgle escaped his lips, and his body slumped to the ground, silenced forever. Chun Erdwa stood still, gazing at the lifeless form, releasing a long breath. He understood that this was merely a minor episode in his journey as an ability user, with myriad challenges yet to come. In the dimly lit alley thick with tension and the unknown, Chun Erdwa had just endured a harrowing battle. He panted, his eyes still reflecting the sharpness and vigilance from the fight. With his modest yet formidable powers, he had successfully vanquished the opposing ability user. The thud of the fallen opponent echoed ominously, like the turning of fate and Apos' gears. Chun Erdwa approached the fallen ability user, his steps heavy yet imbued with curiosity. An enigmatic question lingered in his mind. What truly distinguishes ability users from ordinary individuals? This curiosity, akin to an invisible hand, drew him closer to the still warm body. As he finally reached the corpse and extended his trembling hand to examine it, an extraordinary force surged forth like a tidal wave. From the deceased and Apos' head through Chun Erdwa and Apos' palm, irresistibly drawing into his own body. The force struck him with such suddenness and ferocity that it felt as though he had been struck by a powerful electric current, every pore in his body opening wide, every nerve quivering violently. Amidst this overwhelming sensation, a voice resonated in his mind, clear and resonant, as if summoned from another realm. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the system. You now possess the ability to absorb others and Apos' powers to elevate your own level. Startled, Chun Erdwa instinctively recoiled. His eyes filled with fear and confusion, initially believing he had heard an external voice. He anxiously scanned his surroundings. The alley was silent, save for the sound of his own rapid breaths echoing in the still air. Straining to listen, he realized that the voice emanated from within his own mind. His eyes widened in disbelief, a profound joy welling within him. He had, it seemed, acquired a remarkable system function. At that moment, Chun Erdwa comprehended that he had previously believed the only means of enhancing his abilities was through the expenditure of energy and physical exertion with his partner. Now, however, a novel pathway revealed itself, absorbing the powers of others to elevate his own level. This revelation illuminated his mind like a beacon in the darkness, unveiling a fresh route toward unparalleled strength. With this newfound capability, Chun Erdwa and Apos' gaze ignited with fervor, his heart brimming with anticipation. He yearned to encounter more ability users, envisioning a future where he could consistently absorb powers, ascend through the ranks, and ultimately become the most formidable ability user in existence, a smile of triumph gracing his lips. Yet, reality doused his enthusiasm like a cold splash of water. How many ability users remained? He was entirely unaware. He only knew that in this seemingly tranquil world, ability users lurked like phantoms in the shadows, elusive and rare. He was uncertain when he might again cross paths with others of his kind, nor what dangers and challenges awaited him in his quest. Nevertheless, the fire within Qin Erdwa remained unquenched. He silently vowed to seek out more ability users by any means necessary to fortify his strength. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his attire and strode purposefully toward the alley's exit. Beyond the threshold lay a world teeming with the unknown and challenges, and he stood ready to embrace all that awaited him. Thus, Qin Erdwa set forth on his journey, akin to a relentless treasure hunter, determined to seek out fellow ability users to enhance his prowess. He scoured the outside world tirelessly, yet encountered no sign of any further incidents or other ability users. Eventually, he returned to the safety of his refuge, feeling like a defeated rooster, disheartened by his fruitless efforts. Upon entering the sanctuary, he eagerly recounted his experiences to Wen Xiaoqin, his words tumbling forth like water from a bamboo tube. Wen Xiaoqin listened, her expression one of incredulity, her eyes wide as saucers, as if she had heard the most fantastical tale. To think there existed other ability users, capable of elevating their levels by absorbing powers like silkworms consuming mulberry leaves. In that moment, Wen Xiaoqin, resembling a sagacious strategist, devised a plan for Qin Erdwa. She proposed, if you wish to encounter other ability users quickly, it is akin to casting an enticing net. You could place some items in a mundane room, select a few individuals, and then conceal yourself like a mysterious ninja. Once others catch wind of the food, they will rush to seize it like sharks scenting blood. At that juncture, you can strike and eliminate them to acquire their powers. Upon hearing her suggestion, Qin Erdwa felt an inner conflict, as if two voices were at war within him. On one hand, he found the idea somewhat inhumane, akin to sacrificing pawns in a game of chess, and he would have to act like a cold-blooded killer. Yet, on the other hand, he realized that if he did not elevate his level promptly, others might surpass him, becoming ravenous wolves when they encountered him, showing no mercy. Having reconciled these thoughts, Qin Erdwa resolved, like a warrior preparing for battle, to venture forth at dawn, akin to a fierce leopard seeking out other ability users to bolster his strength. Chapter 44. The three-day retreat culminates in success. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the dust-laden windows, casting a sparse glow upon Qin Erdwa's face. He abruptly sat up from the rudimentary military cot, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. After a day of contemplation and strategizing, he had adequately prepared himself for the forthcoming endeavors. After completing his morning rituals, Qin Erdwa hastily consumed a few bites of compressed biscuits before departing from the safe house. He was acutely aware that in this world rife with peril and opportunity, enhancing his abilities necessitated the continual absorption of power from other superhumans. Each venture outside felt akin to stepping onto an uncharted battlefield, where danger lurked at every corner, yet he did not flinch. As he ventured forth in search of those endowed with abilities, he summoned Wang Ba to his side. Wang Ba, a robust figure with a countenance of earnestness, trailed closely behind Qin Erdwa, his eyes brimming with reverence. Qin Erdwa patted Wang Ba on the shoulder and instructed, Wang Ba, arrange for a few brothers to bring some supplies and guard the adjacent room. These supplies will serve as bait to attract others. Perhaps we might lure in some superhumans. Wang Ba nodded vigorously, responding in a deep voice, understood, Qinggu, I shall get on it right away. However, the realm of superhumans was far from simplistic. Each possessed their own territory, akin to a pack of solitary beasts fiercely guarding their domains. Qin Erdwa scoured the surroundings, cautiously navigating through derelict buildings and shadowy alleys. His sharp instincts remained vigilant, alert to any subtle movements that might betray the presence of hidden superhumans. 3 days slipped by like water through fingers. And though fatigue etched itself upon Qin Erdwa's visage, his gaze remained unwavering. After 3 arduous days of searching, he had only discovered 2 malevolent superhumans. Upon successfully absorbing their powers, the surge of energy coursing through him momentarily dispelled his weariness. Turning his attention to Wang Ba and Appo's arrangements, the situation appeared grim. Several brothers stood guard in the room brimming with supplies, their eyes wide open, yet no shadow of a superhuman had crossed their path. Qin Erdwa furrowed his brow, pondering whether the scarcity of superhumans in the vicinity was the reason for their lack of success. This notion spiraled within his mind, bringing him considerable distress. Consequently, Chun Erdwa resolved to temporarily abandon his search for superhumans. He stood at the center of the safe house, surveying his surroundings, and conceived a new plan. He recalled the simulation equipment within the safe house, pondering whether he could utilize it to expend his abilities. Then returned to train with Wen Ziqing and the others to further enhance his powers, though this method would yield slower results. It was a viable strategy under the current circumstances. In the ensuing 3 days, Chun Erdwa functioned like an indefatigable machine, remaining within the confines of the safe house. He entered the simulation room, where the environment was configured to be exceedingly harsh, resembling the front lines of an apocalyptic world, with howling winds and zombies roaming. He was compelled to repeatedly employ his abilities to confront these challenges. Each depletion of his energy felt akin to igniting his very life force. Yet he understood that this was the path to fortifying his strength. Once his abilities were thoroughly exhausted, he would promptly return to the room where Wen Ziqing and the others awaited, their faces reflecting anticipation and determination. Chun Erdwa inhaled deeply, initiating their training sessions. They collaborated and sparred, each clash igniting sparks of energy. Throughout these 3 days, Chun Erdwa drained his powers 10 times. After each depletion, he would engage 3 individuals for training. Each session was both a challenge and a lesson in growth. He sensed his abilities progressively strengthening, the energy within him stabilizing and amplifying. He believed that perseverance would eventually enable him to establish a firm foothold in this world, evolving into a true force to be reckoned with. In that realm filled with wonder and uncertainty, days flowed like a gentle stream. Amidst the bustle, Chun Erdwa meticulously managed various matters. He traversed diverse locations, relentlessly exploring enigmatic training methods to enhance his powers while remaining attentive to the well-being of those around him, alleviating their concerns. Time slipped by in this fulfilling rhythm, culminating in the completion of 2 cycles. On the 4th day, following the culmination of his tasks, tranquility was abruptly disrupted. When Shaoqing and Zhou Shanfeng simultaneously exhibited unusual symptoms, both succumbing to fits of retching. Initially, Chun Erdwa thought little of it, attributing their condition to a mere bout of food poisoning, a common occurrence in a world teeming with bizarre edibles. However, when Shaoqing, being a skilled physician, quickly surmised, through her keen intuition and extensive medical knowledge, the potential cause of their ailment. Yet, it remained mere speculation without concrete evidence, leaving her uncertain. Thus, she instructed Chun Erdwa to procure a testing strip. Although filled with confusion, he complied with her request, swiftly retrieving the strip. As when Shaoqing and Zhou Shanfeng cautiously conducted the test, the results illuminated the truth. Both were pregnant. The revelation struck Chun Erdwa like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. He widened his eyes, his face awash with incredulity, unable to fathom that he was to become a father at such a young age. At this juncture, he had envisioned focusing on enhancing his abilities, carving out a domain for himself amid the myriad challenges of this world. Yet the unforeseen arrival of new life left him feeling unmoored. Conversely, when Shaoqing and Zhou Shanfeng were overwhelmed with elation, their eyes sparkled with joy as they clasped each other's hands tightly, their faces radiating an indescribable happiness. They understood that bearing Chun Erdwa and Apos' child solidified their positions as his rightful partners. In this intricate world, identity and status were frequently accompanied by competition and trials, and the impending arrival of this child undoubtedly fortified their standing. Upon discovering Wen Shaoqing and Zhou Shanfeng's pregnancies, the others cast envious glances their way, their eyes filled with yearning and aspiration, further solidifying their resolve to assist Chun Erdwa in fathering a child as swiftly as possible. In this unique environment, everyone yearned for a closer connection with Chun Erdwa, and bearing his offspring was undeniably the most effective means to achieve that bond. Thus, in the time that followed, Chun Erdwa and Apos' life grew increasingly hectic. Each day was consumed with honing his abilities, the very foundation for his survival in this perilous world, compelling him to continually push his limits and master greater powers. Simultaneously, he carved out moments to check on Wen Shaoqing and Zhou Shanfeng, ensuring their well-being and emotional health, offering them companionship and care. During his remaining hours, Chun Erdwa immersed himself in the company of the other 13 individuals, nurturing the burgeoning life within them. Though this left him in a state of constant busyness, a smile of happiness frequently adorned his face, as if all this toil was profoundly worthwhile. In this realm brimming with love and hope, the emergence of new life shone like brilliant stars, illuminating every soul and fortifying Chun Erdwa's resolve to forge ahead on his path. He understood that his endeavors were not solely for the sake of his own aspirations, but also for those who cherished him and the new life that was approaching. He was determined to safeguard their happiness and forge a brighter future. Throughout what seemed an interminable week, deliberately elongated by the passage of time, Chun Erdwa endured countless hardships and trials. Each day, he immersed himself in profound training of his extraordinary abilities, dedicating all his energy to their enhancement. Every moment was spent in deep communion and integration with the power within him. Sweat soaked his garments. Exhaustion besieged his body and spirit. Yet he never wavered in his resolve. At long last, his extraordinary abilities ascended to the fourth tier, and a formidable force surged within him, instilling a sense of unprecedented strength. Meanwhile, in his harem, an atmosphere of jubilation reigned. Qin Chi, Qin Ping, and Qin Xia, his three beloveds, were each expecting a child. Their faces radiated with blissful smiles, embodying the essence of the most exquisite existence. Observing their blossoming bellies, Chun Erdwa and Apos' heart swelled with joy and anticipation. However, the other wives in the harem had yet to share similar news. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the warm ambience within the harem, as everyone patiently awaited the arrival of new life. This delightful chapter, however, was soon to be interrupted. A surge of curiosity suddenly enveloped Chun Erdwa. He was eager to witness the transformation of the outside world over the past week. Thus, with a mix of trepidation and hope, he ventured outside. The moment he stepped through the door, the sight before him drew a sharp intake of breath. The streets were nearly deserted, and the entire world seemed shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. The once vibrant and bustling scene had vanished, replaced by desolation and despair. The extreme scarcity of food had plunged people into a dire existence. Under the weight of survival pressures, many had succumbed to madness, with theft and robbery rampant. Those who had once been kind-hearted and simple were now willing to take up arms, fighting amongst themselves for a mere morsel. What shocked Chun Erdwa further was the presence of several extraordinary individuals among the chaotic crowd, many of whom had achieved breakthroughs over the week. Advancing to the second tier of abilities, they emanated a potent aura, their eyes gleaming with madness and greed. When Chun Erdwa first encountered these individuals, he nearly suffered a grave misfortune. Suddenly, three second-tier extraordinary beings spotted him, their eyes flickering with avarice, as if they had laid eyes upon a sumptuous feast. Without uttering a word, they lunged at him. Chun Erdwa had no time to react before he found himself encircled by their sudden assault. The three second-tier extraordinary beings coordinated their attacks with precision, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon him. For a moment, he was caught off guard, his body swaying under their onslaught. Fortuitously, during this week of relentless effort, Chun Erdwa had successfully ascended to the fourth tier. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and in this critical moment, he swiftly steadied his mind. Drawing a deep breath, the extraordinary power within him surged like a tidal wave. He adeptly evaded the trio's assaults while searching for their vulnerabilities. Thus commenced a fierce battle. Chun Erdwa darted through the streets, each of his movements infused with immense power. His extraordinary abilities shimmered in the air, colliding with the trio's attacks, resulting in resounding explosions. Seconds turned into minutes as the battle raged on for over 10 minutes. Both sides were fatigued, yet neither surrendered. Finally, Chun Erdwa seized a perfect opportunity. Spotting a flaw in one of the second-tier extraordinary beings, he launched a fierce attack. His fist struck like a cannonball, sending the foe crashing away like a kite with severed strings. Swiftly, he pivoted to confront the other two extraordinary beings. His strikes intensified, and they began to falter under his relentless assault. After a fierce struggle, Chun Erdwa successfully dispatched all three second-tier extraordinary beings. Breathing heavily, he stood beside their lifeless bodies. His form marred by wounds, yet his eyes remained resolute and confident. Gradually, he crouched down, absorbing the energy from the fallen foes. The influx of potent energy coursed through him, granting a sensation of unprecedented exhilaration. However, upon completing the absorption, he realized he had not yet advanced to the fifth tier. It appeared that a greater accumulation of energy was required for such a progression. A fierce determination ignited within Chun Erdwa. He recognized that the road ahead was long, necessitating relentless effort in his quest for greater strength. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with conviction and resolve. He knew that his journey of adventure had only just begun. Thus, he returned to his sanctuary, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest. Eager to digest and solidify the energy he had absorbed that day, much like savoring a fine vintage wine. Upon his return, Chun Erdwa discerned the lurking crisis within his harem. 5 of his wives were expectantly awaiting childbirth, akin to 5 pearls nurturing hope. The remaining 10 wives could assist. but the burden of caring for so many felt akin to a small horse attempting to pull a grand carriage, revealing their limitations. Previously, the safe house had but 12 servants, akin to 12 faint stars struggling to illuminate the vast night sky. An epiphany struck Chin Erdwa like a shooting star across the firmament. He resolved to recruit 38 additional maids. He envisioned these 50 maids trained as both bodyguards and assistants to his wives, serving as nimble sprites when at home and as steadfast protectors in the outside world. Following this, he instructed Fan Tong to disseminate the news throughout the safe house. The announcement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of excitement as everyone flocked to apply, eager to partake in the opportunity. They understood that securing a position meant entering a treasure trove free of worries regarding sustenance and shelter. However, upon encountering the stipulations, over 70% of the applicants fell away like withering flowers in the face of an unexpected storm. Those who met the criteria hurried to register with Fan Tong, akin to explorers discovering clues to hidden treasures. After a day filled with bustling registrations, 200 individuals qualified, sparkling like a constellation of stars. Chin Erdwa conducted interviews for these hopefuls, meticulously selecting each one as a discerning connoisseur with a prized steed. Ultimately, after rigorous scrutiny, 48 individuals remained, each radiating a captivating brilliance. Recognizing their exceptional qualifications, Chin Erdwa decided to welcome all of them. Thus, the number of female bodyguards swelled to 60, and he aimed to train them as one would forge sharp swords. In the end, the deserving were retained and allocated among his 15 wives with the care befitting the distribution of precious treasures. Chapter 45. Good news arrives in a spacious and bright conference room. Suffused with an air of tension, Chin Erdwa stood at the forefront, his gaze resolute and sharp as it scanned the faces of a group of young girls filled with anticipation and trepidation. After a meticulous selection process, he had finally finalized the roster for the female bodyguard training program, and a detailed yet stringent training regimen had begun to take shape in his mind. Once everything was settled, Chin Erdwa officially commenced this arduous training journey, akin to a purgatory. Standing at the center of the training ground, his voice resonated powerfully and steadily, echoing like a resounding bell in everyone's ears. From today onward, you shall embark on a week of grueling training. Do not underestimate this week, for it will mark a turning point in your lives. If you can endure through this week, regardless of how many remain at the end, you will emerge as qualified female bodyguards. The girls and Appos eyes sparkled with determination, although a flicker of fear lingered within. It was eclipsed by their aspirations for the future and their resolve to challenge themselves. The first day in Appos' training focused on physical endurance. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight had fully illuminated the earth, Chin Erdwa blew his whistle, shattering the morning's tranquility with a sharp sound. The girls quickly sprang from their beds, hastily donning their attire, and made their way to the training ground. With a serious expression, Chin Erdwa announced, "Today in Appos' first task is a 10-kilometer cross-country run." Taking a deep breath, the girls set forth on their journey. The path was rugged and uneven, the sun gradually becoming blistering, sweat soaking their garments. Yet, not a single girl chose to surrender easily. As the afternoon wore on, before they could catch their breath, Chin Erdwa ordered a second 10-kilometer run. By this time, some girls' steps had begun to falter, their legs feeling as though weighed down by lead. Yet they persevered through gritted teeth. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth, a time that should have signaled rest, but instead, they faced another 10-kilometer run. A few girls could no longer endure, their steps unsteady, and they were ultimately eliminated, watching their departing companions. The remaining girls felt a pang of sorrow, but were further galvanized in their resolve to persist. On the second day, the focus of training shifted to courage. In the center of the training ground, several blindfolded men were bound, specifically captured by Chin Erdwa for this exercise. With a steely gaze, he stated, "As a qualified female bodyguard, you must possess the courage to protect your employer in critical moments. Today, you will be tasked with eliminating the men tied to the posts. If you cannot accomplish this, you are unworthy of being a bodyguard." The girls exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with conflict and fear. Some trembled, tears welling in their eyes. Others bit their lips, their expressions betraying a flicker of resolve. A few ultimately could not bring themselves to act, resigning to their fate of elimination. Those who summoned the courage to proceed, though tormented inside, found their bravery undergoing unprecedented refinement in the process. The third day's training assessed their loyalty. Chin Erdwa led the girls into a room where a large screen displayed photographs of various individuals of differing identities. He spoke slowly now. "You must make a choice from among these individuals. This is not merely a simple selection. It will reflect your innermost desires. As bodyguards, you must learn to control your emotions and prioritize your employer and Oppos' interests. The girls fell into contemplation, each choice resembling a grueling internal struggle. Qin Erdwa closely monitored their expressions and reactions, eliminating a portion based on their selections. On the fourth day, they finally faced the fourth challenge, combat proficiency. The training ground was equipped with various fighting apparatus, the sandbag swaying gently in the breeze. Qin Erdwa personally demonstrated several fundamental combat techniques, his movements fluid and powerful. The girls diligently absorbed the lessons and subsequently paired off for practical exercises. The sounds of punches and kicks reverberated through the air. Some girls, despite their inexperience, gave their all, while others exhibited considerable talent and skill. Qin Erdwa observed them closely, evaluating each girl's combat abilities. Those who struggled in combat and could not master the basics had no choice but to depart from the training squad. In the ensuing days, the training continued. Rigorous and relentless. Each session tested the girls both physically and psychologically, yet they remained undeterred, striving to become exemplary female bodyguards. Qin Erdwa steadfastly remained at the forefront of the training, utilizing his expertise and strictness to safeguard the girls' and Oppos' growth. If combat ability were to be viewed as a precise measure, those with formidable skills would be likened to razor-sharp swords, forming one group. Those with moderate abilities would resemble practical and durable knives, forming another. While those with no foundation at all would be akin to unrefined stones, relegated to a third group. During the final 3 days, like a master craftsman, he meticulously integrated and reviewed the 4 training components as if they were precious materials, culminating in a test as rigorous as an iron-faced judge. After a week of training that felt like a tempest, the once orderly line appeared to have undergone a brutal culling, leaving only 40 behind, with 20 eliminated. Qin Erdwa designated the eliminated 20 as reserves, granting them another chance to shine. They would undergo an additional month of training, and should they qualify, they might soar like fortunate birds into the comforting nest of female bodyguards. Qin Erdwa directed these 20 to follow Fan Tong for training, while he, like a sagacious commander, arranged tasks for the remaining 40. First, the 5 women who were pregnant, likened to 5 unique pearls, each assigned 4 assistants, the remaining 10, akin to 10 ordinary yet significant stars, each assigned 2 assistants. Once personnel were confirmed, it was as if the horn of departure had been sounded, and they began their duties. At this juncture, the number of female bodyguards remained somewhat insufficient, akin to a vessel brimming with vacancies. Qin Erdwa instructed Fan Tong to remain vigilant, welcoming any candidates who met the requirements. Those who qualified would be embraced into the reserve ranks, akin to koi fish leaping over the dragon gate to join the ranks of female bodyguards. Thus, a vigorous whirlwind swept through the safe house. A trend emerged known as the exercise wave, igniting the passion within all eligible women as they began various training regimens. They harbored aspirations as bright as the stars, hoping that one day they too could join the ranks of female bodyguards. They understood that once they crossed that threshold, it would be akin to ascending the heights of destiny, becoming the elite, free from worries, as if settling into a haven of tranquility. Yet, Qin Erdwa remained oblivious to all this. After meticulously arranging his harem, he resembled a devoted ascetic, singularly focused on striving to enhance his own capabilities. Outside, the world loomed like a purgatory shrouded in darkness. The ominous clouds of doom hung heavily, casting a long shadow over the earth. In this endless night, criminals proliferated like wild grass, while the law seemed as flimsy as a delicate veil, ruthlessly torn asunder, rendered non-existent. Armed robberies and supernatural heists have surged with the ferocity of a locust swarm, overwhelming society. The very guardians of justice, the police, find themselves ensnared in a quagmire of challenges, akin to ants scurrying atop a hot pan, utterly preoccupied and unable to attend to the plight of innocent civilians. Consequently, the global population dwindles as rapidly as a breached dam. In stark contrast, those endowed with supernatural abilities and firearms roam this chaotic world like ravenous wolves, indulging in rampant pillage and plunder without concern for sustenance. Their malevolent acts blaze with an intensity reminiscent of roaring flames, ultimately prompting the authorities to take notice. The officials, resembling stern judges, issued severe edicts forbidding indiscriminate slaughter, threatening dire repercussions for any transgressors. However, in this apocalyptic deluge, few possess the meekness of lambs to abide by the law. Most adhere to the doctrine of self-preservation, acutely aware that failure to seize opportunities would leave them akin to abandoned geese in a desolate wasteland, unable to secure even a morsel to eat. In this hellish realm, those with nefarious intentions, seeking to profit from the chaos, behave like insatiable wolves, persistently engaging in acts of burglary. Their sole focus remains on their base instinct for survival. Casting aside both law and morality in the tumultuous landscape, the authorities had earnestly issued warnings, akin to a benevolent parent guiding a wayward child. Yet, the wrongdoers remained indifferent, galloping forth like unbridled stallions, trampling upon the very foundations of law. This audacious defiance undoubtedly struck a resounding blow to the officials and Oppo's dignity, the echo of which reverberated through the stillness of this chaotic world. Naturally, the authorities could not tolerate such blatant provocation, hence, they meticulously organized their forces, vowing to restore order with a tempestuous crackdown. After 3 days of relentless preparation, reminiscent of strategic planning before a great battle, the officials finally mobilized an elite force of 1,000 individuals. Among them, 50 possessed supernatural abilities, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky, while the remaining members were heavily armed, exuding an intimidating presence akin to colossal iron giants. The officials brimmed with confidence, believing this formidable legion to be an indomitable sword, capable of intimidating all lawbreakers. They divided this force into 50 groups of 20, each led by a supernatural individual, dispatched across 50 cities. Their mission was to uphold the fragile peace, acting as harbingers of justice to decisively strike against the recidivist criminals, akin to malignant tumors in society. Yet, the authorities underestimated the sheer ruthlessness of these offenders. They lurked like demons in the depths of darkness, extending their malevolent claws. In 3 of the cities, darkness consumed them entirely. All armed personnel sent there mysteriously vanished, as if devoured by an unrelenting black hole, cruelly slain by the malevolent forces. The remaining 47 cities found themselves temporarily subdued, the calm before the impending storm. Among the cities that fell victim to these dark forces was the very city where Chen Erdwa resided. This revelation landed like a heavy bombshell, compelling the authorities to recalibrate their strategy. Thus, they decisively resolved to dispatch forces, akin to divine intervention, to conduct an in-depth investigation in this city, vowing to unearth the demons lurking in the shadows. Chapter 46, Consolidating Power in a World That Appears Tranquil Yet Conceals Countless Mysteries and Perils. Chen Erdwa finds himself in a relatively secure haven, the safe house. At this moment, he remains blissfully unaware that external official forces are vigorously orchestrating a series of operations. The officials, clad in uniform attire and adorned with solemn, resolute expressions, meticulously scour every corner for signs of disturbance, their intentions seemingly veering toward Chen Erdwa. Yet he remains oblivious. Within the confines of this safe house, Chen Erdwa devotes the majority of his time to honing his extraordinary abilities. He often sits cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by an elusive, mysterious aura, endeavoring to excavate and amplify the latent power within him. Beads of perspiration frequently surface on his forehead, and his hands tremble slightly, revealing that the journey of enhancing his abilities is far from effortless. Meanwhile, in another part of the safe house, the women yet to conceive harbor a singular fervent desire to assist Chen Erdwa in fathering a child. When gathered together, their eyes brim with eagerness and anticipation as they furtively exchange various methods and experiences in hushed whispers. Thus, Chen Erdwa, akin to a diligent stallion, tirelessly engages in the endeavor of procreation. He navigates between rooms, his weary figure betraying a hint of helplessness. Each effort he exerts drains him completely. Yet through his relentless endeavors, 5 women ultimately succeed in becoming pregnant. This news ignites a minor uproar within the safe house. The 5 women beam with happiness and pride, as though they have accomplished an immensely significant mission. With this, the hierarchy within the harem experiences a fresh shift. Number 4, Xiaoying, possesses a sweet appearance and a gentle demeanor, perpetually seated in her room, awaiting Chen Erdwa's arrival. Number 5, Xiaomei, exudes vitality with her vivacious spirit, often bouncing around the safe house with exuberance. Number 6, Xiaoying, with her large, expressive eyes, showcases exceptional intellect, frequently offering unique insights on various matters. Number 7, Xiaobei, boasts porcelain skin and an elegant presence resembling a blooming white lotus. Number 8, Zhaoping, is forthright, never mincing her words or actions. Thus far, 10 of the 15 positions have been defined, leaving 5 yet to be determined. Initially, after 5 days of intense exertion, Chen Erdwa feels his body nearing its limits. His legs grow weak, and his spirit wanes, leading him to contemplate a well-deserved rest. However, the 5 women who have yet to conceive refuse to relent. They cling to him like persistent shadows, their eyes filled with longing and pleading. Some tug at his sleeve, imploring, "Young Master Qin, please assist us just one more time." Others lament before him, expressing their deep desire to bear his children. Left with no alternative, Qin Erdwa grits his teeth, drawing upon the last reserves of his strength to fulfill their requests. Over the subsequent 5 days, he appears as though he has been wound up like a clockwork machine, tirelessly toiling. Each attempt demands his utmost focus, leaving him drenched in sweat. At long last, fortune smiles upon his efforts, as 2 more women joyfully discover they are with child. Xiaoxing, with her lustrous black hair and a glimmer of stubbornness in her eyes, secures residence in Room 9. Xiaoxing, an optimistic spirit with a perpetual radiant smile, successfully occupies Room 10. Thus, this chapter of the harem journey draws to a temporary close. The remaining 3 women, still childless, find themselves engulfed in despondency. They linger silently in a corner, their expressions heavy with disappointment and despair. Some secretly wipe away tears, while others gaze vacantly into the distance, as if hope has eluded them. Although they understand the situation is beyond their control, they cannot help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Ultimately, they retreat with a sense of resignation, their footsteps heavy as they return to their rooms, hearts laden with helplessness and bitterness. Qin Erdwa, possessing an uncanny insight into the hearts of others, immediately perceives the 3 women's gloom, akin to frostbitten eggplants. He quickly approaches them, offering comfort as gentle as a spring breeze, softly assuring, "In a few days, I will wholly belong to the 3 of you." Like seedlings rejuvenated by much-needed rain, their spirits lift at his words, the clouds of despair dissipating from their faces. Having rejuvenated after 5 days of respite, Qin Erdwa reemerges in the safe house with the vigor of a lion. The safe house resembles a warm harbor upon his arrival. The confidence of all present swells like the tide. During his industrious days, the safe house operates as a well-oiled machine, advancing rapidly. Its defenses stand as solid as a rock, capable of withstanding attacks from abilities of level 3 or lower. Its food reserves resemble a small mountain, achieving self-sufficiency. Thus, Qin Erdwa, accompanied by the 3 women yet to conceive and a cadre of steadfast bodyguards, ventures into the outside world. His curiosity piqued, he yearns to witness the transformation of the world beyond. Upon stepping into this new reality, it is as though he has unsealed a mysterious box, revealing a scene starkly different from what he once knew. Once, the world outside resembled a hellish battleground, rife with violence and chaos. Severed limbs lay scattered like fallen leaves. Yet now, it unfolds like a vibrant garden, flourishing with life. In the distance, police officers stand sentinel, guardians of the city, maintaining order. At this moment, Qin Erdwa remains astute, quickly sensing the official presence. He promptly advises his companions, "Let us change our course." Why, one might ask. He has no desire to entangle himself with officialdom, for should they uncover his true nature, he may find himself coerced into serving the state, a most uncomfortable predicament. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Erdwa leads the group on a detour, continuing their pleasurable exploration. Although he wishes to avoid provoking official attention, this does not imply that he escapes their notice. As he and his entourage depart, the general adorned with a gleaming 5-pointed star observes from a shadowy corner, his gaze fixed intently upon Qin Erdwa. The general, intrigued, swiftly seeks out information, inquiring, "Who is this individual?" After thorough investigation, the entirety of Qin Erdwa and Appo's background is unearthed, including the details of his safe house. The officials convene and, after deliberation, resolve to dispatch a representative to engage with Qin Erdwa, contemplating that he might contribute to the nation's efforts. However, Qin Erdwa remains oblivious to these machinations, merrily reveling in the company of his companions. For the first time since the onset of the apocalypse, his young companions relish the freedom to roam outside, their excitement boundless, akin to unbridled colts. As night descends like a heavy shroud, enveloping the earth in darkness, they find themselves deprived of warm meals throughout the day. At this juncture, Qin Erdwa assumes the role of a steady and trustworthy guide, leading his companions back to the safe house. On their return journey, an ill-fated level 1 ability user, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, brazenly obstructs their path, accompanied by a band of followers. This level 1 user, resembling a ravenous wolf, demandingly insists that they surrender their provisions. Qin Erdwa could hardly tolerate such occurrences. Like a bolt of lightning, he swiftly vanquished his adversaries without uttering a word. Subsequently, he resembled a ferocious beast, mercilessly absorbing the powers of the extraordinary being. From a distance, the general witnessed this scene, as if struck by a thunderclap. rendering him speechless and frozen in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a breathtaking spectacle. Although the authorities possessed extraordinary individuals, none could compare to Chen Erdwa, who, like a rare gem, effortlessly extinguished an extraordinary being with a single move. This moment, akin to a powerful bombshell, further solidified the general and Apos' resolve to recruit Chen Erdwa into his ranks. After accomplishing these feats and after half an hour of relentless effort, Chen Erdwa returned to the safe house, resembling a triumphant general leading his troops. Upon entering, the group resembled weary travelers who had encountered a long-awaited rain, hastily washing up and disinfecting themselves, then eagerly savoring the warmth of a steaming meal, akin to a comforting embrace. After the day and Apos' tribulations, Chen Erdwa felt like a deflated balloon, weary and fatigued. Thus, he retreated to his room, akin to a tired bird returning to its nest for rest. In the midst of the night, as he slumbered soundly, he suddenly felt someone slip into his bed. This unexpected disturbance was akin to a thunderclap near his ear, startling him awake. Instinctively, he prepared to strike with the ferocity of an enraged lion. However, upon reflection, he realized that the only ones capable of stealthily entering his chamber were his playful little girlfriends. No one else could achieve such a feat, therefore, he feigned ignorance, allowing the three of them to nestle beneath the covers like three agile fish. Thus unfolded a sensational event that rippled through the world, an astonishing tale of a man being besieged by three women. Chapter 47. Arranging bodyguards. Chen Erdwa was wholly absorbed in his own little world, relishing the exquisite moments of the present. He lounged relaxedly on a plush sofa, legs crossed, cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea, his eyes slightly squinted with a satisfied smile gracing his lips, as if all the troubles of the world were utterly irrelevant to him. Unbeknownst to him, the training on Fan Tong's side was nearing its conclusion. Standing on the training ground, Fan Tong and Apos' gaze was sharp and resolute as he surveyed the group of female bodyguards who had undergone rigorous training over the past days. He meticulously assigned the 40 female bodyguards to their designated posts. These women stood tall, their eyes emanating determination. After saluting Fan Tong in unison, they departed the training field with purposeful strides. The remaining 20 were designated as reserves, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. To further enhance the strength of the bodyguard team, Fan Tong resolved to select individuals with potential from the refugee camp. He personally ventured into the chaotic and suffering-laden area, where ragged refugees wandered, their eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness. Fan Tong scrutinized each individual in the crowd, leaving no potential candidate overlooked. After a thorough selection process, he identified 10 women with commendable physical attributes and keen expressions. Next, he moved to the safe house, a relatively secure and stable environment housing several protected individuals. Within the safe house, Fan Tong carefully selected an additional 20 suitable women. Consequently, a total of 50 women were assembled for intensive training. Over the next month and a half, these women underwent grueling training. Under the blazing sun on the training field, they engaged in high-intensity physical workouts, running, push-ups, sit-ups, one after another. Drenched in sweat, yet none uttered a word of fatigue. In addition to physical training, they learned various combat techniques and security knowledge, with Fan Tong personally instructing them, demanding perfection in every movement and delivering stern reprimands for any slight errors. After this period of arduous training, the physical prowess and skills of these 50 women significantly improved. A month and a half later, Fan Tong conducted a rigorous assessment of the group. The evaluation encompassed physical tests, practical combat scenarios, and security knowledge quizzes. Following a fierce competition, he selected 20 of the most outstanding women to join the ranks of the female bodyguards. Each of these women beamed with pride, knowing their efforts had been recognized. Upon learning this news, Chen Erdwa promptly assigned these 20 bodyguards to the women in his harem, carefully considering each woman's specific situation and needs. However, when Xiaoqin and Zhou Sanfeng were not allocated bodyguards, as their residences were closer to Chen Erdwa, rendering them relatively safer. Moreover, they held significant standing in Chen Erdwa's eyes. He understood that, without a rigorous assessment, he could not assign new bodyguards to them. Otherwise, should they be taken hostage, he would find himself in a precarious dilemma, complicating numerous matters. After making these arrangements, Chen Erdwa sought out Fan Tong. With a serious expression, he conveyed, "We not only require female bodyguards, we also need to train a new batch of male bodyguards. Given the current complex and ever-changing situation, relying solely on female bodyguards is insufficient. Male bodyguards possess unique advantages in certain aspects, enabling them to better ensure everyone and Apos' safety. Fan Tong nodded in understanding. Recognizing Chun Erdwa and Amp, Apos' concerns and requirements. Thus, a wave of enthusiasm swept through the safe house as men eagerly responded to the call, flocking to participate in the training. The training ground soon became a lively arena, filled with shouts and slogans as everyone strove to become competent bodyguards. In the realm of security, there existed a mysterious and vital organization that operated a security company, providing elite bodyguard services to dignitaries in critical locations. The safe house was in urgent need of male bodyguards. Consequently, a notice calling for male bodyguards was disseminated, creating ripples throughout the community. Once the announcement was broadcasted through various channels, it attracted a throng of individuals, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet, with a staggering 500 candidates arriving for interviews, an event reminiscent of a grand martial arts gathering. These individuals hailed from diverse regions, many being outsiders, each harboring distinct aspirations and dreams as they converged from various cities and corners. Within the safe house associated with Chun Erdwa, there was already a familiar group of individuals. Yet only over 300 registered for this selection. As one of the principal organizers of the selection, Chun Erdwa stood amidst the crowd, observing the sea of faces, his brow furrowing involuntarily. His gaze turned deep and vigilant as a chilling possibility emerged in his mind. In this intricate milieu, certain external forces had long been eyeing their security company, perhaps even infiltrating it with undercover agents, these agents lurking like hidden serpents, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the safe house. Thus, Chun Erdwa immediately summoned Fan Tong and a few trusted confidants, sternly instructing, in the forthcoming training, it is imperative to conduct a thorough examination of each individual. These bodyguards will be privy to significant secrets and individuals. They must not only exhibit exceptional capabilities to safeguard their employers at critical moments, but also possess a clear political and personal background. We must not allow any undercover agents to infiltrate. The survival of our entire company hinges on this. Fan Tong and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The ensuing month unfolded as a ruthless elimination process. The training ground resembled a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, showcasing fierce competition daily. Applicants faced various high-intensity physical workouts, practical skill training, and psychological resilience tests. Fan Tong and the other instructors acted as stringent examiners, leaving no detail overlooked. They meticulously observed each individual's performance, analyzing their actions, responses, and demeanor. Any shortcomings resulted in immediate dismissal without mercy. During this month of specialized training, 1,000 candidates were eliminated. Some faltered due to inadequate physical fitness, collapsing during long-distance runs or weight-bearing exercises. Others succumbed in simulated combat scenarios, easily bested by their opponents. And some displayed poor psychological resilience, panicking under pressure and challenges. Now, the vast training ground housed only 500 survivors, akin to swords forged through rigorous trials, radiating a sharp brilliance. However, Fan Tong did not let his guard down. Throughout the training observations, he noted several exceptional candidates whose performances stood out remarkably. Their movements were precise and agile, exuding a calm confidence born from experience. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Fan Tong recognized these individuals were extraordinary. He promptly approached Chun Erdwa to relay his findings. Fan Tong furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly, "Boss, among these 500, there are 5 individuals who unmistakably bear the mark of military service. Their demeanor and movements exude a soldier's aura. I cannot ascertain whether they are retired veterans living at home or active duty personnel. This poses a significant dilemma. If they are still in active service, our hasty decision to employ them could lead to serious repercussions." Chun Erdwa, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss. His fingers unconsciously drummed on the table as he sank into contemplation. After all, he was not yet prepared for a confrontation with the authorities. Although this security company held a notable position in the underworld, it appeared minuscule in the face of official power. Employing these individuals, if they were indeed active military personnel, could potentially trigger a cascade of complications, jeopardizing the company's future. Yet, to relinquish these seemingly capable individuals seemed a regrettable waste. Chun Erdwa found himself ensnared in a quandary. In a conference room at the base, the atmosphere was grave and tense. Chun Erdwa stood before the conference table, his expression stern and his gaze sweeping over Fan Tong. "Fan Tong, keep a close watch on those 5 individuals," Chun Erdwa and Apos' voice was deep and resonant. "As long as they do not engage in any misconduct, We need not interfere excessively. Our current focus must remain on the overall training and selection process. Fong Tong nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of resolve. He understood that Qin Erdwa's directives were laden with significance. Despite their unusual backgrounds, these five held the potential to contribute to the base's efforts, provided they did not provoke trouble during this critical period. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and a month of intensive training passed in a tense yet fulfilling atmosphere. Throughout this month, 500 trainees underwent rigorous tests of physical endurance, skill, and willpower. They ran with heavy loads under the scorching sun, engaged in tactical drills in the mud, and studied safety knowledge and combat techniques late into the night. Each individual pushed their limits, striving to distinguish themselves in this brutal selection process. Ultimately, the results of the evaluations were revealed. From the 500 candidates, only 200 fortunate souls were selected to formally join the security department as guardians of the base's safety. These 200 individuals were akin to gold sifted from gravel, each possessing exceptional qualities and indomitable will. Among these, the initial group of 300 from the safe house was reduced to merely 50. These 50 exhibited extraordinary adaptability and combat aptitude during the training, rapidly evolving into the backbone of the security department. Notably, all 5 military personnel were retained. Their wealth of military experience and solid combat training provided exemplary leadership during the intensive training, serving as role models for their fellow trainees. The remaining individuals primarily hailed from refugee zones. Though they had endured great suffering, they demonstrated remarkable resilience and a fervent desire for survival. Through their extraordinary perseverance and commendable physical condition, they successfully passed the evaluations, earning their place in the security department. At this juncture, Qin Erdwa presented the final assessment to these 200 individuals. Standing on the base and Oppo's playground, he faced the neatly arranged new members of the security department. You have successfully passed the preceding evaluations, but this does not imply you are yet qualified guardians. The upcoming assessment will serve as the ultimate test of your survival skills and teamwork capabilities. Qin Erdwa and Oppo's voice resonated across the playground, each word striking heavily upon the hearts of those present. The rules of this assessment dictated that the 200 individuals be divided into 10 teams of 20. They were to survive outdoors for 2 days without the provision of any food or water. They would be dispatched to a remote wilderness, relying solely on their wits and skills to procure sustenance and water, ensuring their survival. Upon their return to the base after 2 days, each member was required to bring back tangible results, be it food, useful supplies, or valuable survival experiences gleaned from the wild. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the assessment, Qin Erdwa appointed a supervisor for each of the 20 teams. These supervisors, meticulously selected from among the female bodyguards, were all exceptionally skilled, astute, and courageous. They were directly managed by Qin Erdwa and were not to follow the commands of any team. Their duty was to quietly observe from the sidelines, documenting each team member's performance over the 2 days, including their teamwork, ability to confront challenges, and adherence to the assessment rules. They were solely responsible for supervision, refraining from any involvement in combat or survival activities. Based on their records and feedback, Qin Erdwa would ultimately determine the fate of these team members. Upon the conclusion of Qin Erdwa's announcement regarding the assessment rules, the playground fell into a brief silence. The faces of the team members reflected a mixture of anxiety and concern, interspersed with excitement and anticipation. They understood that this would be an unprecedented challenge, yet also an exceptional opportunity to prove themselves. Meanwhile, the supervisors remained resolute, fully prepared to fulfill their responsibilities over the forthcoming 2 days. Soon, the various teams began to assemble, organizing their gear and preparing to embark on this journey of outdoor survival, fraught with uncertainty and challenge. In this tumultuous 2-day survival trial, Qin Erdwa, akin to a perceptive sage, meticulously sifted through the narratives provided by the 20 supervisors, seeking out talent. Like a skilled gold miner extracting brilliant nuggets from an expanse of gravel, he handpicked 100 exceptional individuals to be integrated into the security department. Among the 20 teams, a few operated like ravenous wolves, striking fiercely and ruthlessly against defenseless civilians as if they were famished tigers pouncing on their prey, mercilessly pillaging resources. For individuals of this ilk, Qin Erdwa, guarding a precious treasure, could not afford to trust them within the confines of the safe house. They resembled a double-edged sword. While they possessed destructive potential, they were best suited for the periphery, serving as a formidable shield against adversaries threatening the safe house. Conversely, another group behaved like cunning foxes, avoiding effort when it was time to contribute, retreating like turtles into their shells. For these individuals, Chen Erdwa decisively assigned them to Fan Jian, directing him to place them in roles tending to flora and fauna. In summary, those exhibiting various undesirable behaviors were akin to grains of sand among pearls, wholly unsuitable for inclusion in the core bodyguard division. The 100 individuals who emerged from the selection process were all valiant warriors, their minds sharp and agile, their compassion akin to warm sunlight illuminating those around them. When encountering the vulnerable, they extended their hands like guardian angels. Their methods of procuring food ranged from the nimble hunters pursuing prey in the woods to treasure seekers scouring markets for supplies. This vibrant and righteous team shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, endearing themselves to Chen Erdwa. Among the 100 selected, the 50 chosen from the safe house and the 5 military personnel remained steadfast, like unyielding rocks. The remaining 45 individuals from the refugee zones, while possessing capability, exhibited character shrouded in ambiguity, warranting further scrutiny. Ultimately, Chen Erdwa, akin to a general commanding a vast army, assigned tasks to each of the 100 individuals. He assigned 10 bodyguards to each of Fan Tong, Fan Jian, and Wang Ba, among whom was a soldier, akin to equipping the 3 generals with sharp swords. The remaining 2 soldiers and the others were organized into teams numbered 1 to 7, functioning as vigilant sentinels responsible for patrolling the safe house. Should they detect any anomaly, they would respond with the swift precision of an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 48. Equitable Distribution Within the Seemingly Tranquil Yet Tumultuous Base. Chen Erdwa hurriedly navigated through various rooms. He meticulously assigned tasks to the male and female bodyguards, his gaze radiating an undeniable authority. He was acutely aware that these bodyguards were not only essential to the security of the safe house, but also pivotal in safeguarding the well-being of all within. Each position and responsibility was arranged with meticulous attention, as if he were intricately weaving an invisible net to shield against potential dangers. Once arrangements were finalized, Chen Erdwa did not pause for breath. He swiftly made a significant decision to summon all senior personnel. He understood that only by uniting the collective wisdom and strength of the group could they effectively confront the myriad of unknown challenges looming ahead. He dispatched messengers to notify the senior members, his tone resolute and urgent, as if racing against time. Seconds stretched into eternity as he awaited their arrival. After 10 minutes, the door to the conference room opened in succession, and the senior staff assembled one by one. The atmosphere in the room was tinged with tension, as everyone anticipated a serious discussion ahead. Present were Wen Xiaoqin, Zhou Sanfeng, Fan Tong, Fan Jian, Wang Ba, and the enigmatic researcher Wang Donghua. Each of them carried distinct demeanors, some composed and reserved, while others exuded a shrewdness in their gaze. These individuals played vital roles in the functioning of the safe house, their decisions and actions poised to directly influence its future trajectory. As all took their seats, the conference room fell silent, with every eye fixed on Chen Erdwa. He cleared his throat, his voice deep and commanding, and began to inquire about the current situation within the safe house. First, he turned his attention to Wen Xiaoqin and Zhou Shanfeng, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What is the state of affairs in the inner circle? Is there any dissent among the members? Are the bodyguards performing adequately? Wen Xiaoqin, how would you assess the overall happiness index of everyone in the safe house?" Wen Xiaoqin exchanged a glance with Zhou Shanfeng before responding. Her voice was clear and methodical as she articulated, "Overall, everyone in the safe house is adequately fed and clothed. Although a few individuals tend to be lazy, occasionally going hungry due to their own choices. The women in the inner circle are all behaving appropriately, with no unusual incidents reported. The bodyguards and servants appear to be diligent and responsible, with no signs of suspicion." Zhou Shanfeng nodded slightly in agreement with Wen Xiaoqin and Appos' assessment. Chen Erdwa listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully as a glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes. Next, Chen Erdwa shifted his gaze to Fan Tong, his expression imbued with anticipation as he inquired, "Fan Tong, please elaborate on the status of the reserve bodyguards and security measures under your purview." Fan Tong stood upright, a confident smile gracing his face as he replied, "Boss, the reserve is undergoing rigorous training. Both the male and female bodyguards are highly motivated. At your command, I can promptly provide personnel to meet your requirements." Chen Erdwa regarded Fan Tong with satisfaction, gaining a clearer understanding of the security situation in the safe house. He recognized that with such loyal and well-trained individuals, the safety of the establishment was significantly fortified. The atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly. Yet Chen Erdwa knew this was merely the beginning. Numerous challenges lay ahead that required collective resolution. Taking a deep breath, He prepared to inquire about the circumstances of the other senior members, aiming to devise a more comprehensive strategy for the safe house and Appos' future. Chen Erdwa sat quietly in the spacious yet composed office, his gaze intently fixed on Fan Tong as he actively listened to his responses. Upon hearing Fan Tong and Appos' detailed account of the bodyguards and Appos' employment status, Chen Erdwa nodded slowly in approval. He understood that this flexible personnel allocation system, with the ability to onboard bodyguards at any moment, was crucial. In this tumultuous world, the safe house functioned as a fortress on an isolated island, with the unpredictability of potential adversaries ever present. Should the safe house come under attack, losses within the security team would be inevitable, necessitating the timely infusion of new personnel to ensure the integrity of the safe house's defenses. Noticing the approving expression on Chen Erdwa's face, Fan Tong straightened slightly and continued to elaborate on the overall security situation. He spoke fluently, detailing everything from daily patrol arrangements to various emergency protocols, methodically addressing each nuance. Overall, everything seemed to be in order. Every member of the security team excelled in their respective domains, functioning like precisely calibrated gears, collectively maintaining the normal operation of the safe house's security system. However, Fan Tong's expression suddenly shifted to one of hesitation. He paused momentarily, weighing his next words before summoning the courage to say, "Boss, there is something I cannot decide unilaterally, so I am bringing it to your attention. The researchers have expressed that being confined within the safe house for extended periods has made the environment somewhat stifling, and they occasionally wish to step outside for fresh air." Chen Erdwa, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. His fingers lightly tapped on the table as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. On one hand, the researchers played an indispensable role in the development of the safe house, their findings crucial to its future. Fulfilling their reasonable requests could enhance their work motivation. On the other hand, the world outside the safe house brimmed with unknown dangers, necessitating the safeguarding of the researchers' personal safety. After a lengthy pause, Chen Erdwa finally lifted his gaze and resolutely informed Fan Tong, if there are researchers whose contributions to the safe house are particularly significant, they may be allowed to venture outside. However, at least one team of bodyguards must accompany them to ensure their safety is unequivocally secured. Upon hearing Chen Erdwa's comprehensive decision, Fan Tong's face immediately lit up with gratitude as he expressed his appreciation on behalf of the researchers. "Boss, your consideration is truly thoughtful. The researchers will undoubtedly be grateful for your understanding." With Fan Tong's concerns addressed, Fan Jian, who had been quietly waiting at the side, stepped forward. He cleared his throat and provided an overview of the situation in his area of responsibility. Fan Jian was in charge of the outer two layers of the safe house, primarily focusing on newly hired employees and the lower management. He began to articulate his observations in detail, analyzing everything from the training progress of new employees to the efficiency of the management team. He noted that while the new employees were enthusiastic, they still required further development in their professional skills. Conversely, the lower management, though relatively experienced, exhibited minor issues in team collaboration. Chen Erdwa listened intently, nodding occasionally, fully aware that for the safe house to truly strengthen, every link in the chain must remain intact. In the dimly lit yet orderly conference room, Chen Erdwa was wholly absorbed in the reports being presented. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp and focused, not missing a single detail. As Fan Jian began to discuss the circumstances of everyone within the safe house, Chen Erdwa perked up his ears, meticulously capturing each word. Following Fan Jian's comprehensive account, Chen Erdwa gleaned that the overall happiness index of all individuals in the safe house was, on the whole, quite assured. Though the inhabitants of the safe house face myriad threats from the outside world, their lives remain relatively stable under the current circumstances, often adorned with expressions of contentment. Chen Erdwa nodded in satisfaction at Fan Jian's narrative, for his foremost concern has always been the continual enhancement of the happiness index of everyone within the safe house. In this perilous world, the safe house stands as a final refuge. Only when its members thrive in happiness can he be free from worries about internal discord and issues, ensuring the unity necessary to confront the unknown dangers outside. After Fan Jian shared the current state of affairs, he proceeded to discuss the cultivation of flora and the state of food supplies. Holding a data report, his brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of concern colored his tone. At present, the cultivation situation within our safe house is rather bleak. The areas available for planting are still too limited, and the arable land is exceedingly scarce. As Chen Erdwa listened, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. He understood deeply that in this age of scarcity, land and food are the very foundations of survival. Upon concluding Fan Jian and Appo's report, Chen Erdwa resolutely stated, "Do not fret about the soil. Arrange for the area to be demarcated, and I shall take responsibility for resolving the soil issues." His voice was steady and firm, exuding a reassuring strength. Upon hearing that Chen Erdwa could tackle the soil problem, Fan Jian's eyes brightened, and he immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "As soon as the meeting concludes, I will organize the team to designate the planting zones. I shall not waste a moment." Next, Fan Jian lamented the scarcity of trees. With a resigned sigh, he noted, "The lack of trees in our safe house has resulted in insufficient oxygen, leading to a somewhat stifling and humid environment that makes it uncomfortable for everyone. We must devise a plan to plant more trees." Chen Erdwa frowned slightly, envisioning how such a stifling and humid atmosphere could affect the lives and health of the residents. However, he quickly regained his composure and firmly declared, "I will also resolve this issue. You focus on managing your current tasks." As Fan Jian's report drew to a close, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted slightly. It was then that Wang Ba, a robust man with a resolute face, took his turn to report. Wang Ba harbored both ambition and an unwavering loyalty to Chen Erdwa, yearning to carve out his own space in this chaotic world, yet willing to go to great lengths for the safety house and Chen Erdwa. Seeing Chen Erdwa's intent gaze upon him, Wang Ba stood up with a swift motion, his posture as upright as a towering pine. With a booming voice, he confidently recounted his responsibilities. "Boss, rest assured, as long as I, Wang Ba, am here, not a single nefarious individual will infiltrate our safe house. I will lead my brothers in round-the-clock patrols, bolstering our defenses to ensure the safety of our sanctuary." His eyes radiated determination and resolve, as if proclaiming to the world his vow to protect every inch of the safe house with his life. In the midst of this tumultuous landscape, the safe house stood as an impregnable fortress, impervious to assault. Hearing Wang Ba's emphatic assurance, Chen Erdwa felt as though a suspended heart had finally found solid ground. Nodding in satisfaction, his gesture akin to wheat swaying gently in the breeze. Then, with keen eyes, Chen Erdwa turned to Wang Ba and gently inquired, "Do you encounter any challenges that resemble a fog in the darkness, requiring my assistance to clarify?" Wang Ba, brow furrowed and urgency in his voice, replied, "The only pressing issues before us feel like two mountains blocking our path, a shortage of manpower and a lack of weaponry." Upon hearing this, Chen Erdwa's gaze became as resolute as the brightest star in the night sky, and he promptly affirmed, "Once this batch of reserves, akin to newly hatched eagles, completes their training and is deemed ready, I shall promptly send them your way, like timely rain nourishing parched earth. As for the weapons, within a week, I will magically procure everything you need." Wang Ba, upon receiving Chen Erdwa's powerful commitment, felt as though he were a weary traveler in the desert who had stumbled upon a refreshing spring, his joy immeasurable. With such support, it was as if an additional layer of fortified armor had been added to the shield protecting the safe house, granting him greater confidence. After addressing Wang Ba's concerns, Chen Erdwa's piercing gaze then turned like a spotlight towards Wang Donghua. Wang Donghua, the scientific pillar of the safe house, was instrumental in creating the high-tech sanctuary that resembled a scene from a science fiction realm. With a look of concern, Chen Erdwa inquired, "Minister Wang, do you have any needs, akin to parched land yearning for the nourishing rain, that I may assist with?" Wang Donghua, upon hearing the question, swiftly articulated his thoughts. "Firstly, we have an alarmingly low number of researchers, akin to the rare oases in a desert. I hope we can increase their numbers. Secondly, I would like to assign bodyguards to each expert, as if providing a protective shield for precious gems, allowing them to venture outside for fresh air, like caged birds longing to soar into the open sky. Thirdly, I hope you can help us procure some scientific instruments, akin to equipping warriors with fine weaponry." Upon absorbing Wang Donghwa's requests, Chen Erdwa's gaze was resolute, and his tone unwavering as he declared, "As long as there are talents available, I will arrange for them to be delivered to you promptly, like a courier with a package. I shall also ensure the instruments reach your hands within a week. Simply provide me with a list of what is needed, akin to a treasure map. Regarding your second point, you may inquire with Captain Fan Tong, and he will provide you with a satisfactory response." Once Chen Erdwa had addressed everyone's inquiries, he stood before them like a general poised to lead his soldiers into battle, summarizing, "I hope that we can unite as seamlessly interlocking gears, working together diligently to ensure the safety of our sanctuary, making it our everlasting refuge." With a sweeping gesture, Chun Erdwa commanded the team to return to their respective duties, akin to a commander directing a vast army. Chapter 49. A mixed blessing. Once everyone had returned to their respective posts, Chun Erdwa sat quietly alone in the empty conference room, contemplating the future of the safe house. Time slipped by unnoticed as he became deeply engrossed in his thoughts. Eventually, the sudden growl of his stomach jolted him back to reality. Glancing at his watch, he was surprised to see that it was already 6 in the evening. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily before making his way to the cafeteria. Upon entering, he noticed that the room was filled with people enjoying their meals. His arrival caught the attention of a few, who acknowledged him with polite nods before resuming their dining. As soon as when Xiaoqin spotted him, she set down her chopsticks and hurried into the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with a steaming, aromatic dish, walking straight to Chun Erdwa with a smile, saying, "Dear husband, this is specially prepared for you. Please enjoy." Without much thought, Chun Erdwa expressed his gratitude and settled down to savor the delightful dinner. Perhaps due to his hunger, he ate exceptionally quickly, finishing every morsel in no time. After the meal, when Xiaoqin voluntarily approached to help clear the table, and Chun Erdwa then returned to his room to rest. Just as he lay down, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the stillness. "Who is it?" he asked, slightly annoyed. "It's me, Fan Tong," came a low voice from outside. "Come in," Chun Erdwa replied. The door swung open, and Fan Tong hurried into the room, his face alight with excitement. "Mr. Chen, I have wonderful news for you," he exclaimed eagerly. "Oh, what is it?" Chun Erdwa inquired with curiosity. "It's this. Our research team has tirelessly worked and finally succeeded in developing a rice seed that can be mass-produced," Fan Tong declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "Really?" Chun Erdwa sat up, his eyes shining with astonishment. "This is indeed monumental news for our safe house. We are currently in dire need of land, and this seed will undoubtedly alleviate many people's food shortages." Immediately, Chun Erdwa awarded each member of the research team a Medal of Honor, a testament to their hard work and remarkable contributions. Additionally, he granted each person an extra 50 points, a significant sum indeed. This amount equated to 5 days' worth of rations for an individual, proving to be a generous reward for the team. Wang Donghua felt a surge of satisfaction and pride upon hearing of Chun Erdwa's rewards. He realized he had not aligned himself with the wrong leader. Chun Erdwa was not only a capable leader, but also a boss who recognized and motivated his subordinates. Grateful, he bid farewell to Chun Erdwa and rushed back to the research base, eager to share the good news with his colleagues. Chun Erdwa remained absorbed in the joy of Wang Donghua's announcement, feeling particularly elated. At that moment, when Xiaoqin entered the room, noticing the smile on his face, she too felt a warmth spread within her, her lips curving upward. However, when she attempted to speak, hesitation crept in, as if there were something difficult to express. Observing her unusual demeanor, Chun Erdwa asked with concern, "Xiaoqin, is there something you wish to tell me?" When Xiaoqin hesitated, stuttering, "It's nothing serious. Just a small matter." Her voice trailed off, revealing her inner turmoil. Chun Erdwa sensed something was amiss. As when Xiaoqin was not one to beat around the bush, her current reticence suggested that something significant was troubling her. After persistent inquiries from Chun Erdwa, when Xiaoqin finally mustered the courage to disclose the troubling news that had been weighing on her, under Chun Erdwa and Appo's pressing gaze, when Xiaoqin could no longer keep the truth hidden and revealed the entire story. When Chun Erdwa heard the news, it struck him like a thunderclap, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, when Xiaoqin was quick to support him, preventing him from collapsing, Chun Erdwa could hardly fathom that such a calamity could befall him. The events leading to this moment dated back 2 days prior. On that day, as was his routine, he visited each of his 3 wives. However, during his visit to Shaoxing, an unfortunate incident occurred. Chun Erdwa had not gone to Xiao Xian and Appo's room that day, which led to one of her bodyguards covertly causing harm. Despite the doctor's and Appo's best efforts, Shaoxing survived but tragically lost the child she carried. When Xiaoqin and Fan Tong first learned of the incident, they were both nearly rendered incapacitated by shock. Fan Tong, enraged after the initial disbelief, issued an immediate order for the security team to capture the bodyguard responsible. After 2 days of intense pursuit, the security team successfully apprehended the bodyguard, subjecting him to rigorous interrogation. Under immense pressure, he divulged that he had been sent by an external organization known as the Crocodile Gang to infiltrate their ranks. Upon hearing this revelation, Chun Erdwa's fury erupted like a volcano, vowing to eradicate the Crocodile Gang entirely. He then summoned Wang Ba to his side. Within moments, Wang Ba arrived, panting heavily. Chen Erdwa inquired whether he had the courage to undertake a significant mission. Wang Ba, having heard a brief summary from Fan Tong, guessed the nature of the task at hand. Standing tall like a proud pine tree, he confidently pledged his willingness to follow Chen Erdwa into any perilous endeavor. Thus, Chen Erdwa instructed Wang Ba to lead his men in seeking out the crocodile gang to ascertain the situation. If they could eliminate the threat, they were to do so. If not, they were to report back, allowing Chen Erdwa to personally address the matter. With arrangements made, Chen Erdwa proceeded to the backyard to visit Xiaoxing. Meanwhile, Wang Ba set off to carry out his mission. Upon seeing Xiaoxing, tears streamed down Chen Erdwa and Amp Apos' face uncontrollably. This was the first child he had lost in the apocalypse. Despite the child and Apos' tender age, the bond they shared was profound, as this was indeed his firstborn. Amidst his sorrow, Chen Erdwa resolved to pursue Wang Ba, intent on avenging his child's loss. Xiaoxing, witnessing his determination, felt a warmth in her heart but was simultaneously tormented by grief, mourning the loss of the child she had so longed for. Chapter 50. Rest and Recuperation. Chen Erdwa hurriedly made his way to Wang Ba's side, arriving in a mere 10 minutes, like a swift wind. After a brief inquiry, he learned that not far ahead lay the notorious Crocodile Gang. This formidable organization boasted a lavish composition of members, 1 second-tier powerhouse, 5 first-tier powers, and as many as 2,000 subordinates. Such scale rendered it unparalleled in Dahai City, marking it as the largest gang. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Erdwa decisively signaled Wang Ba to lead everyone into temporary hiding, to observe the evolving situation before making further decisions. He resolved to venture alone into the depths of the Crocodile Gang to investigate their inner workings. With the swiftness of lightning, he stealthily infiltrated the gang and Apos' premises, akin to a specter. At that moment, the Crocodile Gang was convening an internal meeting, with everyone engrossed, blissfully unaware of Chen Erdwa and Apos' presence. Thus, Chen Erdwa concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath as he quietly listened to their discourse. However, upon eavesdropping, he was astounded to discover that the Crocodile Gang intended to launch a night raid on his safe house that very evening. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated being so closely monitored. It appeared he had been overly lenient, and some individuals simply did not recognize mercy until compelled to face his wrath. As his anger mounted, Chen Erdwa could no longer contain his fury and decided to abandon his concealment. In an instant, he materialized before them like a ghost. The members of the Crocodile Gang were struck with terror at the sight of him, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the identity of this sudden apparition. Especially the leader, seated at the head of the table, wore an expression of shock, as if he had encountered a specter, with a face contorted in rage. Chen Erdwa fixed his gaze upon the leader, his fury seemingly on the verge of eruption. The others, paralyzed by confusion, were left speechless. One brave soul even dared to step forward and demand, "Who are you?" Yet, in that fleeting moment, a subordinate who had approached Chen Erdwa was propelled backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. This sudden turn of events left Zhao San, the leader of the Crocodile Gang, utterly flabbergasted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold, as though confronted by an unprecedented monstrosity. One mere punch had dispatched one of his subordinates with such ease. What kind of strength was this? A wave of fear surged within Zhao San. He realized that this seemingly ordinary Chen Erdwa was far from a simple adversary. No one dared to approach him again. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. However, Zhao San, as the leader, mustered his composure and finally inquired, "Who are you? I hold no grudge against you. Why do you wreak havoc on my territory?" Chen Erdwa, upon hearing Zhao San's question, allowed a smirk of disdain to grace his lips. He found Zhao San's question to be an international jest, carelessly tossing the corpse of the undercover agent onto the conference table as if discarding refuse. Zhao San and Apos' complexion turned ashen at the sight of the body. Realization dawning upon him, an undercover agent had infiltrated his gang, and now Chen Erdwa had uncovered the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao San raced to the door, bellowing for all his subordinates to assemble. Chen Erdwa, unhurried, observed the unfolding chaos, seemingly unfazed. When all had gathered, he leisurely approached Zhao San and mockingly stated, "Now that you are all present, feel free to show me your tricks." Zhao San, gritting his teeth, resolved to let his subordinates test Chen Erdwa's prowess first. With a grand gesture, he commanded over 1,000 subordinates to surge forward like a tidal wave. Yet, in an unexpected turn within less than 2 minutes. These typically ferocious men fell like wheat before a tempest, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. Chen Erdwa's speed and strength left everyone dumbfounded. The remaining subordinates, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen like deer caught in headlights. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Sen unflinchingly commanded the first-tier powerhouses to join the fray. Though these individuals possessed considerable strength, they proved utterly inconsequential against Chen Erdwa and Apos' formidable third-tier abilities. In less than 5 minutes, all 5 first-tier powers lay vanquished, unable to retaliate. Zhao Sen stood aghast at the spectacle, utterly astonished by Chen Erdwa's might. His subordinates trembled in fear, paralyzed by the thought that any misstep could cost them their lives. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him further, Chen Erdwa strode directly to Zhao San. Without uttering a word, swiftly executing him. Without hesitation, Chen Erdwa absorbed Zhao San and Apos' energy, followed by the swift extraction of the powers from the 5 fallen adversaries. Having completed this, he turned to face the remaining subordinates, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed them with a chilling gaze. Upon inquiry, he discovered that some among them had previously indulged in cannibalism, and without mercy, he executed these individuals. For the others, Chen Erdwa offered 2 choices: join the safe house or seek their own path. Within minutes, the timid fled in terror, leaving only 500 standing resolutely. Chen Erdwa regarded these 500 with curiosity, asking, "Why do you not leave?" One bold individual replied, "We wish to challenge the safe house's selection process." Hoping to become part of it, Chen Erdwa did not interfere but allowed them to make their own decisions, then returned to the safe house to check on Xiaoxing. Inquiring about her health. Upon learning that Chen Erdwa had single-handedly dismantled the gang, including 6 powerhouses, for her sake, Xiaoxing's affection for him intensified, burning fiercely. She had become deeply enamored with Chen Erdwa, unable to bear even a moment's separation. Upon his return, Chen Erdwa sought out each woman, inquiring about their well-being and engaging in profound conversations with the 3 who were not yet with child. Finally, he instructed Fan Tong to post a notice declaring that anyone who reported an undercover agent within the safe house, with solid evidence, would be rewarded with 100 points for each report. He also warned outsiders to confront the safe house directly, rather than resorting to the vile tactic of sending infiltrators. Should anyone attempt to harm his beloved wives through such underhanded means again, he vowed to obliterate their entire lineage. After delegating these tasks, Chen Erdwa retired to rest. Once Fan Tong had posted the announcement, it became evident to all that Chen Erdwa was not one to be trifled with. Henceforth, they would proceed with utmost caution, avoiding him at all costs. Chapter 51. A visit from the military. Following a series of remarkable maneuvers, Chen Erdwa successfully captured the attention of the authorities. In response to this situation, the officials promptly convened an emergency meeting, with the central topic being how to address Chen Erdwa's safe haven. Within the meeting, a noticeable division of opinion emerged, primarily categorized into 3 distinct viewpoints. The first group firmly advocated for the absolute eradication of forces like Chen Erdwa, arguing that such elements must be ruthlessly eliminated to maintain societal stability and order. Conversely, the second group held a starkly different perspective. They contended that a policy of conciliation should be adopted to protect Chen Erdwa and his sanctuary, emphasizing the importance of ensuring their safety and encouraging them to shelter more individuals, thereby contributing greater value to society. A third faction maintained a neutral stance, recognizing merits in both approaches and suggesting a flexible application based on the circumstances. After over an hour of intense debate, the discussions reached an impasse, failing to yield a definitive solution. Just as the meeting was on the verge of stagnation, Zhao abruptly struck the table, decisively proposing a plan to dispatch envoys to Chen Erdwa's safe haven for an inquiry and to gain a deeper understanding of his situation. If it were found that Chen Erdwa was merely striving for survival and willing to assist others, the authorities would refrain from any eradication efforts. Conversely, should he be discovered to be a ruthless killer, the officials would not hesitate to eliminate him and his sanctuary without mercy. Naturally, this plan hinged on Chen Erdwa's willingness to cooperate with the authorities. Reports indicated that his safe haven not only cultivated rice and other crops, but might also conceal other crucial resources or information. It was proposed that equivalent resources could be offered in exchange. Upon the proposal and Apos' introduction, unanimous agreement was swiftly reached. The next step involved finalizing the list of envoys. Without a doubt, the leadership role was assigned to Li Er, the Minister of Civil Affairs, whose exceptional leadership skills and extensive experience made him the undeniable core of the team. Following him, Xia Hua, the head of the publicity group, was appointed as the deputy leader, her excellent communication skills and organizational abilities promising substantial support for the mission. 2 members were selected from the publicity group, Xia Chao and Xia Yao, whose professional competence and proactive attitudes would prove pivotal in their interactions. Simultaneously, 2 members from the Civil Affairs Department, Long Kuei and Long Tao, were included, their expertise and practical skills providing solid backing for the entire team. Thus, these 6 elite individuals emerged as the official representatives, entrusted with the vital task of visiting Chen Erdwa and Apos' safe haven. After 2 days of intense preparation, the official envoys, led by Li Er, finally set forth on their journey to Chen Erdwa and Apos' sanctuary. Meanwhile, Chen Erdwa had utilized the preceding events to rest and recuperate fully. On that particular morning, as was his custom, he awoke to a sumptuous breakfast. However, just as he was about to embark on a new day, he was suddenly informed by Fan Tong that a group claiming to be officials was requesting an audience with him. A sense of unease gripped Chen Erdwa as he realized he had not evaded the attention of the authorities. Nonetheless, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he quickly composed himself and instructed Fan Tong to escort the visitors to the conference room, summoning Wen Xiaoqin to join them. Upon Wen Xiaoqin and Apos' arrival, Chen Erdwa proceeded to the reception room to welcome the unexpected guests. As the group inside the reception room noticed Chen Erdwa's entrance, they greeted him with smiles. With Li Er being the first to speak, he warmly exclaimed, "Chen Laoda, you truly are a busy person. We are immensely grateful that you could spare time to meet with us humble individuals." Chen Erdwa understood well that these representatives were merely engaging in pleasantries. Thus, he promptly replied, "Not at all. With your esteemed presence, I should have gone 10 miles to welcome you. I hope you do not take offense." Li Er, appreciating Chen Erdwa's humble response, nodded inwardly, finding him quite agreeable. He then proceeded to communicate the topics raised by Zhao during the meeting. After 3 hours of deliberation, both parties finally reached a consensus. Chen Erdwa expressed his willingness to supply the authorities with 10 acres of grain each week. In return, the officials solemnly assured him that they would not interfere with his development, provided he refrained from indiscriminate killings and assisted more innocent civilians. Chen Erdwa readily agreed, having no ulterior motives. Just as the meeting was drawing to a close, Chen Erdwa made a modest request to Li Er. He hoped the authorities could assign more technical personnel to him, as he aspired to invent more useful items for the nation. He asserted that his secure sanctuary was undeniably safe and that the state would permit its further expansion, allowing for the cultivation of more food, which would ultimately benefit the nation with additional resources. Li Er acknowledged Chen Erdwa's request and indicated that it would be given due consideration, though he would need to report back to his superiors, understanding that this matter could not be rushed. Chen Erdwa readily consented to allow Li Er to return and confer with higher-ups before a final decision was made. Once all matters had been discussed, Chen Erdwa had the kitchen prepare a sumptuous feast, inviting Li Er and the others to partake in dinner. As Li Er gazed at the table laden with food, his eyes sparkled with greed, akin to a famished wolf. This was the first time since the apocalypse that he had encountered such a lavish spread, far surpassing even the comforts of an emperor's life. During the meal, Chen Erdwa and the envoys exchanged flattering remarks, akin to stars surrounding the moon. After over an hour of voracious consumption, the table was cleared in a whirlwind of appetite. Following a brief respite, Li Er bid farewell to Chen Erdwa, preparing to return to the base to report on the day's events. Chen Erdwa, recognizing the urgency of time, did not insist on prolonging their stay but instead escorted Li Er and the representatives to the door of the safe haven, offering 2 heavily laden vehicles of supplies for him to take back. Li Er, witnessing Chen Erdwa's astuteness, experienced a significant shift in his impression of him. Chapter 52. Bargaining upon Li Er's return to the base, Zhao promptly summoned him. After a brief 10 minutes, Li Er stood before Zhao. Looking intently at Li Er, directly inquired about the outcome of the trip to the safe house. Li Er took a moment to compose himself, then meticulously recounted the details of the visit from start to finish. His narration was lucid and comprehensive, leaving no significant detail overlooked. As Zhao absorbed Li Er's account, a smile began to blossom on his face with remarkable speed. He mused inwardly, surprised at Chen Erdwa and Apos' astuteness. It seemed he was indeed a talent worth cultivating. However, just as Zhao felt satisfaction with Chen Erdwa and Apos' performance, a thought suddenly struck him. He recalled the conditions proposed by Chen Erdwa and in an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by a cunning expression reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Without hesitation, he instructed Li Er to return to Qin Erdwa's safe house the following day and inform him that he could agree to his conditions, but the amount of grain would need to be adjusted to 20 acres per week. Li Er was taken aback by Zhao De and Appo's demand. This figure was evidently far greater than what Qin Erdwa had initially proposed, and it was undoubtedly a form of extortion. However, Li Er understood that he could not contest Zhao De and Appo's decision and could only nod in reluctant agreement. The next day, Li Er, accompanied by 5 members, made his way back to Qin Erdwa's safe house. As Qin Erdwa received him, Li Er felt an unusual sense of trepidation, uncertain of how Qin Erdwa would respond to Zhao Da's new requirement. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the courage to relay Zhao Da's request in full. After listening, Qin Erdwa fell silent for a moment, a contemplative expression crossing his face. While he appeared to be weighing the decision of whether to acquiesce, internally he was exuberantly delighted, akin to a flower in full bloom. For his original aim had been 30 acres of land, and hearing that the other party was now asking for only 20 acres was well within his capacity to accept, though he knew he must not appear overly eager or obvious. After a brief period of thoughtful consideration, Qin Erdwa replied to Li Er, "I can agree to your conditions, but I will need you to allocate more research personnel to me." Li Er readily complied on the spot, as this authority had been granted to him by Zhao De. He understood that securing such a substantial quantity of grain from Qin Erdwa would necessitate some concessions. Hence, Zhao De had bestowed upon Li Er such privileges. Upon hearing Li Er's swift agreement, Qin Erdwa felt a twinge of regret, realizing he ought to have negotiated for additional benefits. Yet, having already spoken, he found it difficult to retract his words, so he decided to assign Wen Shaoqin to coordinate with Li Er on subsequent matters. With the task successfully accomplished, Li Er returned to the official base in high spirits. He subsequently provided Zhao De with a detailed report on the mission's completion. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Da's face radiated with delight, as he had not anticipated this matter would unfold so smoothly. Without delay, Zhao De commanded Li Er to ensure the safe escort of several research personnel to Qin Erdwa's safe house. Furthermore, Zhao De specifically instructed Li Er to send additional researchers. Fully aware that safety was guaranteed within Qin Erdwa and Appo's domain, when Qin Erdwa beheld the influx of researchers sent by Zhao De, a warm wave of gratitude washed over him. He felt deeply satisfied with Zhao Da's generosity and resolved to reciprocate by providing an extra 5 acres of grain to the official base. After all, the safe house now boasted a total of 30 acres for cultivation, and this area was continuously expanding, ensuring that the planting space would only grow. Li Er, witnessing the mountain of grain before him, could hardly contain his joy. He privately mused that Qin Erdwa was indeed a person worthy of deep friendship. He promptly instructed his subordinates to hasten the transport of the grain back to the official base. Zhao De, upon seeing such a bountiful supply of grain, underwent a significant transformation in his impression of Qin Erdwa. He began to recognize that Qin Erdwa possessed not only exceptional abilities, but also a kind and generous heart. Zhao De contemplated the possibility of extending aid to more citizens, allowing a greater number of individuals to benefit from Qin Erdwa's benevolence. Once matters with Qin Erdwa were settled, Zhao De wholeheartedly immersed himself in the work of rescuing the populace. Meanwhile, Qin Erdwa busily evaluated the incoming researchers, meticulously assessing each individual's capabilities and specialties to assign them to the most suitable positions. He understood that only by allowing each person to excel in their area of expertise could the entire research team achieve remarkable results. Qin Erdwa had a profound understanding of Zhao De. He recognized him as a person deeply committed to the nation. Thus, he harbored no concerns that Zhao De would create obstacles or complications for him. On the contrary, he believed that Zhao De would wholeheartedly support his efforts, collaborating to contribute to the nation's scientific endeavors. After completing the arrangements for all research personnel, Qin Erdwa was pleasantly surprised to see his research facility flourishing, reaching new heights. At that moment, Wang Donghua hurried in to report the latest research achievements. Wang Donghua excitedly informed Qin Erdwa that the research facility was engaged in various projects daily, yielding a series of remarkable results. Qin Erdwa's heart swelled with joy and pride upon hearing this. He observed his research facility consistently producing innovative ideas, with new inventions and discoveries emerging every day, bringing him immense satisfaction. To commend the diligent efforts and outstanding contributions of all members of the research facility, Qin Erdwa decided to surprise them. He announced that the entire research team would have a day off the following day, allowing everyone to relax and rejuvenate. Additionally, he generously awarded each member 50 points, a considerable incentive for researchers. Generally, points were only awarded upon the invention of something new. But Chin Erdwa's unexpected generosity caught everyone off guard. The researchers were taken aback by Chin Erdwa's kind gesture and expressed their gratitude, proclaiming him to be a compassionate leader who genuinely cares for his employees. This reward not only made the researchers feel valued, but also solidified their determination to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the safe house, shining brightly in their efforts. They believed that under Chin Erdwa and Apos' leadership, the research facility would undoubtedly achieve even more breakthroughs and accomplishments. Chapter 53. Reaching a consensus after concluding transactions at the official base with Chin Erdwa, both parties tacitly established a consensus non-interference. The authorities understood that Chin Erdwa harbored no ambitions. His sole pursuit was to safeguard his domain and protect his family. In turn, Chin Erdwa was aware that the officials would provide him with substantial support and assistance when necessary. Consequently, whenever Chin Erdwa made new inventions or produced surplus grain, he would unhesitatingly offer these to the official base. Similarly, should the official base have surplus research personnel or other valuable items, they would willingly transfer them to Chin Erdwa. This mutual understanding fostered an increasingly close relationship between the official base and the safe house. Although the outside world remained largely ignorant of this collaboration, it was quietly progressing. However, while the official base and the safe house were developing in silence, the external world faced a crisis that could potentially lead to the annihilation of humanity. It became apparent that, aside from the third-level ability users, there existed many more in this world. In Donghai City alone, where Chin Erdwa resided, there were over 30 second-level ability users and more than 500 first-level ability users, not to mention the countless others that lurked in various locales. Chin Erdwa was completely unaware of these developments, and even the authorities possessed only partial data. Many individuals still hid away, biding their time for the moment to strike. While Chin Erdwa engaged in clandestine transactions with the authorities, those ability users outside were not idle. They commanded their subordinates to swiftly expand their territories and seize more resources. As Chin Erdwa quietly built his influence, one day he suddenly discovered that a small team dispatched to the safe house had failed to return on schedule. Initially, he assumed they might have discovered important supplies, causing a delay. Thus, he patiently waited for 2 days, but none of the team members returned. At this point, Chin Erdwa began to feel that something was amiss. Doubts crept into his mind, and he suspected hidden reasons behind their disappearance. Consequently, he decisively ordered Fan Tong to arrange personnel to investigate and uncover the truth. After 3 days of relentless searching and thorough inquiries by Fan Tong's subordinates, they ultimately discovered that the small team had been completely annihilated, with no survivors. This news struck Fan Tong like a thunderbolt, leaving him in shock. Without a moment and Apos' delay, he reported the situation to Chin Erdwa. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Chin Erdwa's fury erupted uncontrollably. He could not accept that his team had been so easily eradicated. With the identity of the assailants still unknown, consumed by rage, he vowed to uncover the truth and ensure that the puppet masters paid a price. He swore to avenge his fallen comrades. Without hesitation, Fan Tong swiftly organized personnel to gather intelligence. Following an intense investigation, various channels of information converged on a singular conclusion. Chin Erdwa and Apos' team had been eliminated by an organization known as the Tiger Head Gang. It turned out that while searching for supplies, Chin Erdwa's team had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the Tiger Head Gang. To make matters worse, they had stumbled upon a significant cache of precious resources, undoubtedly a tempting prize that piqued the gang and Apos' interest. Upon seeing the abundance of resources possessed by Chin Erdwa and Apos' team, the Tiger Head Gang wasted no time in launching a robbery. Faced with this sudden assault, Chin Erdwa and Apos' team naturally could not sit idly by. They fought back fiercely, engaging the Tiger Head Gang in a fierce battle. However, due to their smaller numbers, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against the gang's overwhelming tactics. Despite their valiant resistance, they were ultimately outnumbered and ruthlessly slaughtered by the Tiger Head Gang. Furthermore, in a bid to cover their tracks, the gang disposed of the bodies, hoping to bury this incident in silence. Yet, the net of justice is vast and unyielding. The Tiger Head Gang had not anticipated that among them were those prone to boasting. During a gathering with friends and relatives, one individual gleefully bragged about their recent accomplishment, wiping out a small team. While the speaker was oblivious, a keen listener from Qin Erdwa's ranks overheard this conversation. Upon receiving the news, Qin Erdwa was consumed by fury. He immediately ordered Wang Ba to assemble all personnel, retaining only the essential defenders. While summoning the rest to be on standby, he resolved to make the Tiger Head gang pay dearly for the loss of his brothers. Time was of the essence. The 40-minute assembly period felt exceptionally precious to Qin Erdwa and his subordinates. After considerable effort, Qin Erdwa successfully gathered a full 100 loyal followers. Each of them brimmed with high spirits and determination, eager to engage in battle. Standing at the forefront, Qin Erdwa and Apos' eyes gleamed with sharpness and resolve, revealing an unparalleled determination. He brandished a flag and let out a fierce roar, leading his 100 subordinates like a surging tide towards the Tiger Head Gang stronghold. With unwavering speed, they traversed the city's streets and alleys, undeterred by fear. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the Tiger Head Gang's base. Fully aware that knowing oneself and the enemy assures victory, Qin Erdwa promptly dispatched a few agile subordinates to gather intelligence. These nimble individuals swiftly vanished into the shadows. As time ticked away, half an hour later, the scouts returned like phantoms, bringing detailed information about the Tiger Head Gang and Apos' defensive capabilities, which gave Qin Erdwa a solid foundation. Without hesitation, Qin Erdwa led his 100 subordinates in a fierce assault on the Tiger Head Gang. In an instant, the battlefield echoed with cries of battle and the roar of gunfire, engulfed in flames and smoke. The conflict was brutal, with both sides exerting their utmost, refusing to yield. Despite the Tiger Head Gang's numerical superiority, Qin Erdwa's followers fought valiantly, refusing to waver. After 3 grueling hours of intense combat, Qin Erdwa managed to dismantle the Tiger Head Gang at the cost of 30 of his own men. This hard-won victory was not taken lightly. Qin Erdwa and his subordinates understood that all their sacrifices were worthwhile. After the battle, Qin Erdwa conducted a final tally of their gains. Although they had lost 30 men, the spoils were substantial. Among the fallen were 5 second-level ability users and over 30 first-level ability users. Without hesitation, Qin Erdwa absorbed their abilities completely, unleashing a powerful surge of energy within him. Due to this significant infusion of abilities, his strength surged, bringing him tantalizingly close to breaking through the 4th-level ability threshold. Chapter 54. Clearing obstacles. Following the incident with the Tiger Head Gang, Qin Erdwa came to a profound realization regarding his limited understanding of the current situation in Donghai City. This ignorance led to unnecessary losses when his subordinates ventured out in search of supplies. Determined to eradicate all unlawful forces in Donghai City, Qin Erdwa believed that only through such measures could he ensure the security of his territory and provide a safe living environment for the innocent. To achieve this goal, Qin Erdwa instructed Wen Shaoqin to organize personnel for liaising with the authorities, hoping they would comprehend his intentions and refrain from interference. After a challenging negotiation, Zhao De ultimately consented to Qin Erdwa and Apos' request, albeit with a crucial condition. He must not infringe upon any forces that had not engaged in wrongdoing. With Zhao De and Apos' permission, Qin Erdwa swiftly took action. He commanded Fan Tong, Fan Jian, and Wang Ba to gather all his subordinates, retaining only the essential defensive staff. He was resolute in his mission to eliminate all malevolent forces in Donghai City. Consequently, the streets were rife with brutal confrontations and the stench of blood. A stark reflection of Qin Erdwa and Apos' campaign against evil. Faced with Qin Erdwa and Apos' formidable offensive, other factions exhibited 2 starkly contrasting responses. One option was to invite other groups to unite against Qin Erdwa. While this approach could bolster their collective strength, it also harbored risks, as some factions might be reluctant to oppose him or might prioritize their own interests, leading to potential collaboration failures. The alternative was to adopt a more cautious stance, retreating into their quarters to avoid direct engagement with Qin Erdwa, thus steering clear of provoking his ire. However, this tactic bore its own limitations. Remaining hidden for an extended period was not a sustainable strategy and could render them susceptible to being perceived as weak. After a rigorous campaign lasting over half a month, the landscape of Donghai City underwent a significant transformation. Reports indicated the annihilation of 35 factions, including 100 secondary-level ability users, over 300 primary-level ability users, and more than 500 ordinary subordinates. Astonishingly, among the captured individuals, over 2,000 expressed a willingness to join the safe house. Confronted with such a multitude of captives, Qin Erdwa resolved to bring them all back to the safe house and conduct essential entrance evaluations to discern truly reliable subordinates. He also planned to assign positions based on individual skills and strengths, allowing them to maximize their potential. Nonetheless, this external cleansing operation inflicted considerable losses upon Qin Erdwa. Originally accompanied by over 100 subordinates, only about 50 returned, with more than 40 tragically perishing. These loyal followers were dear to him, and their loss weighed heavily on his heart. In just over half a month, he had lost a third of his men, prompting a stark realization of the inadequacy of his forces in both combat capability and numbers. To address this pressing issue, Qin Erdwa decided to task Fan Tong and Wang Ba with enhancing the training of their existing subordinates, while also cultivating more reliable new members. Only through such measures could the overall strength of the team be bolstered to better tackle future challenges. As a result of Qin Erdwa and Apos' external campaigns, the total number of individuals in the safe house grew exponentially, now exceeding an astonishing 600. However, excluding essential research personnel and management, only about 200 were truly capable of engaging in combat. Aware of the significance of effective management amidst such a large assembly, Qin Erdwa decisively instructed Fan Tong, Fan Jian, and Wang Ba to meticulously select outstanding and dependable subordinates from this pool of over 2,000. Moreover, he emphasized the necessity of providing these individuals with thorough ideological training, ensuring their steadfast loyalty to the safe house, impervious to any temptations of betrayal for personal gain. Consequently, in the ensuing month, the safe house did not pursue external expansion as usual, instead focusing all efforts on internal reform. Through various means, the safe house endeavored to instill a sense of belonging and loyalty within each member. Meanwhile, the authorities were also active during this month, diligently consolidating their forces and actively safeguarding the ordinary populace. After intense competition, Donghai City had now evolved into a landscape of 6 competing powers. The official base emerged as an undeniable giant, while Qin Erdwa and Apos' safe house stood as another formidable force. Additionally, there were the Beggar and Apos' gang, the Fierce Tiger Gang, the Evil Wolf Gang, and the Angel Gang, each led by their own chieftains, forming 4 other significant factions. As for the smaller forces, they chose to align themselves with these 6 major powers in a bid to secure their place in this tumultuous era. Each of these 6 factions possessed formidable strength, and their overt and covert struggles would undoubtedly bring further uncertainties and challenges to Donghai City. Among them were at least 200 secondary level ability users, 1,000 primary level ability users, and a few factions even boasting several tertiary level ability users, of which Qin Erdwa remained blissfully unaware. He was engrossed in his internal reforms, delegating these matters entirely to Wen Shaoqin while concentrating on enhancing his own strength. After a month of arduous effort, Qin Erdwa's power soared like a rocket, reaching the 4th tier. Just then, the authorities dispatched representatives to Qin Erdwa's safe house. Upon meeting with the officials, he immediately recognized his old acquaintance, Li Er, and inquired with curiosity, "What brings you back here?" Li Er promptly divulged his purpose, stating, "I have come to provide you with research personnel, and I also have a portion of precious soil to deliver to you." Qin Erdwa and Apos' heart soared upon hearing this, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him. He quickly instructed Fan Tong to accept all the supplies and generously arranged for 30 acres of grain to be sent back with Li Er. Witnessing Qin Erdwa and Apos' magnanimous gesture, Li Er felt a surge of excitement akin to the vastness of the ocean, for this was indeed one of the objectives of his visit. Chapter 55. The merging of Donghai City. Li Er's visit this time was, in fact, motivated by another significant purpose. It turned out that, in addition to the forces led by Qin Erdwa, there existed 4 other factions in Donghai City. These factions, emboldened by their modest strength, frequently encroached upon official authority, causing considerable distress. However, due to the need to rescue a multitude of ordinary citizens, the official forces found themselves constrained, unable to muster sufficient strength to eradicate these 4 factions. In light of this situation, the authorities decided to dispatch Li Er to negotiate with Qin Erdwa, hoping he could send a team to assist in eliminating these factions. To persuade Qin Erdwa, the officials made a highly enticing promise. Should Qin Erdwa agree to aid in the eradication of these factions, Donghai County would be allocated to him as a base. Faced with such an alluring offer, Qin Erdwa, after careful contemplation, ultimately acquiesced to Li Er and Apos' request. He resolved to personally lead his 300 subordinates in a campaign against the 4 factions of Donghai City. Over the course of the ensuing month, Chen Erdwa and his team engaged in fierce confrontations with the factions. The battle was exceedingly arduous, resulting in significant losses among Chen Erdwa and Apos' men. By the end of the month, 150 of his subordinates had tragically perished, having their numbers. This loss was a consequence of the harrowing siege against the four factions. Despite the heavy toll, the rewards were equally substantial. In the course of the fierce conflict, the four factions were utterly vanquished, and their energies were completely absorbed. Among the spoils were energies from 500 second-tier psychics and an impressive 500 first-tier psychics. Additionally, over 5,000 subordinates were captured, but after a rigorous selection process. Only 500 remained. In light of such immense losses, this still constituted an extraordinary gain. Furthermore, Chen Erdwa himself, having absorbed the energies of so many psychics, successfully broke through to the 5th tier, now just a step away from achieving the 6th. Upon returning to the safe house, Chen Erdwa promptly summoned Fan Tong, Fan Jian, and Wang Ba. He instructed them to conduct another selection of the 500 subordinates, identifying the most suitable personnel to join the security department, which would be responsible for safeguarding the safe house from any threats. After completing this arrangement, Chen Erdwa called for Wen Xiaoqin. He directly inquired, if the safe house were to expand, where do you think would be the most appropriate choice? Wen Xiaoqin appeared unprepared for this question, momentarily at a loss. She struggled to grasp Chen Erdwa and Apos' true intentions, as the safe house had always been a relatively closed entity. However, when Chen Erdwa laid out the generous conditions promised by the authorities, her eyes suddenly lit up with realization. She understood that Chen Erdwa was contemplating the future development of the safe house, and these conditions undoubtedly provided an exceptional opportunity for expansion. Wen Xiaoqin could not help but admire Chen Erdwa's foresight, feeling fortunate to follow such a visionary leader. In an instant, Wen Xiaoqin emerged from the confines of the modest safe house, transforming into the head of a county and successfully guiding her people through this apocalyptic era. After thorough consideration, she unhesitatingly conveyed a crucial piece of information to Chen Erdwa, a potential location. She informed him of a luxurious villa in Donghai City, boasting top-tier rooms, environment, and facilities. However, prior to the apocalypse, the wealthy residents had indulged in clandestine activities within the villa. Upon hearing Wen Xiaoqin's response, Chen Erdwa swiftly made a decision. He promptly organized everyone to prepare their equipment for relocation. During the process of packing, he even sent someone to inform Zhao De of their impending move. After 2 full days of diligent effort, the belongings of the safe house were finally packed. Thus, the entire group set forth on their journey to the luxurious villa. The journey was long and arduous, yet everyone was filled with anticipation, for in the pre-apocalyptic world, none could have imagined they would have the chance to reside in such a villa. After a challenging day of travel, they finally arrived at the luxurious villa. As all beheld the place, expressions of disbelief and joy illuminated their faces, for everything exceeded their wildest imaginations, as if they had stepped into a fantastical realm. Observing their reactions, Chen Erdwa immediately began assigning living quarters to everyone, ensuring that each person could find a comfortable niche in this new environment. He also directed the researchers to redesign the safe house based on available resources, although it was not as perfect as their previous residence. The diligent modifications made by the scientists had transformed the villa into a semblance of security, capable of withstanding assaults from ordinary citizens, with adequate provisions for warmth and electricity. Chen Erdwa himself selected the most spacious villa as his own quarters. Ultimately, after a week of relocation, they successfully established their residence in the luxurious villa. The air was fresh and pleasant, the space expansive and boundless, freeing them from the need to hide in damp, dark underground shelters. Once everything was settled, Chen Erdwa personally visited the official base to meet Zhao De, where he recounted the current situation in Donghai City and expressed his willingness to donate 50 acres of grain to the authorities. It is worth noting that, in the original safe house, Chen Erdwa had cultivated an area of 100 acres. Now, having relocated, he utilized his spatial abilities to transfer all the crops, land, flowers, and trees to the luxurious villa, establishing a greenhouse. Thus, while the exterior of the villa remained unchanged, the internal transformations were nothing short of revolutionary. Chapter 56. The newly empowered. After Chen Erdwa had settled everyone into their respective places, he began to methodically unpack the items he had brought from the safe house, arranging them with precision. Despite the considerable number of items, he was astonished to discover that they occupied less than 1/10 of the entire space. Chen Erdwa couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the wealthy. This single villa was so vast that it would likely take 3 hours just to walk around it. As for the remaining expanse of land within the villa, Chen Erdwa resolved to make the most of it. He summoned Wang Ba to organize a team to venture outside in search of useful materials. Chen Erdwa announced to everyone that for each item retrieved, they would earn a reward of 5 points. This news spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among the group, who eagerly set out to gather resources. They hoped that by finding trees and similar items, they could use the accumulated points to enhance their rations. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded around the villa. Thousands of individuals simultaneously ventured forth in pursuit of timber. Just as the search was in full swing, when Xiaoqin approached Chen Erdwa. Leaning in close, she whispered, "Why not post a public notice inviting people from outside to assist in the search? Not only would this expedite the process, but you could also establish a point redemption center for them, allowing their labor to yield essential supplies. This way, resources could be maximized. Otherwise, if our people venture out and inadvertently allow nefarious individuals to infiltrate, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing Wen Xiaoqin's suggestion, Chen Erdwa contemplated it carefully and recognized its merit. Without hesitation, he appointed Wen Xiaoqin to draft the relevant information and arranged for Fan Jian to assist in disseminating it. After an intense half-day of preparations, everything was in place, and they merely needed to send someone to post the notices. Once the information was successfully circulated, another pressing question arose in Chen Erdwa's mind. What should the exchange rate be for points in this external redemption system, and who would oversee it? In addressing this question, Wen Xiaoqin and Chen Erdwa engaged in a vigorous discussion lasting 3 hours. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, designating Zhou Shanfeng to manage the point redemption, while Wang Ba would oversee the transportation of goods. They decided that the exchange rate would be set at double that of the villa. With these details finalized, Chen Erdwa called upon Wang Donghua and Wang Ba, assigning them their respective tasks. Wang Donghua was to identify a suitable redemption site, while Wang Ba would be responsible for its modification. Over the ensuing week, everyone diligently fulfilled their roles, working tirelessly to advance their initiatives. At last, the point redemption system was officially launched. At this moment, the authorities delivered 500 trees and 100 pots of flowers, which Chen Erdwa promptly accepted without hesitation. The officials joyously received a substantial reward of 3,000 points from him, an impressive fortune. Eagerly clutching these points, they rushed to the redemption center run by Zhou Sanfeng, intent on exchanging their points. Upon arriving at the redemption center, the officials meticulously reviewed the list of redeemable items and ultimately decided to allocate their 3,000 points primarily for water and meat. After all, in such arduous conditions, water and food are the fundamental necessities for survival. Once the redemption was complete, a delightful surprise unfolded. Individuals from other bases began arriving with a plethora of items, including flora, furniture, bows, and arrows. The variety of goods was overwhelming. At that moment, a member from one of the bases caught Chen Erdwa's attention, brandishing 2 firearms, an exceedingly rare find in these times. Chen Erdwa's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized their value, trading points for them at 5 times the standard rate. He understood all too well that, in the current environment, firearms were among the most effective weapons available. With these 2 guns, not only would his safety be significantly enhanced, but they could also prove vital in critical situations. As Chen Erdwa reveled in exchanging various goods, a peculiar plant captured his gaze. It was unlike anything he had seen before, bearing several small, unripe fruits. Chen Erdwa pondered, how could a fruit tree bloom and bear fruit in such harsh conditions? Driven by curiosity, he began inquiring about the plant from those around him. After some investigation, he learned that this fruit tree possessed remarkable cold resistance, thriving even in frigid climates. Many had sampled its fruit. Although the taste was somewhat unpalatable, it still served as a food source. Intriguingly, some individuals who consumed the fruit exhibited unusual physical reactions, appearing somewhat abnormal. Strangely, those who had eaten the fruit seemed to distance themselves from the base, as if fleeing from something. This chain of events stirred doubt within Chen Erdwa. He began to suspect that the fruit harbored some undisclosed secret, particularly when he heard others mention the oddities experienced by those who had consumed it. His curiosity was further piqued. He contemplated whether this fruit possessed a unique ability to alter one's physical structure. To validate his hypothesis, Chen Erdwa resolved to conduct an experiment. He called upon Fan Tong to arrange for a trustworthy subordinate to serve as a test subject. After a moment of thought, Fan Tong returned with a young man named Xiao Wudi. Chen Erdwa meticulously explained the entire situation to Xiao Wudi, assuring him that should the experiment succeed, he would receive a generous reward of 100 points. Furthermore, he promised that if Xiao Wudi were to meet an unfortunate fate during the experiment, His family would be cared for by Chun Erdwa. After contemplating Chun Erdwa and Apos' words, Xiao Wudi fell silent for a moment. He understood the potential risks associated with the experiment. Yet he also recognized that in this perilous world, achieving success was no easy feat rather than passively awaiting fate and Apos' whims. He deemed it more prudent to bravely take a chance. After careful consideration, Xiao Wudi ultimately nodded in agreement to participate in the experiment. Seeing his approval, Chun Erdwa felt a sense of relief and immediately summoned Wen Shaoqin to prepare for this uncertain endeavor. Chapter 57. The successful breakthrough of Xiao Wudi after all. Wen Shaoqin is a doctor, and she is naturally more attuned to the changes in the human body. Therefore, Chun Erdwa instructed Xiao Wudi to approach the fruit tree and personally pluck a fruit to consume. Once Xiao Wudi finished eating, Chun Erdwa promptly inquired about any discomfort he might be experiencing. Xiao Wudi, his complexion pale, replied, "I feel as though my body is being torn apart by others. It is exceedingly uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Chun Erdwa's heart tightened, and he quickly arranged for Xiao Wudi to rest in a room, specifically instructing Fan Tong to keep a close watch over him to ensure his safety. Subsequently, Chun Erdwa directed his subordinates to move the fruit tree into his building, while other items were to be relocated according to their designated purposes. Thus, after more than a week of diligent effort, the previously vacant spaces in the villa were finally transformed. Areas designated for trees were planted with trees, and fields meant for rice were sown with rice. Notably, the rice paddies had expanded to an impressive 100 acres. Such a scale was truly astonishing. Chun Erdwa contemplated that, given the circumstances, he might as well allocate 40 acres of rice directly to the authorities. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, food is an incredibly precious resource. In addition to these improvements, Chun Erdwa constructed a spacious playground equipped with various fitness apparatuses for the community to exercise. He also ingeniously created a small park filled with lush greenery and flourishing flowers, imparting a sense of tranquility and harmony. Now, this villa had been transformed by Chun Erdwa into a veritable resort, standing in stark contrast to the desolate world outside, truly a paradise on earth. Once everything was prepared, the number of visitors to the villa each day could only be described as a sea of people. They reveled in the rare tranquility and comfort it offered, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil and unrest of the outside world. In this atmosphere laden with the remnants of a collapsed society, the yearning for fresh air and a pleasant environment grew ever stronger. Here, it seemed, was the sole sanctuary that could provide a breath of fresh air. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, as Chun Erdwa leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, Fan Tong rushed in, his face etched with anxiety. "Boss, something's wrong." Fan Tong gasped. Chun Erdwa, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "What happened? Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on Xiao Wudi? Why are you here?" Fan Tong, visibly agitated, stammered, "Boss, you won't believe it. Xiao Wudi, he has become immensely powerful. He smashed the iron gate with a single punch." Chun Erdwa's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Just yesterday, he had stumbled upon a significant secret. The seemingly ordinary fruit tree was, in fact, capable of awakening extraordinary powers. Chun Erdwa sprang to his feet, leading Fan Tong to where Xiao Wudi was. Upon their arrival, they found Xiao Wudi standing before the broken iron gate, staring at his fist in bewilderment. Chun Erdwa approached him, encouraging him to demonstrate his newfound strength. Although hesitating, Xiao Wudi ultimately struck the thick wall beside him with all his might. A thunderous crash echoed as the wall crumbled under his force. Chun Erdwa's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he confirmed his suspicions. Elated, he exclaimed to Xiao Wudi, "Well done, Xiao Wudi. From today onwards, you shall be the captain of our 4th defense team. Your duties, like Wang Ba and Apos' will involve perimeter clearance and protection." After addressing the situation, Chun Erdwa hurried back to his room. Upon entering, he immediately summoned Fan Tong, Fan Jian, Wen Shaoqin, and Zhou Sanfeng. Once everyone had gathered, Chun Erdwa took a deep breath and recounted the events surrounding Xiao Wudi's transformation. Fan Tong, having witnessed it firsthand, was not overly surprised. However, the other three were utterly astonished. They had never imagined they could awaken extraordinary abilities through external means. Chun Erdwa's subsequent words left them even more incredulous. He intended for all of them to awaken their powers. This decision was shocking, for in their understanding, the awakening of extraordinary powers was a difficult and rare occurrence. Chun Erdwa explained that due to the need for stillness during the awakening process, he could not facilitate simultaneous awakenings for everyone. Thus, he decided to begin with Fan Tong, Fan Jian, Wen Xiaoqin, and Zhou Sanfeng. His goal was to form a team composed entirely of extraordinary individuals, alleviating concerns of treachery from other bases. After all, any misstep could result in a sudden attack from rival bases. Chen Erdwa's determination stemmed from the discovery that the tree bore a total of 20 fruits. After careful consideration, he resolved to reserve 15 for his wives and distribute the remaining fruits among Fan Tong, Fan Jian, Wang Ba, and Dong Hua. With one fruit already consumed by Xiao Wudi, Chen Erdwa planned to nurture the tree to yield even more fruits, which would be reserved for those who made significant contributions to the safe house. On this day, Chen Erdwa led Fan Tong, Fan Jian, Wen Xiaoqin, and Zhou Sanfeng to the innermost villa, where he intended for them to begin their awakenings. Upon their arrival, he instructed the four to consume the fruits. He then quietly exited the room, specifically instructing Xiao Wudi to stand guard at the door and report any unusual occurrences immediately. At this moment, Chen Erdwa's safe house was on the verge of a critical development phase. The establishment of the third batch of extraordinary individuals was underway. Meanwhile, the point exchange activities continued outside. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had quietly elapsed. On this particular morning, Chen Erdwa rose early, eagerly hurrying to the door of Fan Tong and the others, filled with joy as he anticipated witnessing their successful awakening. As the door slowly creaked open, Chen Erdwa and Apos' gaze was instantly captivated by the sight before him. He was astonished to observe that the four individuals had undergone a profound transformation. They appeared as though they had been reborn. They radiated an ethereal aura akin to celestial beings, leaving him utterly mesmerized. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Erdwa urged them to showcase their newly acquired extraordinary abilities one by one. Chapter 58, The Extraordinary Team and Amp, Apos' completion after a remarkable demonstration. Chen Erdwa was astonished to discover that the four of them possessed distinct supernatural abilities. Among them, Fan Tong and Fan Jian awakened water-based powers, which undoubtedly provided significant assistance for irrigating rice paddies. Zhou Sanfeng revealed his affinity for wood-based powers, showcasing a unique talent for promoting plant growth. Meanwhile, Wen Xiaoqin awakened the formidable power of lightning. Based on their respective abilities, Chen Erdwa swiftly allocated tasks, with both Fan Tong and Fan Jian possessing water abilities. They could effectively support rice irrigation. Zhou Sanfeng's wood powers would greatly aid in fostering plant growth, while Wen Xiaoqin's potent lightning abilities endowed her with formidable offensive capabilities. Hence, Chen Erdwa appointed Wen Xiaoqin as the head of the security department, responsible for safeguarding the safe house. Once the tasks for the four were arranged, Chen Erdwa promptly summoned Chen Qi. This time, he intended to awaken all of his remaining wives together. Consequently, he gathered all 13 of them, including Wang Donghua and Wang Ba, in one place. Chen Erdwa instructed each person to consume a mysterious fruit and then enter a room to rest quietly. He informed them that they would reconvene to assess the results in a week. To ensure their safety, he specifically assigned Xiao Wudi to oversee them. Chen Erdwa entered the safe house, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. In this era, supernatural beings were emerging like mushrooms after rain, and he understood the necessity of transforming the safe house into an impregnable fortress to counter potential threats. He aimed not only to ensure the physical defenses of the safe house were flawless, but also to explore ways to further enhance its security. Moreover, Chen Erdwa harbored a significant objective, observing the performance of Fan Tong and others post-awakening, in search of methods to elevate their abilities, while Chen Erdwa immersed himself in the affairs of the supernatural beings. The authorities had already discerned the existence of these beings and acquired the technology to manufacture and enhance their abilities. As a state entity, the authorities possessed substantial resources and a professional team, naturally placing them a step ahead of Chen Erdwa in this regard. However, this advantage was not easily revealed, regarded as a trump card to be disclosed only when necessary. After a lengthy and arduous wait, the seclusion period for Chen Qi and the others finally came to an end. Chen Erdwa eagerly approached the door, anticipating the revelation of their transformations. As the door slowly opened, Chen Erdwa was greeted with a vibrant sight. All 15 individuals appeared invigorated and radiant. They showcased their supernatural abilities in various ways, leaving Chen Erdwa awestruck. Among the multitude of abilities, one stood out remarkably: Wang Donghua. As a scientist, his awakened life-based powers significantly enhanced his research endeavors. This ability not only allowed him to better comprehend the mysteries of life, but also brought unprecedented breakthroughs to his studies. As long as there was even a faint breath of life remaining, he could revive it, ensuring that Wang Donghua would not have to fear for his life in future scientific pursuits. Simultaneously, the others gradually awakened their respective abilities, encompassing fire-based, ice-based, and earth-based powers. Among others, the most common among them were enhancement abilities, akin to those possessed by Xiao Wudi. Now, with 20 supernatural beings at his disposal, Qin Erdwa felt a surge of confidence. Even if 50 supernatural beings were to surge in from outside, he would not falter, for he had 20 capable protectors at home. At that moment, Qin Erdwa was consumed by a singular thought. He urgently sought to discover how to elevate the levels of their abilities. He racked his brain, attempting various methods, but none proved effective. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a rather cumbersome technique, depleting his own powers entirely and then replenishing them, which would result in a slight elevation of his level. However, this method required a cycle of 100 iterations to reach the second level, and over 300 to ascend from the second to the third. Such a prolonged process was evidently unsuitable for everyone. Thus, Qin Erdwa understood the necessity of finding a universally applicable, rapid method for level enhancement. He was acutely aware that this endeavor could not be accomplished overnight. It required a gradual, step-by-step approach. Consequently, he resolved to convene all the supernatural beings for a meeting to deliberate on the matter. When everyone had gathered, Qin Erdwa stood before them, surveying the assembly, and then spoke slowly. As you all know, we now have 20 supernatural beings. I intend to organize you into a team composed solely of supernatural beings, with Wen Xiaoqin as the captain, Fan Tong as the vice-captain, and Zhou Shanfog as the logistics leader. He then encouraged everyone to propose a team name. After a spirited discussion, the team was ultimately christened the Super Special Operations Team. Should additional teams join later, they could sequentially be named the second team, third team, and so forth. Once the team name was established, Qin Erdwa began to outline his rules for the 20 individuals. Firstly, he emphasized that they must fully harness their supernatural abilities to contribute more to the safe house. Secondly, he mandated that until a better method for leveling up was found, each person must deplete their energy at least once daily. Furthermore, he particularly urged those with wood and water abilities to water the fruit tree daily, ensuring it bore fruit promptly for the awakening of more individuals. Finally, Qin Erdwa looked at everyone earnestly and stated, I have made the rules clear. I hope you all adhere to them. Now, it is up to your individual performances. As for what comes next, we can only leave it to fate. With that, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to their respective posts and commence their work. Chapter 59. The Storm of Extraordinary Powers. Ultimately, Qin Erdwa could not perpetually care for them, for doing so would impede their growth. Thus, she could only encourage them to practice their extraordinary abilities, thereby equipping them with the means for self-preservation. Meanwhile, as Qin Erdwa remained engrossed in honing her skills, the world outside descended into chaos. Every moment saw lives lost in fierce battles. The turmoil originated from the widespread knowledge that certain fruits could awaken extraordinary powers, leading many to recklessly pursue them. In the frenzied search that ensued, within just a week, half of Donghai City's populace had acquired such abilities. However, this did not usher in peace. Rather, it incited further conflict. Those endowed with powers began to seize resources, believing that such actions would enhance their abilities. Upon recognizing this troubling trend, Zhao and his companions promptly took measures to suppress these behaviors by organizing a team. Yet, many individuals now disregarded official commands. After all, the apocalypse had persisted for over a month, and the authorities had yet to deliver them from their plight. Consequently, trust in the officials had evaporated, with some even daring to confront military personnel upon their arrival. This situation led to a drastic decline in the number of official extraordinary users. Fortunately, the authorities had initially boasted a considerable number of extraordinary users and had long since mastered the methods of awakening powers, preventing a complete loss of control amidst the chaos. Thus, the officials found themselves in a situation where everyone had become an extraordinary user, a development that left Zhao astounded. After a thorough inquiry, he discovered the extent of his subordinates and oppos sacrifices, compelling him to decisively recall all personnel and convene an emergency meeting to discuss how to resolve the internal strife while minimizing casualties. However, after an entire day of fervent debate, the officials failed to devise a flawless solution. Faced with this dilemma, Zhao resolved to send Li Er to consult Qin Erdwa for any potential remedies. It was only at this juncture that Qin Erdwa became aware of the true situation outside. When Li Er found her, he recounted everything in meticulous detail. After listening attentively, Qin Erdwa fell into a profound contemplation, recognizing the significant implications of the matter. If handled adeptly, Donghai City could ascend to new heights, yet mishandling it could plunge the city into utter disarray, potentially leading to its obliteration by rival forces. Observing Qin Erdwa deep in thought, Li Er refrained from interrupting and waited quietly by her side. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Erdwa abruptly emerged from her reverie, her eyes wide open, and without hesitation. She shared her proposed solution with Li Er. The approach was rather straightforward: inform all survivors of two choices. First, for those who complied with official commands, the authorities would provide 3 meals a day, albeit at a wartime ration level, meaning the food supply would be relatively limited. Second, should anyone defy the official orders, the authorities would ruthlessly eradicate that faction. This uncompromising stance aimed to uphold the authority and order of the officials. Upon hearing Qin Erdwa's proposal, Li Er felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he was pleasantly surprised by the practicality of the solution, as it could indeed address the current issues effectively. On the other hand, he felt disheartened, for implementing this plan would necessitate substantial material support, which the authorities currently lacked. Addressing Li Er and Apos as concerns, Qin Erdwa indicated that as long as the authorities were willing to allocate the villa district to her without reclamation and provide some firearms and ammunition, she would commit to supplying 100 acres of grain to the authorities each month. Li Er was immediately exhilarated by Qin Erdwa's statement, realizing it was an exceptional opportunity to resolve the food crisis, yet he also understood that the decision was beyond his singular authority. Thus, he conveyed his inability to make an immediate decision and expressed the need to consult with his superiors for feedback. Qin Erdwa understood and was not in a rush, agreeing to let Li Er return to apply for the proposal. After receiving Qin Erdwa's permission, Li Er hastily returned to the base to relay her proposal to Zhao De. Upon hearing Li Er's report, Zhao De furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Aware of the significance of the issue, he recognized the necessity of collective brainstorming to devise the optimal solution. Therefore, Zhao De promptly convened a meeting with all management personnel. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, as everyone grasped the urgency and importance of the meeting. Zhao De first invited Li Er to elaborate on the entire situation in detail. This discourse lasted about an hour, during which attendees engaged in in-depth discussions and analyses of various aspects. After a vigorous exchange of ideas, consensus was reached to adopt Qin Erdwa's proposal. Zhao De expressed his satisfaction with the outcome and immediately instructed Li Er to locate Qin Erdwa to convey the good news. Chapter 60. Reaching an agreement. Li Er meticulously recounted the results of their earlier discussion to Qin Erdwa, who, upon hearing the details, expressed no reservations whatsoever. Consequently, both parties swiftly commenced the signing of the agreement. The process unfolded seamlessly, with both sides expressing satisfaction with the terms of the contract. After the signatures were affixed, Qin Erdwa smiled at Li Er and remarked, "Well, we have now formalized our agreement. However, I hope you can expedite the transportation of this month's 100 acres of grain. Naturally, the commitments you made must also be fulfilled promptly." Li Er nodded vigorously, fully aware that Qin Erdwa and Apos' requests were not unreasonable, and he was indeed eager to uphold the agreement. He promptly organized a team to prepare for the grain's transportation. The roads between Qin Erdwa and the official base bustled with activity, teeming with people and vehicles. Numerous trucks laden with supplies traversed the thoroughfares, creating a lively scene. After 2 days of intense labor, all the goods were successfully exchanged. Upon receiving this gratifying news, Zhao De immediately issued a notice to inform everyone in Donghai City. Those willing to heed his orders could send representatives to the base to collect supplies. However, he also cautioned that those who accepted the provisions yet disregarded his commands would face military action. This announcement stirred considerable unrest in Donghai City. High-ranking officials from various bases convened urgent meetings to deliberate on whether to trust the government's assurances. Within 5 days of the official announcement, over 50 factions responded in Donghai City. Of these, 30 factions expressed their willingness to comply with Zhao De and Apos' directives, while the remaining 20 factions opted for silence, failing to provide a clear response. After careful consideration, Zhao De decided to delegate Li Er the responsibility of distributing supplies to the 30 factions, with each allocation sufficient to sustain them for 3 days. In stark contrast, Zhao De held a very different perspective regarding the remaining 20 factions. He deemed them as non-compliant and potentially threatening to his authority. Thus, he resolutely summoned his troops, preparing to launch a devastating strike against these factions to eradicate them entirely. While he meticulously organized his forces and devised a battle plan, Chun Erdong had already stealthily infiltrated the territory of these 20 factions. Through the intelligence gathered by his undercover agents, he learned of the government's impending actions against them. He pondered to himself, since the government intended to eliminate these factions, why not seize the opportunity to act first? This way, he could not only absorb their power but also lay claim to all the resources within their bases. Without hesitation, Chun Erdong set his plan into motion. Like a specter, he appeared unnoticed within the confines of these 20 factions, unleashing a bloody massacre. Meanwhile, Wang Ba and Xiao Wudi were tasked with ensuring that no survivors remained. When Zhao De and Apos' forces finally arrived at the first faction and Apos' territory, they were taken aback by the horrific scene that greeted them. The area was littered with dismembered bodies, and the stench of blood hung thick in the air, reminiscent of a gruesome slaughter. After a thorough search, they found not a single living soul. Initially, the team leader assumed that a fierce internal conflict had erupted, resulting in mutual annihilation. Without hesitation, he led his troops to the second faction and Apos' territory to uncover the truth. However, upon encountering 5 successive factions, each presenting the same grim tableau, the team leader finally sensed something was amiss. An unsettling feeling arose within him, suggesting that a far greater conspiracy lay hidden beneath the surface. Acting swiftly, he dispatched a subordinate to report back to Zhao De. Upon hearing this news, Zhao De was initially bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. It was only when Li Er provided a subtle hint that he suddenly realized that only Chun Erdwa possessed the capability to orchestrate such an event. Zhao De immediately ordered Li Er to discreetly investigate Chun Erdwa's safe house to ascertain whether he was truly present. Li Er complied and hurried to the safe house. After some investigation, he discovered that Chun Erdwa was indeed absent. The guards at the entrance informed him that Chun Erdwa had gone out on business. Armed with this information, Zhao De was now convinced that Chun Erdwa was behind these occurrences. While he felt relieved that his men had not suffered losses, he was nonetheless displeased that all the resources of the 20 factions had fallen into Chun Erdwa's hands. Chapter 61. The invasion of external forces. While Chun Erdwa and Zhao De were fervently engaged in the eradication of internal factions in Donghai City, a seismic transformation quietly unfolded in the neighboring Shihai City. It was revealed that Shihai City had been unified under the formidable force known as the Eagle Gang. The leader of this gang, Lu Jin, faced a pressing dilemma following the unification: an acute scarcity of resources. As the gang's size continued to expand, their available supplies proved woefully inadequate to meet the demands of their numerous subordinates. If this issue remained unresolved, it could potentially incite rebellion among his ranks, posing a significant threat to the gang's stability. In response, Lu Jin urgently convened a meeting with key members of his gang to discuss strategies for acquiring additional resources. During the assembly, various opinions were voiced, and numerous proposals were put forward, each fraught with its own risks and challenges. Amidst the ongoing debate, a junior member suddenly interjected, revealing that a friend had informed him of a certain territory in Donghai City, ruled by an individual named Chun Erdwa, where resources were abundant, boasting at least 100 acres of arable land. Upon hearing this news, Lu Jin and Apos' eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. He swiftly resolved to launch an assault on Donghai City to seize Chun Erdwa and Apos' secure base and procure sufficient supplies to sustain his brethren. This decision garnered unanimous support from all present, for they understood that addressing the resource issue was paramount to ensuring the gang's stability and growth. Thus, a military operation targeting Donghai City swiftly commenced under Lu Jin and Apos' command. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Chun Erdwa and Zhao De were still occupied with the eradication of 20 factions within the city. After a day of intense conflict, they successfully eliminated all these factions, temporarily stabilizing the situation in Donghai City. This marked a theoretical unification, a thrilling development indeed. However, this was merely the beginning, as much work lay ahead. Chun Erdwa arrived at the official base, acutely aware that to solidify this achievement, a series of measures must be implemented. He approached Zhao De, instructing him to deploy personnel to take over the territories of the 20 factions and devise a plan to integrate the remaining 30 factions to prevent any potential insurrections. Without hesitation, Zhao De accepted this formidable task, fully cognizant of its challenges yet confident in his ability to succeed. In the ensuing 5 days, Zhao De devoted himself wholeheartedly to managing the affairs of the 30 factions, immersed in his work and unaware that Shihai City was quietly mobilizing. Just as he completed the integration in Donghai City, a shocking report reached him. The territory of the former Crocodile Gang had been purged by an unidentified force. leaving only one survivor, who later succumbed to severe injuries. Fury surged within Zhao De. How could anyone be so audacious as to challenge his authority immediately after he had unified Donghai City? He promptly ordered an investigation, yet the findings only deepened his confusion. Upon thorough inquiry, Zhao De discovered that all factions in Donghai City remained obediently within their designated territories, with no signs of activity elsewhere. This revelation raised suspicions in his mind. Who could have been responsible for the downfall of the Crocodile Gang? Growing increasingly uneasy, Zhao De decided to contact Chen Erdwa and share this unsettling development, hoping to glean some insights or advice. Upon hearing the news, Chen Erdwa felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Without hesitation, he resolved to personally investigate the territory of the Crocodile Gang. With swift determination, Chen Erdwa arrived at the Crocodile Gang's location, meticulously scrutinizing his surroundings and leaving no detail overlooked. After an exhaustive investigation, he was astonished to discover that the Crocodile Gang had been decisively obliterated by an exceptionally potent force. Following the trail of clues, he ultimately traced this mysterious faction back to Shihai City. Armed with this crucial intelligence, Chen Erdwa wasted no time in relaying the information to Zhao De. Upon receiving the news, Zhao De and Apos' expression turned grave. He promptly issued orders for all personnel to enter a state of heightened alert. Given the imminent external threat, the situation was dire and demanded utmost vigilance. As Zhao De's orders were disseminated, the entire Donghai City mobilized, with citizens springing into action, prepared to resist this formidable force. Meanwhile, Chen Erdwa hurried to the Eagle Gang, the hideout of this ominous faction. Aware of the pressing urgency, he recognized the need to swiftly ascertain the nature of this adversary. Delving deep into the inner workings of the Eagle Gang, Chen Erdwa was astounded to uncover that this force was a coalition of all factions from Shihai City. This revelation indicated that their strength was formidable, far from trivial. Confronted with such a formidable enemy, Chen Erdwa did not waver. He understood that if this force was not eradicated, Donghai City would inevitably descend into chaos. Resolute in his determination, he pledged to eliminate every last one of these foes. After careful observation and analysis, he noted that among the members of this coalition were not only ordinary thugs but also individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. This undoubtedly complicated the forthcoming campaign. Yet, undeterred by the challenges ahead, Chen Erdwa maintained his composure as he awaited the opportune moment. Finally, as the hour grew late and all fell into slumber, he stealthily infiltrated the Eagle Gang and Apos' stronghold under the cover of darkness. Thus commenced a heart-pounding operation to purge this insidious threat. Chapter 62. A dark and windy night. At that moment, Chen Erdwa, like a phantom, stealthily infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Eagle Gang. With his hands firmly gripping the sharp blade, he harnessed his spatial abilities, appearing and vanishing with the swiftness of lightning, dispatching the guards one by one. In a mere 30 minutes, he had meticulously cleared all the sentries, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Chen Erdwa pressed on in his quest to locate their supply warehouse. Guided by his keen intuition, he swiftly pinpointed his target. Upon entering the warehouse, he unhesitatingly confiscated all the resources within, ensuring that these supplies would no longer serve the Eagle Gang. Having accomplished this task, his focus shifted to the gang leader's chamber. As Chen Erdwa approached the leader's room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. He cautiously neared the bedside, poised to strike, when an unforeseen event transpired. The gang leader, seemingly endowed with an extraordinary sixth sense, suddenly turned over just as Chen Erdwa was about to make his move, sensing something amiss. The leader and Apos' eyes shot open, and he beheld Chen Erdwa standing ghost-like at his bedside. This unexpected sight sent a jolt of terror through the leader, prompting him to hastily retreat beneath the bed. Realizing that his initial strike had failed, Chen Erdwa quickly comprehended that eliminating the leader would prove exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, he refused to yield easily, raising his blade once more and swinging it fiercely at the leader. In a moment of desperation, the leader grabbed a nearby pillow, using it as a shield to absorb the blow. By sheer happenstance, the knife's handle became lodged in the pillow, temporarily sparing the leader from peril. Understanding that he could not afford to remain passive, the leader bellowed for help, his voice echoing throughout the room, perhaps even reaching the farthest corners of his gang. Hearing the leader's cries for assistance, Chen Erdwa realized that lingering here was unwise. He understood that once reinforcements arrived, his chances of escape would diminish significantly. However, if he were cornered here, the prospect of a safe return became uncertain. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Erdwa swiftly withdrew, dashing toward the door like an arrow released from its bow. Just as he neared the threshold, he caught sight of a formidable crowd surging toward him from outside. These individuals approached with a menacing vigor, clearly not to be trifled with. Without a moment and Amp, Oppos, Espos, Chen Erdwa flung open the door and charged out like a ferocious tiger, plunging into a heart-stopping battle. Possessing a level 4 ability and having undergone rigorous training, his prowess had escalated to the point where he could take on 10 adversaries simultaneously. Amidst the chaos of the fray, he fought with the ferocity of a war god, wielding his blade with such precision that the gang's underlings were left terrified and utterly defenseless. Chen Erdwa maneuvered through the throng with ease, cutting a path as if the space were unoccupied, striking down foes repeatedly, leaving his enemies in disarray. However, just as Chen Erdwa reveled in his success, he suddenly noticed another group approaching with alarming speed. To his astonishment, these newcomers bore a faint blue glow in their hands, reminiscent of his own abilities. A pang of anxiety gripped him as he realized they were likely fellow practitioners of extraordinary powers. Faced with such formidable opposition, Chen Erdwa had no time to contemplate. He swiftly activated his own abilities and fled the scene like a flash of lightning. His speed rivaled the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Upon reaching safety outside, he did not pause, slipping into a nearby room like a wraith. Meanwhile, the gang leader, having regained his composure, emerged from his chamber, his face contorted with rage as he demanded to know the assailant and Oppos' whereabouts. At that moment, several underlings rushed in, breathless, reporting that the assassin had escaped. Upon hearing this, the leader's fury ignited. His eyes widened in disbelief as he roared at his subordinates, berating them for their incompetence in failing to capture even one adversary. Although the underlings felt a twinge of resentment, they dared not voice it, knowing their leader was a powerful level 3 practitioner, not someone to be trifled with. Yet, all of this was beyond Chen Erdwa's expectations. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant gang leader would possess such formidable abilities. Had he not secured those supplies in advance, he would have likely faced a futile endeavor today, potentially landing himself in a dire predicament. At that moment, the members of the Eagle Gang prepared to procure supplies for their meal, only to be astounded to discover that their resources had vanished without a trace. When the underlings reported this unsettling news to their leader, he too was perplexed. So many supplies would require days to transport. How could they have disappeared so stealthily in such a short span? Consequently, the leader ordered his subordinates to scour the scene for any remnants, while dispatching another group to search for the missing supplies. Meanwhile, Chen Erdwa, having navigated a winding path, finally returned to his safe house, secretly relieved to have narrowly escaped a crisis. Chapter 63. The Wrath of the Eagle Gang. Chen Erdwa, weary and exhausted, returned to the safe house. Upon entering, he lunged towards the food storage area like a famished tiger, swiftly devouring the provisions within. After satiating his hunger, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained, and fell into a deep slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. This sleep enveloped him in a profound oblivion, as if he were attempting to reclaim all the rest he had missed prior. When he finally opened his eyes again, sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face, and he realized he had slept until noon the next day. Staggering from his bed, he made his way to the living room, where he found several women gathered on the sofa, their faces etched with concern as they watched him. The sight of him safe and unharmed allowed their anxieties to dissipate. However, the situation at the Eagle Gang was starkly different. The leader was in a furious rage over the theft from their warehouse. Despite thorough investigations, no clues could be uncovered. In a fit of anger, he executed several of his subordinates who had been guarding the warehouse, seeking to relieve his pent-up frustration. As the leader's fury intensified, he realized that such a state of affairs was untenable. Thus, he issued his final decree. All members were to immediately venture forth into Donghai City and wreak havoc, killing indiscriminately, with the sole objective of seizing food to bring back, disregarding all else. This command plunged Donghai City into chaos. Murder, arson, and robbery erupted everywhere, instilling terror in the hearts of the citizens, who fled in all directions. Upon learning of the turmoil, the authorities promptly dispatched troops to quell the uprising. Simultaneously, they designated personnel to inform Chen Erdwa, hoping he would assist the military in restoring order. Yet, during the first direct confrontation between the troops and the Eagle Gang, the officials suffered a devastating defeat. They had not anticipated that the Eagle Gang harbored third-tier supernatural beings, while their own strongest operatives were merely second-tier. As the higher-ranked individuals were preoccupied elsewhere, the officials found themselves retreating in disarray. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, racing towards the fray like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, this apparition, swift as a phantom, joined the battle, charging forward with formidable zeal. With movements as quick as lightning and a weapon gleaming with cold radiance. Each swing generated a fierce gust, causing the members of the Eagle Gang to cry out in agony, collapsing as if they were wheat being harvested. To the onlookers from the official side, Chun Erdwa appeared as a divine being descended from the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Conversely, to the members of the Eagle Gang, he resembled a demonic figure from the depths of hell, instilling abject fear. Many of the lower-ranking members of the Eagle Gang turned pale with terror, their legs trembling. Finding even escape a daunting task, they gazed at Chun Erdwa, perceiving the specter of death looming over them. At that moment, the leader of the Eagle Gang witnessed this unfolding drama, and his competitive spirit ignited. With a roar akin to a raging lion, he charged at Chun Erdwa, initiating a breathtaking duel. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, and for some time, the outcome remained uncertain. However, just as the spectators believed the battle would persist indefinitely, Chun Erdwa unleashed a powerful kick, striking the Eagle Gang leader squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, the leader was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. This spectacle left all the lower-ranking members of the Eagle Gang in a state of shock. Initially bolstered by their leader and amp, Apos, S. Fowler, they were now paralyzed by fear at the sudden turn of events. No one dared to continue the fight. They either surrendered or fled in panic from Donghai City. At this juncture, the officials could not afford to let these fugitives escape. How could they allow them to evade capture and dishonor the sacrifices made by their fallen comrades? Thus, a relentless pursuit ensued. While the officials diligently chased after the fleeing individuals, Chun Erdwa had already effortlessly concluded his battle. His opponent, the gang leader, lay motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of vitality, having had all his energy thoroughly drained by Chun Erdwa, rendering him an empty husk. After accomplishing his mission, Chun Erdwa unhesitatingly joined the officials' apprehension squad. His movements were swift, akin to a specter weaving through the crowd. However, unlike the other team members, Chun Erdwa had his own unique approach during the captures. Upon identifying a target as a supernatural being, he would ruthlessly eliminate them and swiftly absorb their powers. For ordinary individuals, he merely rendered them unconscious and bound them with ropes. After an hour of intense pursuit, the first incident of outside invasion since the apocalypse ultimately concluded. The outcome was a Pyrrhic victory for the officials, but Chun Erdwa emerged as the undeniable victor. Not only had he successfully completed his task, but he had also reaped significant rewards. His powers were on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. With a little more time, such a breakthrough was assured. In the aftermath of these events, the officials came to a profound realization regarding the importance of talent. Consequently, they delved deeper into the pursuit of creating advanced supernatural beings. Over the following month, their efforts bore remarkable fruit. They successfully produced 500 first-tier supernatural beings, over 50 second-tier, and even 3 third-tier beings. To everyone's astonishment, a 4th-tier supernatural being also emerged. Simultaneously, Chun Erdwa was not idle. After a month of diligent training, he finally achieved his long-desired breakthrough to the 5th tier, establishing himself as a true powerhouse. Chapter 64. As one storm subsides, another rises while both the authorities and Chun Erdwa were silently gathering strength. A new tempest was quietly brewing elsewhere. This time, the forces with greedy intentions towards Donghai City originated from Nanhai City and Beihai City, who astonishingly joined hands to launch an assault against Donghai City. Reliable sources indicated that the military might dispatched by Nanhai City and Beihai City was staggering, totaling more than 3 times that of the previous force from Shihai City. Such a colossal assembly was truly unimaginable. Even more astounding was the revelation that the combined number of supernatural beings from these two cities exceeded 500. Among them were over 300 level 2 superhumans, more than 50 level 3 superhumans, 3 level 4 superhumans, and even 1 level V superhuman. Such formidable strength was nothing short of terrifying. Even the typically self-assured Chun Erdwa found himself momentarily dumbfounded upon learning this news. He recognized that the adversaries he faced this time were anything but ordinary. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable disaster. Meanwhile, both Chun Erdwa and the authorities remained blissfully unaware of this looming threat. Nanhai City and Beihai City had evidently come prepared, intending to employ a pincer strategy to decisively breach Donghai City. When the news reached Zhao de Erdwa, the situation had become dire. Nanhai City and Beihai City had already succeeded in capturing a quarter of Donghai City's territory, leaving its defenses precariously vulnerable. Zhao de Erdwa acted swiftly, issuing 2 crucial commands without hesitation. The first order was to instruct all supernatural teams to immediately split into two groups to fend off the fierce assaults from Nanhai City and Beihai City, ensuring the defense of Donghai City. The second command entailed dispatching someone to urgently inform Chen Erdwa, hoping he would come to their aid. After all, in the face of such formidable enemies, the official forces alone would likely prove insufficient. Only through the unification of various powers could they hope to safeguard Donghai City and avert this calamity. The greatest hope lay in Chen Erdwa and Appo's intervention, as his prowess was widely acknowledged, leaving even Zhao feeling inadequate in comparison. Upon receiving the news, Chen Erdwa was equally astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure and swiftly organized an emergency meeting. During the assembly, he meticulously addressed the various matters concerning the safe haven. After careful deliberation, he ultimately resolved to personally lead Fan Tong, Wang Ba, and 20 subordinates into battle, while Wen Shaoqin and Fan Jian would remain behind to secure the rear. After 2 days of rapid marching, Chen Erdwa and his contingent finally arrived at the battlefield in Nanhai City. Yet, upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the scene before them. An exceptionally fierce battle was already underway. Both sides and Appo's supernatural beings unleashed their ultimate abilities mercilessly, with casualties and injuries occurring by the moment. In the face of such brutal conflict, Chen Erdwa made a decisive call, ordering his 20 subordinates along with Fan Tong and Wang Ba to form a tight formation and launch an assault. He particularly emphasized the importance of safeguarding their own safety. Once everything was arranged, without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chen Erdwa plunged into the fray, targeting the high-level superhumans. For only by eliminating them could the tide of battle be fundamentally reversed. This heart-stopping skirmish raged on for a full 3 hours, during which both sides exerted their utmost efforts. Ultimately, after suffering significant losses, Chen Erdwa and his allies emerged victorious. At that moment, Zhao noticed Chen Erdwa and Appo's figure and enthusiastically invited him to the camp to reminisce. After ensuring the safety of Fan Tong and the others, Chen Erdwa promptly followed Zhao to the camp. Upon entering, his attention was drawn to several familiar faces, including Li Er. Through discussions with Zhao, Chen Erdwa gleaned vital information regarding the strategy to repel the external invasion. It turned out that in response to this incursion, the authorities had mobilized all the supernatural forces in Donghai City. Each of Nanhai and Beihai cities had deployed 300 superhumans to engage in battle. However, tragically, over 100 superhumans had already valiantly sacrificed their lives in the defense of Nanhai City. In comparison, the situation in Beihai City was even graver, with more than 200 superhumans laying down their lives in the fight. Just moments ago, Zhao had received an urgent call from the responsible party in Beihai City, informing him of their critical need for support. Faced with such an urgent situation, Zhao quickly made a decision. After thorough contemplation, he realized that the situation in Nanhai City had stabilized and that large-scale invasions were unlikely to be launched again. Thus, he resolutely decided to have Fan Tong remain in Nanhai City with a few subordinates to closely collaborate with the authorities in repelling any potential follow-up attacks from Nanhai City. Meanwhile, Chen Erdwa determined to personally lead Li Er to Beihai City for assistance. The rationale behind bringing Li Er along was to ensure that if Chen Erdwa went alone, the local authority might not recognize him, leading to misunderstandings and unnecessary complications. With Li Er at his side, they could foster mutual understanding and trust, facilitating better coordination and ensuring the smooth execution of the support mission. Chapter 65, A Bountiful Harvest. After much contemplation, Chen Erdwa resolutely decided to bring only Li Er along to their destination. After all, Li Er held the esteemed position of the second-in-command, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Following a prolonged, intense march, they finally arrived at the battlefield just as the official forces teetered on the brink of collapse. The scene that unfolded before Chen Erdwa and Li Er was harrowing. Only a mere 50 capable individuals remained of the official forces, while the adversaries from Beihai City, despite suffering severe losses, still boasted over 500 survivors. Chen Erdwa felt an acute sense of urgency. He understood that time was of the essence, and every moment could mean the difference between life and death. Without hesitation, he plunged into the fierce combat. Once engaged, Chen Erdwa exhibited the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. Each of his strikes was executed with precision and ferocity, leaving the enemy defenseless. Under his formidable onslaught, the enemy's defenses crumbled instantaneously, and their capable fighters fell one after another. In a matter of moments, over 100 adversaries were vanquished, a staggering loss that instilled panic in the enemy commander, who promptly ordered a retreat. After the enemy forces withdrew, a thorough recount revealed the shocking truth. They were left with merely over 300 capable individuals. Among them, 3 second-tier and 1 third-tier fighters had perished. And all of these achievements were solely the result of Qin Erdwa and Apos' prowess. Furthermore, he had absorbed the abilities of those he had defeated. Conversely, the official side had dispatched over 300 capable individuals but was now reduced to fewer than 50, all of whom bore severe injuries. Faced with such a dire situation, Qin Erdwa decisively commanded them to descend the mountain for medical treatment while he remained behind to maintain their defense. Once everyone had safely retreated for treatment, Qin Erdwa did not rest. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily slipped out of the camp and, with remarkable speed, infiltrated the enemy encampments in Beihai City. After 30 minutes of tense reconnaissance, he discerned the layout of the enemy camps and the hiding places of their leaders. At that moment, a new wave of bloodshed commenced. Qin Erdwa surged through the Beihai City's camps like a ferocious beast, leaving a trail of blood and cries in his wake. His speed was akin to lightning, his strength like thunder. In a brief span, he had dispatched 5 second-tier fighters, 3 third-tier fighters, and a staggering 200 first-tier fighters. However, just as Qin Erdwa was reveling in his rampage, the inhabitants of Beihai City finally detected his presence. Alarmed, they realized their camp had been infiltrated by this formidable foe, resulting in the tragic demise of many of their comrades. Enraged, the Beihai City fighters quickly rallied all remaining capable individuals to mount a frenzied counterattack against Qin Erdwa. Meanwhile, Li Er, who was organizing medical care for the wounded at the base of the mountain, suddenly heard the cacophony of fierce combat erupting from the front lines. His heart raced, fearing that the Beihai City forces had launched an offensive. However, upon sending scouts to investigate, he received a shocking report. It was Qin Erdwa who was wreaking havoc within the enemy camp. Upon learning this, Li Er wasted no time in summoning those with lighter injuries to swiftly assist Qin Erdwa on the battlefield. The moment the official forces entered the fray, Qin Erdwa felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. After 2 hours of intense and brutal fighting, the fierce battle finally reached its conclusion. The Beihai City forces had suffered devastating losses, rendering them incapable of further invasion. Most of their fighters had perished, leaving only 30 or 40 to flee in disarray, while the remainder lay entombed within the soil of Donghai City. With the immediate crisis averted, Qin Erdwa decisively instructed Li Er to remain and manage the aftermath while he hastened toward Nanhai City. Alone, he traveled at a remarkable pace, reaching Nanhai City in just 2 days. Upon his return, Zhao Dai immediately understood the situation had stabilized. He promptly briefed Qin Erdwa on the recent skirmishes with Nanhai City. After hearing the report, Qin Erdwa felt an immense burden settle upon him. The battlefield still harbored a formidable 5th-tier fighter and 2 equally formidable 4th-tier fighters who had yet to engage. If Qin Erdwa wished to eradicate the threat completely, these 3 perilous adversaries would undoubtedly be his foremost challenge. Chapter 66. The assassination plan. Once a clear objective had crystallized in their minds, Qin Erdwa and Zhao Dai engaged in fervent discussions on how to overcome the formidable trio of adversaries endowed with extraordinary abilities. After much contemplation, they reached a consensus. Zhao Dai would orchestrate a counteroffensive against the enemy in Nanhai City, thereby diverting their attention and creating an opportunity for Qin Erdwa to infiltrate their ranks. Zhao Dai accepted this task without hesitation, swiftly assembling all available extraordinary individuals in preparation for an exhilarating battle. Simultaneously, Qin Erdwa decisively instructed Fan Tong to follow Zhao Dai and Apos' command with his subordinates. Within a mere half-hour, Zhao Dai exhibited remarkable organizational skills, uniting approximately 200 remaining extraordinary individuals from the official ranks. However, they remained at a significant disadvantage compared to their foes, who still boasted over 700 members. The disparity in strength was indeed stark. Nonetheless, upon the assembly of the troops, Qin Erdwa showed no signs of retreat. He calmly issued a single command to retaliate against the enemies in Nanhai City while ensuring their own safety. Zhao Dai understood the gravity and peril of this mission. He promptly held an impassioned rally to bolster the morale of all extraordinary individuals. Subsequently, he entrusted command to Fan Tong, confident in his ability to lead them to success. Upon hearing this decision, Fan Tong felt an indescribable surge of excitement. He had never anticipated the opportunity to command such a substantial force, a testament to his capabilities. Without delay, Fan Tong commanded everyone to set forth. As he led the troops like an arrow released from a bow, Qin Erdwa keenly sensed that the enemy was bracing for their arrival, prepared to engage them. Recognizing the imminent confrontation, Qin Erdwa swiftly resolved to flank the enemy from the side, avoiding a direct clash. Like a specter, he glided along the periphery of the battlefield, skillfully circumventing the enemy and Apos' defenses and stealthily reaching the rear of the Nanhai City encampment. After a meticulous search, Chen Erdwa discovered only 2 4th-level extraordinary individuals. However, the crucial 5th-level extraordinary being remained elusive. Just as anxiety began to gnaw at him, he suddenly observed his team embroiled in fierce combat ahead, the situation clearly deteriorating. Chen Erdwa, in a state of urgency, recognized that if he did not swiftly eliminate these 2 4th-level combat commanders, their position would become increasingly precarious. Therefore, he resolutely decided to eliminate these 2 significant threats. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Erdwa was struck with the stealth of a phantom. His movements were as swift as lightning, executing a masterful technique that accurately incapacitated one of the 4th-level extraordinary beings. The adversary had no time to react, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and rendered powerless. Following suit, Chen Erdwa replicated his previous success, dispatching the other 4th-level extraordinary being with equal swiftness. This series of attacks unfolded seamlessly, leaving no room for counteraction. Were it a direct confrontation, these 2 extraordinary individuals would never have succumbed so easily. Alas, they faced Chen Erdwa, a formidable opponent endowed with teleportation and invisibility. Witnessing their commanders fall in an instant, the enemy soldiers were thrown into disarray. The previously cohesive formation crumbled, as panic ensued among the troops, leaving them unsure of how to respond. This unexpected chaos presented an opportune moment for Fan Tong and his forces. Seizing the moment, he led a vigorous assault, tearing a massive breach in Nanhai City's defenses. In this upheaval, the enemy suffered a staggering loss of over 300 extraordinary individuals. Only when the 5th-level extraordinary being emerged did the previously chaotic formation begin to stabilize. Upon seeing Chen Erdwa, the 5th-level adversary erupted with fury, unable to fathom how his 2 4th-level subordinates had met their demise with such ease. What had initially progressed smoothly was now marred by Chen Erdwa's unforeseen intervention, leading to catastrophic losses that compelled him to take matters into his own hands. Chen Erdwa, too, took note of the 5th-level extraordinary being, pondering his strategy in response. Having no knowledge of the adversary and Apos' abilities, he refrained from rash action. Thus, both parties found themselves in a stalemate, time slipping away for over 10 minutes. Eventually, the enemy could no longer contain themselves, the 5th-level being signaled to his subordinates to initiate an assault. Chen Erdwa, sensing the peril, swiftly surveyed his surroundings and noted the enemy's troops charging forward like ravenous wolves. Without hesitation, he turned to Fan Tong, seemingly indicating the need to organize a defense. However, the situation had turned decidedly unfavorable, with the numerical disparity now standing at 150 against over 300, nearly a 2-to-1 disadvantage, compounding the dire circumstances. The 5th-level extraordinary being loomed nearby, a constant threat that prevented Chen Erdwa from acting freely, as he had to remain vigilant against this formidable opponent potentially unleashing havoc amidst their ranks. After all, with the strength of the 5th-level extraordinary being, should he breach the crowd, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chapter 67. Stalemate. As Chen Erdwa remained wholly focused on guarding against the opposing 5th-level ability user, the adversary was equally intent on scrutinizing him. He was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by a 5th-level ability user. At that moment, although his team held a significant numerical advantage, doubling the opposing side and Apos' numbers, it did not guarantee an effortless victory. While the 5th-level ability users from both sides locked eyes in a tense standoff, the battlefield had devolved into a fierce and heated conflict. The ground was strewn with corpses, and what once was a densely packed throng had dwindled to fewer than 200 souls. Witnessing the horrific scene, Zhao Da understood that they had reached a critical juncture of survival and could only rely on their last reserves of strength to endure. Thus, in front of all, he bellowed, "Comrades, the time has come to defend our nation. It is time to sacrifice for our country. Think of your wives and children behind you, and charge forward bravely. Strike fear into the hearts of our enemies." His thunderous cry reverberated across the battlefield. The soldiers, invigorated by Zhao Da's rallying words, felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through their veins. They charged ahead with fervor, undeterred by the enemy and Apos' assaults. In stark contrast, the opposing forces faltered, their morale diminishing under Zhao Da's overwhelming spirit, resulting in an increasing disparity in casualties. As the tides of battle shifted, the number of defenders from Nanhai City plummeted to just over 70, while Zhao Da's side still boasted more than 60. narrowing the gap between them significantly. From a vantage point above, the commander of Nanhai City surveyed the battlefield with a furrowed brow, lamenting silently, "It seems today we shall not take this city." After a brutal exchange, both sides were utterly exhausted, yet the defenders of Donghai City remained steadfast, thwarting Nanhai City's relentless assaults. Recognizing that further resistance would only lead to more casualties, the commander of Nanhai City decisively ordered a full retreat. However, just as the forces of Nanhai City prepared to withdraw, a fifth-level ability user emerged from the opposing ranks. Towering and imposing, his mere presence radiated a formidable aura. Zhao Da's men, startled by this sudden turn of events, instinctively hesitated. It was this brief moment of pause that afforded Nanhai City's troops an invaluable opportunity. They seized the moment to retreat rapidly, vanishing from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The fifth-level ability user, upon witnessing this, did not pursue but instead directed his gaze towards Chen Erdwa. His eyes were filled with hostility and wariness, as if viewing Chen Erdwa as an exceedingly dangerous foe. Unfazed, Chen Erdwa met the fifth-level ability user's stare, the atmosphere between them charged with tension, as though a new confrontation were on the brink of igniting. Ultimately, the fifth-level ability user withdrew slowly, maintaining his watchful gaze on Chen Erdwa until he completely disappeared from sight. The scheme by Nanhai City and Beihai City against Donghai City culminated in the failure of the Allied forces. Although Donghai City successfully defended its territory, it did so at a staggering cost, significantly weakening its strength. In the wake of this setback, Donghai City did not succumb to despair but rather fortified its resolve to enhance its capabilities. They practiced tirelessly, refining their tactics and bolstering their defenses, striving to ensure that they would no longer be on the back foot in future conflicts. With time and effort, Donghai City's strength gradually recovered and even improved markedly, all thanks to the harrowing yet unifying defense. The victory in this battle not only solidified the unity among the people of Donghai City but also garnered the respect of external observers. For the next 2 months, no faction dared to launch an assault on Donghai City, affording it precious time for development. Once Zhao Da had established the defenses along the border, he led the main force triumphantly back to the base. Upon the safe return of all, Zhao Da decided to host a celebration banquet to honor the valiant soldiers who had fought courageously in the defense. Amidst laughter and cheer, a grand feast commenced to commemorate the successful repulsion of the invading alliance. During the banquet, attendees raised their glasses, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Chen Erdwa. It was he who, in the direst moment of national crisis, had unhesitatingly extended his hand, leading to the ultimate triumph in this life-and-death struggle. The celebration lasted over 4 hours, filled with merriment and revelry. Each person was acutely aware that in this world fraught with peril, life could abruptly cease in the service of their country. Thus, they cherished every opportunity to feast and celebrate, lest they become victims of starvation. As the organizer of this jubilant occasion, Zhao Da understood the sentiments of the gathering. He observed the revelers lost in joyous revelry and chose not to intervene, allowing them to savor this rare moment of respite. However, on the following morning, as everyone gradually roused from their inebriation, Zhao Da swiftly convened an urgent military meeting, specifically inviting Chen Erdwa to attend. Initially, Chen Erdwa hesitated at the invitation. After all, he was not a military personnel, and he fully understood the implications of attending a military assembly. Yet, swayed by Zhao Da and Apos' earnest entreaties and comprehensive explanations, he ultimately acquiesced. He recognized that as a member of Donghai City, he bore both the responsibility and obligation to contribute to the city's welfare. Chapter 68, Defensive Arrangements in a Solemn and Significant Military Assembly. Zhao Da rose, his voice resonant and resolute, and announced a noteworthy appointment. I hereby appoint Chen Erdwa as the National Special Envoy. This declaration elicited a wave of hushed whispers among the attendees. The designation of a National Special Envoy implies that although Chen Erdwa is affiliated with a national entity, he is not bound by the conventional constraints of the state. Such privilege undeniably reflects Zhao Da's profound regard and unique affection for Chen Erdwa. Subsequently, the meeting transitioned into a substantive discussion phase. Zhao Da outlined the forthcoming developmental priorities, one of which was to gather all remaining refugees from Donghai City. He emphasized that all able-bodied individuals should be conscripted into military service to bolster the nation's military strength. Concurrently, Zhao Da expressed the intention to actively reach out to the remaining official forces in Nanhai City, Shihai City, and Beihai City. Regardless of the survival status of these official forces, they must be unified to form a more formidable collective. The second focal point was the utilization of techniques for cultivating extraordinary individuals, aiming to produce a greater number of such beings. Those already possessing abilities would undergo specialized training to assist them in ascending to higher levels. This notion garnered unanimous agreement, as all present had first-hand witnessed the astonishing scenes of Chin Erdwa and Apos' carnage in previous battles, where even a level 5 ability user was too intimidated to advance. During the training process, everyone exhibited exceptional diligence, fully aware that only through continuous self-improvement could they secure victory in future confrontations. Lastly, Zhao De articulated a third hope, gazing earnestly at Chin Erdwa, saying, "I hope you can contribute more to the nation, particularly in terms of resources." This entailed that Chin Erdwa needed to leverage his unique abilities and resources to provide further support for the country, enabling it to shelter more refugees. Chin Erdwa was wholly generous in this regard, having come to recognize through intense battles that Zhao De was indeed a leader genuinely devoted to serving the nation and its people. Thus, without hesitation, Chin Erdwa waved his hand grandly and declared to Zhao De, "From now on, the grain cultivated in my villa will be surrendered to the state, save for a portion for our own use." Upon hearing these words, Zhao De was overwhelmed with excitement and promptly responded, "Chin Erdwa, you are truly a great benefactor of the nation. Once this apocalypse concludes, I shall ensure your commendation with a special merit medal." Chin Erdwa felt a surge of joy at Zhao De's affirmation. His aspirations were quite simple. He sought recognition from the state that would allow him to safely guide his family through these tumultuous times. Hearing Zhao De and Apos' commendatory words filled him with confidence about successfully navigating this apocalypse. However, Chin Erdwa harbored a slight ulterior motive. He had a substantial stock of supplies stored away, which he chose not to disclose. He feared that should Zhao De become dissatisfied over resource issues, it could lead to complications. Therefore, he opted to keep this secret for the sake of his and his family's safety, knowing that lacking any reserves would leave him truly cornered in this perilous world. The meeting had one last item on the agenda, a sincere invitation for Chin Erdwa to assist in training the troops. It was noteworthy that although the state possessed various resources, it had only managed to cultivate a handful of level 4 ability users, with the majority being mere level 1. Yet, Chin Erdwa, through his own exploration, had astonishingly evolved into a level 5 ability user. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. Nevertheless, Chin Erdwa was reluctant to reveal the methods he employed to enhance his abilities, as even if he did, few would likely believe him due to their extraordinary nature. Initially, Chin Erdwa firmly rejected the idea of becoming an instructor, feeling ill-suited and inexperienced for such a role. However, Zhao De persistently persuaded him, employing various tactics to convince him. Understanding Chin Erdwa's significance, Zhao De recognized that only he could genuinely elevate the military's capabilities. Thus, he presented a compelling incentive. If Chin Erdwa agreed to train the troops, Zhao De would share some of the scarce resource information from the Donghai City administration with him. Upon hearing this, Chin Erdwa realized that the information he possessed paled in comparison to the official data, which undoubtedly encompassed much of the extraordinary knowledge he lacked. For someone eager to enhance his abilities, this proposition was irresistibly enticing. Therefore, while Chin Erdwa internally acquiesced to Zhao De and Apos' request, he feigned hesitation and reluctance on the surface. He furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled by the request, and after a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Well, Zhao De, you know this is somewhat troublesome for me. However, since you and Apos' asked, I suppose I can and Apos' refuse. Consider it a favor." Chin Erdwa and Apos' tone suggested a hint of reluctance, as if he were begrudgingly acquiescing to Zhao De's demand. He sighed softly, conveying a sense of having been put at a disadvantage. This demeanor made Zhao De feel a twinge of guilt, pondering whether he had indeed imposed upon Chin Erdwa more trouble than intended. Chapter 69. Enhancing strength upon determining the direction of training, Zhao De announced the conclusion of the meeting. However, Chin Erdwa and Li Er were retained by Zhao De, while the others returned to their respective posts. Chin Erdwa felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain of the reason for Zhao De and Apos' summons. Once everyone had departed, Zhao De gestured for Li Er and Chin Erdwa to take a seat. His first words struck them like a thunderclap, causing both to tremble involuntarily. Zhao De revealed, "In fact, we have a level 6 ability user in our base who has yet to be deployed. He is our guardian angel, our ultimate trump card." Upon hearing this, Chin Erdwa was rendered speechless, his mind momentarily blank. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, only to feel a chill running down his spine, cold sweat trickling down. He silently rejoiced at not having opposed the authorities, for the consequences would have been dire. It dawned on him that Zhao De had been remarkably lenient towards him. Moreover, Zhao Da's trust in him, as he divulged such critical information, filled Qin Erdwa with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. In contrast, Li Er was so taken aback by the revelation that he found himself at a loss for words. It took him nearly half an hour to recover from the shock. Once he regained his senses, a thought akin to Zhao Da and Amp, Apos, emerged in Qin Erdwa's mind. From that moment forth, he would be unwaveringly loyal to Zhao Da. The profound trust Zhao Da had placed in him deeply touched Qin Erdwa, evoking an overwhelming sense of emotion. Following his initial revelation, Zhao Da proceeded to share a second piece of information. He explained that the existence of a level 6 ability user within the base was the result of extensive resource accumulation. Upon discovering that certain fruits could bestow abilities, Zhao Da had promptly allowed his most loyal subordinate to awaken their powers. After a rigorous selection process, they ultimately cultivated this level 6 ability user. However, the resources consumed during this cultivation were staggering. The remaining resources at the official's disposal were woefully insufficient to train a second level 6 ability user. And even the existing one could not be further enhanced. After all, human potential is finite, as are the resources of the state. Qin Erdwa was utterly astonished by these revelations, rendered speechless by Zhao Da's candor and his unexpected trust in him. Zhao Da's confidence in Qin Erdwa stemmed largely from his recognition of Qin Erdwa's exceptional talent, as he secretly contemplated recruiting him to his ranks. After articulating this significant information, Zhao Da smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, and slowly extended an olive branch to both of them. Observing this, Li Er stood up without hesitation, chest out, and with a serious demeanor, declared loudly, "Brother Zhao, rest assured. As long as you require my assistance, I, Li Er, will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." His voice was resonant and resolute, akin to a solemn vow of loyalty to Zhao Da. Zhao Da beamed at Li Er and Amp, Apos' words, nodding in approval, clearly appreciative of his declaration. Subsequently, Qin Erdwa rose as well, his movements somewhat hesitant. Yet he swiftly approached Zhao Da and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, I too am willing to assist you in any way I can. Should you need anything from me, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall give it my all." Zhao Da regarded Qin Erdwa, a fleeting hint of doubt flickering in his eyes, but it was quickly masked by his smile. He nodded, signifying his acceptance of Qin Erdwa and Apos' response. Thereafter, Zhao Da instructed Qin Erdwa and Li Er to return to their duties. Qin Erdwa, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, exited the room and returned to the villa. Upon his arrival, he immediately set about formulating a training regimen for the soldiers. Seated at his desk, he meticulously contemplated the details of each training exercise, considering the scheduling, intensity, and objectives. After 3 days of tireless effort, Qin Erdwa finally completed the revision of the training plan. He scrutinized every aspect to ensure its feasibility and effectiveness. Once finished, he gathered everyone for a brief meeting, during which he elaborated on Zhao Da and Apos' ideas and thoroughly explained the training plan to all present. Chapter 70. It was all a dream. As time progressed, Qin Erdwa witnessed remarkable achievements in the training of his troops. The combat capability of the forces had taken shape, thanks to the close collaboration between him and Zhao Da. Through their concerted efforts, the number of superhumans in Donghai City had astonishingly surpassed 2,000, with the highest rank elevated to level 6. During this period, Qin Erdwa and Apos' own strength had surged significantly, achieving level 8. Such formidable power was more than sufficient for the defense of Donghai City. Consequently, Qin Erdwa resolved to cease the recruitment of new soldiers and instead focus his energy on training the existing veterans to further enhance their combat prowess. Since the last fierce battle, other cities had grown wary of Donghai City, hesitant to provoke its wrath. After all, Donghai City had successfully repelled a fierce assault of over 1,000 adversaries with merely 600 defenders, a living testament that deterred any rash actions from neighboring cities. With the substantial enhancement of Donghai City and Apos' combat strength, Qin Erdwa approached Zhao Da with a request to return to his villa. Initially, Zhao Da was reluctant to let Qin Erdwa depart, recognizing his crucial role in the city's defense. However, upon reflecting that Qin Erdwa had not returned home for over 3 months, he felt a surge of sympathy. Ultimately, Zhao Da acquiesced to Qin Erdwa and Apos' wish. Upon finally returning home, Qin Erdwa was astonished to discover that matters at his residence were rather unusual. His wife was nearing childbirth, with their baby already 9 months along. Thus began Qin Erdwa and Apos' arduous quest for a midwife. He inquired far and wide, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of any potential leads. After a grueling 7 days of searching, he was fortunate enough to find an experienced midwife. Ecstatic, he brought her back to the villa, eagerly preparing for the arrival of new life. During the wait for the midwife, Chen Erdwa remained industrious. He meticulously assessed the state of the villa, only to be taken aback by its transformation over the past 3 months. The villa's defenses had increased tenfold, and the combat capability of the security department had undergone a qualitative leap. The villa was now sufficiently fortified to withstand ordinary invasions, alleviating some of Chen Erdwa and Appo's concerns. As time dragged on, the moments ticked by. Eventually, Chen Erdwa and Appo's wives began to enter labor one after another. A month later, when Shachin and her numerous wives collectively brought forth 20 adorable babies, several of whom were twins. Each day, Chen Erdwa immersed himself in the joy of playfully engaging with the little ones, his heart swelling with happiness and contentment as he gazed upon these delicate cherubs. On this particular day, when Shachin and the others finally emerged from their confinement, basking in sunlight for the first time in over a month. Observing this, Chen Erdwa hurried over, attentively attending to their needs. As the little babies spotted their mothers, they joyfully waved their arms, as if applauding their return, creating an incredibly heartwarming scene. At this point, Chen Erdwa had fully adapted to life in this post-apocalyptic world. He enjoyed ample food and water. With family by his side, such a life was far superior to that before the calamity. Savoring these carefree days, he was undisturbed by the outside world, surrounded only by his beloved wives. However, one fateful morning, Chen Erdwa was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of shouts. Groggily opening his eyes, he found that everything had vanished. It had all merely been a dream. Despite the vividness of the dream that had made him feel so immersed, it ultimately remained an illusion. A sense of loss washed over him, wishing that the moments from his dream could materialize into reality. Yet, he understood that dreams and reality existed in an unbridgeable chasm. With a sigh, Chen Erdwa slowly rose from his bed and ventured into the washroom, commencing a new day. He diligently washed up, attempting to erase the beautiful dream from his mind. Once refreshed, he tidied his attire and, as was customary, set out to school.